Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 236, The Ultimate Gladiator 7. The urgent summons, past his normal assigned working hours, sent unpleasant shivers down Pharaoh's spine. 4 Imperial guards flanked him as he entered Fire Lord Oze's private chambers, to find the Fire Lord accompanied by 5 more guards, sitting before a most uncharacteristic disaster. The dinner table had been overturned, the dishes that once had been resting on it were now splattered across the floor and walls, just as there were scorch marks over the once luxurious carpet. But more than anything, it was Oze himself who scared him, profoundly. The perfectly groomed Fire Lord's hair had fallen out of its top knot, his posture was careless, his shoulders rose and fell heavily with each breath he took, as did his nostrils. Not for a second did Pharaoh suspect the Fire Lord might need an emergency health checkup. It was obvious, from the very beginning, just by the nature of the summons, that he hadn't been brought here to fulfill a straightforward, simple order. Pharaoh didn't dare guess whatever the Fire Lord's true purpose might be, but it was clear that it had sent Oze into a spiraling rage he barely seemed to be containing, even now. "Is it done?" Oze was asking the other guards. They seemingly had arrived shortly before Pharaoh himself had. "You have locked every door of the refuge." "Yes, my lord," answered one of the guards, nodding promptly as you commanded. "The creature was resting, it shouldn't have noticed us." "Very well," Oze hissed, "you may return to your stations." The guards bowed to their nation's ruler, stepping past the newer arrivals without any words, without even acknowledging them. Pharaoh waited until they were gone to announce himself, despite he suspected the Fire Lord had already noticed his presence. "You called for me, my lord," said Pharaoh, bowing curtly in Oze's direction. His hands trembled. Being anywhere near Oze when he was in such foul mood was more than ill-advised. Oze didn't speak to him right away. He remained in that same position, scowling profoundly, a leg drawn up, with a forearm resting on it, while the other hand ran over his slowly unraveling hair. Whatever he was troubled by, perhaps he hadn't yet made up his mind about how to deal with it, though, perhaps if that were the case, he wouldn't have summoned Pharaoh as he had. After a long, tense pause, in which the man appeared completely lost in his thoughts, Oze finally raised his gaze towards Pharaoh. Those golden eyes had never been kind, but they were especially heartless that very night. "I called for you, Pharaoh," he confirmed. A sudden tremor shook the hand that rested on his knee. "I must give you an order now." The physician was puzzled by Oze's wording, at first. Once the Fire Lord voiced his command, Pharaoh failed to hide his emotions, for once. He always did his best to remain composed, professional, no matter his duty, no matter his job, but his liege lord's words were nothing short of disturbing. "You will do as I've asked." "At once, Pharaoh," Oze said, his eyes gleaming with poorly contained wrath, "and once you have, you will communicate the results to me. Am I clear?" Pharaoh had never been quite as tempted to refuse the Fire Lord's command before. He had always been compliant, servient, obedient, but he had never been asked to do something quite so alarming until that day. He shuddered, unable to suppress the bodily reaction. And also, unable to refuse his lord's demands. "It will be done," he said, his voice frayed and unpleasant. There was a knot in his throat, bile surging across his body, and he knew that, whatever happened next, those sensations wouldn't fade away anytime soon. For he was no fool. He knew exactly what the result of that very specific physical examination would yield. No man who had witnessed what he had over the last month could have ever been blind to the true nature of that bond. His feet weighed tons as he stepped out of the room. As he left behind a Fire Lord who shuddered, his whole body overtaken by wrathful, anxious nerves. It could be a lie. It might be a lie. It surely was a lie, considering who had spoken it, and then he would lose her trust forever, the only foreseeable outcome for his latest decision. She would never forgive him for this, for distrusting her, for questioning her loyalty, her faithful devotion to her nation and her Fire Lord. That was what he had to prepare himself for. That was it. For there was no way his daughter could have ever made a mistake as severe as the one she was being accused of. "It's Angela." The words had brought a skeptical laugh out of Oze's lips, even though Iroa's stern glare remained as undeterred as it had been ever since he entered the room. Oze, however, disregarded it immediately. "Of course. How very convenient that you would attempt to undermine my daughter by claiming treason when no one in this palace has been as suspicious of treason as you are. Oze hissed. You waste my time. Leave and take your platitudes with you. Is it a platitude, then, for your daughter to have given away her virtue to a man out of wedlock? The accusation was blunt, direct, and offensive, just as well. Oze's mirth vanished immediately as it was slowly replaced by confusion, and soon enough, by outrage. You dare make such bold claims, General Iroh. He said, watch your words, or they may yet be your last. Kill me if you wish, your daughter won't be any less sullied if you do, Iroh said, still completely confident, completely unyielding. I did not come here over rumors, of which there are plenty already. I wouldn't have brought this to your attention, brother, if I didn't know for a fact that it is absolutely true. I, too, would have sooner believed Azula would never commit an act quite as reckless as she did. You know for a fact? What is that supposed to mean, Iroh? Oze hissed. Surely you are not saying you've requested for a purity examination of any sort on her, have you? I have no need for it. You might require one, of course, but not I, Iroh said, curtly. Oze's eyes widened, for I saw her with him, with my own eyes, in the Grand Royal Dome, merely a few hours ago. You're lying. You're a liar, you're merely attempting to destroy Azula's rise to power. Oze growled, rising to his feet, though Iroh still presented himself as undeterred as before, as if I'd ever allow Zuko to succeed me on the throne. You'd sooner allow her, then? Even after she desecrated herself with that man? Iroh asked, raising his eyebrows. I suppose that is a choice you could make, brother, but is it one you intend to make? Will there be no limits for her? Is there no level of corruption or depravity she can sink to that you wouldn't condone? You speak of vague matters, of some eyewitness account I can't see why I ought to take seriously. Oze snapped back, waving an arm furiously at Iroh. My daughter has never rebelled? Never been anything but obedient and compliant? Iroh asked, skeptical. His every word hit Oze's nerves, one after another, with the precision of a full-body chi-block blow. She has never bitten off more than she can chew, she has never been arrogant, she has never thought she can get away with absolutely everything she ever dares do because her dear father will forgive her every trespass. Is that what you're trying to tell me, brother? I think you and I both know that's not the case. Oze had never underestimated his brother. He had always known, and impressed onto Azula, that Iroh would never lower his guard for real. That all those smiles and warmth and carelessness and jokes were merely the components of a mask he'd hide behind while he mocking at in the shadows. He had known Iroh was waiting for a chance, any chance, to destroy what he had been working for, what he had been building, for as long as he had been Fire Lord. What he hadn't known was that Iroh might actually find that chance without needing to fabricate it from scratch himself. I can see it in your eyes, Oze, Iroh whispered, releasing a slow breath. You know Azula has changed, you know it better than I do, surely. You know she's capable of many things you would never consider appropriate. Not this. Not something like this, Oze said, and yet the inflection of his voice revealed he was no longer as reluctant to accept Iroh's words as a reality. She would never, she knows better. She knows what would happen to her if she were ever caught. The bold, young woman who discovered blue and gold fire, and who knows how many other extraordinary techniques, who even found the last dragon, you truly believe she wouldn't be ambitious or foolhardy enough to believe she'd never get caught? Iroh asked. Oze gritted his teeth, snarling at his brother. His body started to tremble, a certainly bad sign about how difficult it was for the Fire Lord to control his temper right now. Please, you haven't even asked for the full details of what I saw. Worse yet, you haven't even asked who's the man in question. Because, you already know, don't you? Where Iroh's words had seemed to land lightly, whether bouncing off Oze or sticking to him unsteadily, those last sentences struck him down harder than lightning could. He stumbled back, staring at his brother almost pleadingly now. Yes, you do, Iroh finished, breathing deeply and releasing that breath slowly. You must have seen it, you must have thought it, at least once, or twice. Two young people like them, spending so much time together, whether out of necessity or not, just how unlikely was this outcome, truly? Lies. You keep lying. This can't be. This can't be. Oze roared, and yet the words weren't meant for Iroh, they were meant for himself. He needed to convince himself that Iroh was lying, but his current state of panic evidenced he could no longer dismiss his brother's words as easily as he had before. "I suppose my word is that unreliable," said Iroh, closing his eyes perhaps. "Then, you should do what is done in these circumstances, if you're so unwilling to trust me. It's hardly the first time a high-born lady lands herself in similar trouble." "Silence!" Oze roared, startling Iroh at last. I won't even hear of it. I won't hear another cursed word from your foul, envious mouth. You're merely attempting to poison me against her, to turn us on each other so you may take over the throne once we've torn one another to pieces. How very wise of me to do so in such a manner, isn't it?" Iroh replied, disgust and mirth blended together in his voice tone. "I can assure you, I'd have chosen a much more dignified manner to turn you against each other, if that was what I had been seeking. It's hardly my fault your daughter chose the worst possible way to disgrace you, isn't it? I told you to be quiet." Oze growled. "Enough of this. Enough of you. Enough, enough." His kick was powered with fire bending. His table, of beautifully crafted mahogany, with gold engravings across it, flew across the room, spraying food everywhere. Plates shattered, liquids spilled over the marble floors and luxurious carpets, some of it even landed on Iroh's clothes. It was, perhaps, only at that moment that the reality of his own actions caught with Iroh, upon glimpsing his brother, standing before him with a wild, panicked snarl across his face. He didn't look like the composed, perfect Fire Lord he had ever hoped to be. He also didn't look like the wrathful monster Iroh had always believed his brother was. Instead, he looked like a lost, stray dog, instinctively ready to lash out with anger at anyone who approached him, regardless of whether they intended to aid or harm him. He hadn't seen that unexpected expression, an emotion besides rage, on his brother's face since a very long time ago. It was the first time it seemed he cared about someone else, genuinely, for if he hadn't cared, he would have taken action far faster. He wouldn't stand in denial before him, eyes twitching, lips twisted into a strong snarl. Even monsters had souls, Iroh guessed, but that didn't make them any less of a monster, did it? If anything, perhaps it was all the worse this way. For if he had a soul, that meant he would be pained, hurt by this betrayal. And his ultimate reaction, the retribution he'd demand for this crime and sin, might be far costlier than Iroh had anticipated at first. "Leave this room, if you know what's good for you," Oze said, turning his furious glare on his brother. "Get out, damn you. Now." Iroh swallowed hard, and obeyed. He stepped back, still keeping his eyes set on Oze as he crossed the door and stepped out of his brother's chambers. The guards who stood at either side of the door appeared concerned by the raised voices, the shattering plates and the loudly flipped table. But they were outright alarmed when Iroh, as soon as the door was closed behind him, turned on his heels and damn near raced out of the corridor, putting as much distance between himself and his brother as he dared. More noise within revealed the Fire Lord was, in all likelihood, losing his temper completely over whatever his brother had said or done this time. It wasn't the first argument they'd ever had, but it was the first time Oze had reacted so explosively to it. "Why?" 5 minutes later, Oze himself pulled the door open, his eyes out of orbit, and he didn't even look at the guards before ordering. "Assemble your squad, immediately. Half of you will make for the dragon's refuge. Lock every exit, keep it trapped. The others, will find Pharaoh, and bring him to me," now he said, before closing the door behind himself. And the Fire Lord was obeyed. He was always obeyed. Or so it should have been. Or so he had believed. For defiance, it hadn't been in most people's best interests to dare stand up against their Fire Lord, not ever since he had taken the throne. He could simply make them disappear if they displeased him enough to unleash his deepmost rage. And yet, she had dared speak out against him, not only in private by challenging his decision to have her marry Chan's son, but in public as well, turning around the speech with which he had intended to pressure her into proving herself loyal and faithful to him and his rule. She had fought against his secret agent, even daring storm into his throne room to raise her voice at him, demanding for explanations and questioning his procedures. Ignoring his orders, disobeying him, to the point of spending a full month outside the palace, if his memory served right. A month was hardly all there was to it, too, so many trips, whether for serious reasons or for mere matters related to the damn Gladiator business. Even thinking the word brought such rage to his soul he couldn't contain himself. He punched powerfully through the perfect table, destroying it with violent, ferocious fire-bending that did nothing to appease his wild, aching soul. It had begun with him. The very first of her rebellions, it had brought him into her life. Later, he had become the vanquisher of all her would-be suitors, by her request. Was there an ulterior motive to explain why he had been so ruthless, so harsh to that gladiator Quan had brought to replace him? Just as there could be an ulterior motive to explain why he boldly dared talk back to Jose, why he had stayed by Angela's side persistently through her recoveries, both the 1 year ago, over that cold, and now as well, over her corrupt chi. He shook his head violently, unwilling to believe or accept this. Everything he had once interpreted as signs of how strong a leader his daughter was, of how talented a fire lord she would be, capable of even turning those she had nearly destroyed into her staunch supporters, he had damn near paraded that wretched slave before all the nation as the ideal to be followed. He had treated him with respect, far more respect than anyone of his station would ever deserve, albeit to discover now he had understood it all wrong. To discover his constant encouragement of his daughter, his support, had been completely misguided and misplaced. Was it his fault? Had he truly emboldened her and corrupted her to the point where she no longer realized there were boundaries to abide by? Was that truly it? He snarled, shaking his head rapidly again as he dropped against the foot of his bed, the frame offering his back some support, and even then, it wasn't enough support. Even if he were to lie down, he would still feel like he was falling, like the whole world was collapsing around him, the very world he had built, with his own hands, crumbling under the weight of his daughter's presumed sins. It could still be a lie. It could still be a bold, insulting, foolish game on Iroha's part. It truly could be that simple. It had to be. If it weren't, he didn't know what he'd do. He didn't know what he'd be capable of, and with each ticking second, the confirmation of Iroha's dreadful, 1,000 times damned accusation loomed ahead, just as Jose grew closer to finding out just how far his trembling hands would dare go to punish his daughter's most deplorable mistake. She had only just stepped out of her chamber's bathroom, her heart still soaring over that incredible day, the joy of the crowd, the delightful intimacy she'd found with her beloved gladiator. Just as she fastened the sash around her waist tightly, she heard loud knocking on her bedroom door. It wasn't an urgent, desperate knock, it sounded like a threatening one, instead. It was hard, stern, timed, and apparently unwilling to take no for an answer. Her calm cheerfulness suddenly eased to a halt as she stared at the door. She couldn't think of anyone who would pay her a visit this late at night, let alone who would knock on the door in this manner, though. Could it be Iroha? Was he here to insult her somehow, to take out his rage after Topha's loss earlier? Her heart clenched instinctively, alarmed, as she stared at the golden frame warily. Again, 3 knocks, with that same potent, threatening connotation that she couldn't seem to make any sense of. "Princess Angela, by the Fire Lord's orders, you must open this door at once." Fire Lord's orders? The voice was unknown. By the strictness of it, she would suspect it belonged to an Imperial Guard, which, while it meant it wasn't Iroha, didn't reassure her in the slightest. "Is something the matter?" she asked, cautiously, from the safety of the other side of the door. "Open the door at once, or we will be forced to open it ourselves." Her pleasant mood shifted completely, as she was overtaken by outrage over that threat. How dare anyone speak to her in such a manner? Why would they, for starters? What could her father need all of a sudden to warrant this sort of aggressive behavior from his men? And yet her soul shrank, squeezed tight by an invisible claw. It was, indeed, a threat. One she couldn't outrun or escape from in any way, especially not when her body was still weakened. She was about to start pondering how to slip out of their grasp when the door flew open forcefully, the doorknob's lock shattering under the impact of what appeared to have been a firebending powered kick. She stood, in her nightgown, staring at 4 fully armored guards with alarmed confusion that only increased upon glimpsing a man standing amongst the guards, with a most displeased grimace across his face. A man she had grown used to seeing frequently over the past weeks, too. "What is this?" she asked, glaring at them all. "Whatever you needed from me, going this far was unnecessary." Pharaoh, were you asked to perform another health checkup on me right now? You could have waited. I wasn't sent here for that purpose tonight, Princess Azula, he interrupted her. The meaning behind the guard's threatening behavior, behind Pharaoh's presence, behind such a sudden, unprompted development, could have been clear by then, and yet she wouldn't let the thought solidify inside her mind. The truth was swatting at her, slapping against her as the harshest, thickest droplets of rain in a storm might, and she tried to shut the windows. She tried to brace herself from the cold and damp. She tried to tell herself that a day as successful, as bright, and beautiful as that one, couldn't possibly end in this manner. It made no sense for it to be this way. Yet Pharaoh's remorseful expression spoke for itself, even if Azula was submerged in the deepest of denials regarding what it might have to say. Whatever any of you need, surely it can wait, Azula said, eyeing him and the guards with uncertainty. I'm sure by morning, it will be no different, no better, come morning, Pharaoh said, lowering his head, his gaze, and it must be done at haste, as commanded by the Fire Lord. Azula stiffened, taking a step back towards her bed. The guards stepped closer, and she snarled threateningly before raising her right hand towards them. Stay back. What the hell do you even think you're doing? Azula growled, yet her intent to sound menacing was highlighted by her obvious, undisguised fear. Fire Lord's orders. Again, the guards spoke those words. Words they bore as shields, to hide behind and deflect all responsibility. Words they lived by, to pretend they served a purpose greater than their own design. Words that had damned countless others before they spelled out doom for Azula herself. Stay back, I said. Resisting will only make it worse, princess. Pharaoh warned her, as though that claim would somehow reassure her, or convince her to back down and let them do what they intended. Evidently, the princess was nowhere near as fragile as that, even in her current state. She couldn't let the thought solidify in her mind. She couldn't truly process what was happening, refusing to accept it as a reality, but as soon as the first guard raised his hand towards her, she channeled her power through her right hand and cast a blast of fire in his direction. Orange fire. The struggle was over before it could even begin. They had swatted away her attacks, taking advantage of her body's current weakness. The first one to reach her caught her left arm, twisting it painfully behind her back, disregarding that it was her badly injured arm, or, perhaps, taking advantage of that very fact to cripple her completely, as fast and easily as possible. She screamed. She kicked wildly, attempted to shrug off the one who restrained her, struggling violently against his hold, and yet it wasn't enough. It wouldn't do. 4 men, no matter how trained, would have been easily defeated if she had been in her best shape, but she was still as distant from that as she could be. The Imperial Guards, clearly, intended to capitalize on her incomplete recovery. Don't be so harsh, she's. Pharaoh's voice was dwarfed by Azula's powerful shrieks, by her attempts to wrestle them off. Let go of me. Damn you, bastards, don't you dare. She exclaimed, her voice breaking as she struggled against his hold. She attempted to summon fire again, the flame sputtering in her free hand, no doubt caused by her still recovering chi. Only to wind up seized by 2 more guards, who helped the first one with restraining her. They pulled no stops, holding nothing back, unwilling to underestimate her even when she represented virtually no threat to them, as she was. It was unfair, it was wrong, by all accounts, and worst of all, she was powerless to stop them. Stop this! Stop this! She roared, pain bursting wherever their hands seized her. Their violent, cruel fingers dug into her skin, dragging her against her will to her bed. She was pressed down on the mattress, almost suffocating against the fabric as one of them held her face forcefully against it, muffling her screams. It would seem excessive, and yet none of the 6 hands holding her down weakened their grip on her body. Every alarm was going off in her head, every warning, every single fear coming to life as the 4th member of the guards stepped up to, holding down her legs next, stopping her from kicking despite she felt too weak to deliver any actual damage with them. Powerless. Completely powerless. Another voice, not her own, roared within her mind. She could feel him. Xian Long was alert, aware of what was happening. He would come. He had to come. He would tear down this damn building if he could, just to find her, just to save her. But when he attempted to open forcefully one of the doors of his refuge, it didn't budge. He roared inside the building, releasing blue fire against those walls built with fireproof material that wouldn't be torn down under his forceful fury. He couldn't make it. He was trapped inside his refuge. Even if he found a way out, it would be too late for him to help Angela. This wasn't real. It wasn't happening. She couldn't accept it. But tears burned in her eyes when Pharaoh approached, spilling onto the mattress as she realized what came next, unable to even plead with the physician not to do this. As the understanding of what would happen next finally manifested in full inside her mind, as the truth finally broke through the windows she had attempted to shut it out with. She had spent her whole life meaning to fight against this. She had intended to change the world, so that no one else would ever be subjected to this misery, this humiliation, this outright violation. And she had failed. The guards didn't say anything else, but she could still hear their words ringing in her head as the physician's hand slid between her forcefully spread legs. Fire Lord's orders. It was preposterous. It was, in all honesty, the most ridiculous possibility. He had dismissed it, outright. Upon first hearing of these accusations, he had thought her above this kind of childish, pathetic behavior. Tempted by something quite so base and ignoble as a relationship outside of wedlock? Someone with such grand ambitions wouldn't possibly make a mistake quite so stupid. But apparently, the smartest people could still be ridiculously stupid. Xiaofeng had been summoned to Ozay's study. The Fire Lord, in his night clothes, sat there now, his head between his hands, his elbows on his desk. Clearly, he had great hopes for his daughter. Surely, he had believed she'd amount to so much more than this. Xiaofeng, personally, always hoped she wouldn't. The sooner that meddler was out of the way, the better, as far as he was concerned, but that her downfall would be something quite so disgraceful almost made him pity the Fire Lord whom he had once counted as a friend. Almost. How long can it take? Ozay hissed. It depends on how much she struggles, Xiaofeng answered, simply. She's weakened by that damn condition she was still recovering from. She can't struggle. Even if she did, it would amount to nothing, Ozay growled, unless your men are truly that incompetent. You know, as well as I do, that they're not. It won't be long now, Xiaofeng said, simply. Ozay's whole body shuddered as a chill rushed down his spine. It wouldn't be long, then. He'd have his answer, he would. She couldn't fight back, that was obvious, but some strangely contradictory part of his very soul wished, for some reason, that she might. That Angela would retain her dignity, that she would storm through his study soon, leaving a group of unconscious or dead guards in her wake as she took her revenge against him, against everyone who had dared wrong her. For if she truly had done what Iroh had claimed she had, he'd sooner die by his daughter's hand on this very moment than live with that shame for another day. Sudden footsteps approached. Too many sets of them. It wasn't Angela alone. His wild fantasy would certainly not take place, then. The guards opened the door, yet Pharaoh appeared reluctant to enter the study. He looked sick, paler than Ozay had ever seen him, with a pained, stricken expression across his face. Well? Ozay growled, staring at his head physician with desperation. Tell me. Is it? Is she? Pharaoh opened his mouth for a second, unable to utter a sound at first. Then, he shook his head slowly. No? No what? She wasn't untainted, was that what he meant? Was it a no meant to deny Iroh's absolutely outrageous accusations? Or? Her maidenhood is gone. Ozay gasped. He rose to his feet, eyes wide, hands poised as claws, his eyebrows slowly drawing together into the most dangerous frown any of the guards or Pharaoh had ever seen before. No. You're lying. It's a mistake. There were signs of recent intercourse. No. Another shattered piece of furniture appeared insignificant, in the grand scheme of things, and surely that was why Ozay's desk was suddenly smashed to pieces. Pharaoh shielded his face from the flames, from the splinters that seemed to fly in every direction. Xiaofeng controlled the fire, an unexpectedly easy feat, for Ozay's outraged outburst appeared to have petrified his very soul after that initial explosion. His chest heaved and he shook his head, repeated, lips trembling as they drew back into an outraged snarl. What will you have us do? Pharaoh, cowering against the Fire Lord's wrath, was astonished to hear the general of the guards would remain so level-headed, so firm, in whatever his convictions might be. Where the Fire Lord appeared to be a storm of wrath and flames, Xiaofeng was cold-blooded, unconcerned with the matter, treating it as a mere inconsequential mission when it was anything but. Oze roared with his angry snarl, flames pouring from his lips as he shook his head, again and again, unwilling and unable to accept this new reality. Unwilling to so much as consider what this would mean for him, for his rule, for his nation, in the long run. The famed crown princess, admired and revered by people across the world, caught in an illicit affair out of wedlock. The reality of it couldn't seem to sink in, not fully, and yet there was one factor, one very easily managed factor. One order he could give, without even thinking twice of it. He turned his snarl to Xiaofeng, fists tight as though he intended to firebend yet again, despite the charred remains of his desk and all its contents still released smoke into the study. You will take your men and capture him. You will imprison him, for I will kill him myself. I will execute that son of a bitch, the savage, the gladiator. Never had that word been spoken with such spite, such uncontrolled hatred, with the most powerful vitriol the Fire Lord could evoke from his dark soul. Whatever this might mean for his daughter in the long run, he would unravel later, perhaps if he ever regained a modicum of self-control, but for now, he appeared determined to lose his mind to his fury, and he had one ideal target upon whom he could unleash all that overflowing rage. Just as he had the perfect subordinate who would stop at nothing to fulfill his orders whenever they were perfectly convenient for him. It shall be done, my lord, said Xiaofeng, nodding in his direction. His perfect composure was in direct, blunt contrast against Oze's emotional outbursts. If anything, anyone who saw him now might think he was enjoying this. They wouldn't be wrong to suspect as much, either. Pharaoh stepped out of the study faster than anyone else, wherever he was going, whatever he intended to do, not even he knew. The unemotional, blunt, direct physician who never seemed to lose his nerve vanished by stumbling through the corridors, putting as much distance between himself and the resident royals as he found a dark corner where he could unleash the half-digested contents of his stomach. Stress, he knew, was the source of his violent reaction. Stress over the Fire Lord's wrath. Over the princess's defeated shape, of the tears that had streaked her face after she had known the battle was over, with an outcome that wouldn't favor her. Over the knowledge that life in this palace, and that of everyone in the Fire Nation, would change forever, for good, over the role he had played during this dark, sickening night. It was late. Many guards were on patrol, busy with their respective assignments, and those who weren't had already gone to bed. Ruishi had only just returned to the barracks, setting down his helmet in his room when he overheard an unexpected ruckus downstairs. Many voices spoke at once, then one rose above the others and commanded them to be silent and professional. A familiar enough voice, General Xiaofeng. Ruishi made his way downstairs quietly. The large dining room was the gathering location for most guards when they were off duty, and he was right to guess that was the source of the noise. He didn't enter the room, standing by the threshold instead, listening in on the conversation he had been too late to grasp in its entirety, yet from this angle he could still see the faces of his fellow guards, of Tai Wei, of Haoran, of Chiang, horror-struck faces, as Xiaofeng slapped another guard's shoulder in a congratulatory gesture of some sort. The guard in question was none other than Renkai. It certainly was my mistake not to listen to you. I should have known better, Xiaofeng said, smiling. He was actually smiling. Ruishi wasn't sure he had ever seen the man displaying anything close to happiness until now, and both the content of his words and that expression on his face made his stomach sink unpleasantly. The only guard with the insight and attention to detail required to unravel this most unsightly crime, weren't you? I will see to it that the Fire Lord promotes you as soon as possible for this, Renkai. I am honored, sir, Renkai said, bowing his head towards Xiaofeng. You'll come with us, as the only member representing the third squad. First and second squads, all your available men are to follow me to the culprit's location, at once. Get ready, we assemble and set out in 5 minutes. And no, but sir. Tai Wei gasped, but Xiaofeng cast a sudden blast of fire in his direction, deterring him from speaking anew. Do inform your captain of the situation once he returns from his patrol, will you? Xiaofeng said. Even now, when behaving violently, that damnable smirk continued to decorate his face. Ruishi gritted his teeth, hiding behind the wall at first, then rushing back to the guards' rooms at haste. He didn't know what had happened, not for sure, yet the sinking dread that took hold of his very soul had immediately brought the very worst possibility to mind. A possibility he had attempted to fight back against, to impede, for so long. He walked past his room. He needed answers, and he intended to get them. He entered another room nearby, hiding inside it just before the footsteps of the preparing guards rushed through the corridor. No doubt, none of them from the third squad, his squad. His fellow guards, if his suspicions were accurate, albeit he deeply hoped they weren't. What would this mean for them? What would this mean for him? Were they all protected, safe from the fallout of this debacle, or were they to bite the dust, regardless of Angela's damage control and attempts to grant them plausible deniability? Finally, the door of the room he hid in opened. He waited silently, imperceptibly, in the shadows until the door closed again. Only then did he raise a hand towards the man who had just entered the room. The carriage arrived just as a pair of staff members carried the weakened, flinching earthbender out through the doors of the arena. Where the place had been overflowing mere hours ago, it was completely empty now, which meant she had been waiting for him, likely, for a very long time. Titof, Iroh said, pushing the carriage door open and stepping off it nervously. She couldn't sense him as easily as usual, not when the pain and the injuries were muddling her senses, but she heard his voice and frowned. A childish frown, it seemed to Iroh. Took you a while to show up, huh? Toph growled. I was waiting for you. I thought you just wanted everyone to leave before getting me out, but if these guys hadn't checked the rooms before leaving today, I would have just been locked in the arena all night long. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Toph, Iroh said, gritting his teeth. I didn't mean to make you wait, but, we need to go. We need to go, now. We needed to go like 3 hours ago, you dunderhead, Toph grumbled. I thought you were worried about how this fight was affecting me, but you just went and ditched me like that, huh? The staff members had finally reached the bottom of the stairs. Iroh urged them to step closer, to help him hoist Toph onto the carriage. She still pouted, resentful for his apparent forgetfulness and disregarding of her circumstances, not once suspecting Iroh had been absent for so long for reasons far more severe than anything she might have imagined. Please, be careful, said one of the staff members, as Iroh climbed the carriage too. She needs a lot of care over those in J-. Iroh slammed the carriage door shut, startling Toph, the staff members, and even the carriage's driver by his brusqueness. To the bay. Immediately Iroh told the man, his voice so stern and urgent it sent shivers down the driver's spine, and yet he obeyed without asking another question or saying another word. The bay. Toph repeated. You know, those guys were pretty helpful. You shouldn't have slammed the door like that, and hey, me telling you not to be rude? That's a new one, but still. I'm sorry, Iroh said. Toph scoffed. Well, you'd better be, but, damn. Is something wrong, Iroh? You sound weird. Weirder than usual. I mean, you ditched me and then came back so late, and you haven't explained why so far? What's the matter? I can't explain. Iroh said, shaking his head. We need to go. We need to go. We have to go as fast as we can, Toph. That's all you need to know right now. Is it Zuko? Toph asked, puzzled. Is something going on with him? You're usually only this wild when it's something about him. Yet her query went unanswered. Iroh slouched on the carriage seat, his head between his hands, his silence deafening and unsettling. His refusal to explain his absence brought a frown to Toph's face, the lack of questions of how she felt, seeing as he had been so furious about her state merely a few hours earlier. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong, and the longer Iroh went without explaining it, the more he worsened Toph's suspicions on the matter. But he kept his silence all the same, as each turn of the wheels carried them farther and farther away from the palace, and then from the city, closer to safety, putting as much distance as possible from the catastrophic consequences his words and accusations were sure to result in, not only for the two people directly involved in them, but for every single soul who would only represent collateral damage for the outraged and affronted Fire Lord. Night spread across the capital, a mantle under which most people rested in a warm slumber. The city was meant to be the safest place in the world. The latest events that had taken place in the mainland hadn't quite dispelled the illusion of security that most residents felt within the heart of the Fire Nation's land. Thus, only a handful of people were surprised by the sudden movement of soldiers, crossing the streets at an even pace, at the set rhythm of men with missions to accomplish. Over 20 men had mobilized to the edge of the capital. Their objective was a location easily pinpointed, yielded to their leader by one of the trembling palanquin bearers who had, long ago, visited that very building. Xiao Feng could have, naturally, asked any of the members of the third squad, yet Renkai had never visited the house directly. The others, no doubt, had questionable loyalties. He would not rely on them even when it came to obtaining a simple shred of information. Frightened servants, unaware of what was happening, were far more reliable for the general's purposes. The streets were less ornate as they came closer. The steep climb was still easily traversed, and it did nothing to delay them from their ultimate objective, a two-story house, an innocent image, a location no one would suspect had witnessed the sins that surely had taken place within its walls. But Xiao Feng knew better than to underestimate the house's resident by now, as did the men he had ordered to come with him. "We will move in fast," he said, still leading the march. "He will fight back, as she did. We will stop him, no matter what it takes. A slave, a non-bender, is hardly a challenge for our might. I will hear nothing of failure today." His men uttered a positive response. They were at the house's fence by now. They were ready to strike. The excitement of that day had dwindled very slowly, dimmed rather than completely dispelled by nighttime. Even so, Sokka had attempted to sleep, rolling in bed many times until his mind was clear enough for proper rest. Somehow, it never happened. Somehow, there was a strange feeling in the air, one that had forced him awake with an anxious start the last time he had been close to falling asleep. Was it, perhaps, that too much happiness had somehow done a number on his soul? Was he anticipating something unpleasant would happen now because he wasn't used to this sort of overwhelming success? Or was there some basis, unexpectedly so, for the unpleasant cloud that seemed to have taken hold of his mind? He gritted his teeth and shook his head, turning for the third time, seeking the side of the bed Angela had relaxed on earlier that day. Her scent lingered, and so did her presence, but rather than being comforted by it, Sokka only longed for her. Longing in a rather strange, urgent way. Why? He had been with her all day, they'd enjoyed themselves to no end. Granted, he often felt the need to be with her immediately after they parted ways, but this, whatever it was, felt different. He had been attempting to calm himself, to breathe slowly, to relax, when all his senses were jolted alert upon hearing sounds outside his room. Something rustled on the grass. It sounded like footsteps, didn't it? He frowned, sitting up and glancing at the balcony, but he couldn't see anything from his bed. Was he losing his mind? Why would anyone sneak into his backyard, anyway? A loud, blasting sound made him jump, shoving off the sheets immediately upon hearing it. Had someone forced the front door open? Footsteps. Many, many footsteps rushing through the wooden floors, up the stairs. He snarled, jumping out of bed and rushing towards his weapons immediately. Whoever was trespassing, he'd hold back nothing to make them leave. Curses, Song's room was closer to the stairs, they'd surely go to hers immediately. Whoever they were, he wouldn't get there on time to stop them from reaching her, but he could still help her, even if he was a little late. He tossed aside Space Sword's scabbard and approached his bedroom door. Only for it to be forced open with a fire-bending kick. Sokka jumped back. The swinging door had struck his foot, but he disregarded the pain, for he was staring at what appeared to be a full regiment of Imperial Guards. He wanted to say something. To demand for an explanation, to tell them to get out, to make them leave his house immediately, whatever the hell they were here for, but they attacked, immediately. All he could do was defend himself, swinging his sword as a warning. What the hell was wrong with them? He had fought alongside them merely a few weeks ago. Why were any of these soldiers attempting to attack him now? Seize him. Now. Xiao Feng's voice. Sokka's eyes widened. Don't come any closer or I'll chop off your damn hands. Sokka roared, backing further into the room as he held the sword carefully, aiming it at the closest firebender. I don't know what you think you're doing, but You're in no position to make any demands, slave. Growled Xiaofeng. He stood behind his men, unwilling, apparently, to risk injury by the sword while demanding the others faced Sokka. Put down your weapon and come willingly, or else. Not a fucking chance. Sokka glowered at him, at all of them. Get out of here, or I'll. A blast of fire struck his back. The bastards that broke in through the garden had snuck up the balcony and attacked him from behind. He couldn't let that break his focus, but as the firebenders poured into the room, it was obvious he was more than overpowered. He had never been able to beat more than 4 of Azula's guards in practice, and he wasn't sure he'd be able to do any better than that now, wielding a single weapon, wearing no armor, outnumbered 15 to 1. He slashed, swinging his sword, leaping onto the bed to obtain whatever advantage he could, but where the firebenders were wary of his weapon, they were quick to strike at range. Multiple fire blasts came his way, and he couldn't possibly dodge or swat them all away, not without Wolfsbane's special properties. Even then, he landed one ghastly cut across the chest of one of the guards. His breastplate broke, and the tip of the sword cut even through his helmet. Another took his place. 7 more fire blasts, 3 he couldn't dodge. He stabbed ahead, sliding his sword through one of the enemy's shoulders, and the very professional guard screamed, but held on to Sokka, taking advantage of the gladiator's close-range attack to immobilize him as best he could. The man wasn't strong enough to hold down Sokka, who pulled away forcefully, spraying blood all over the room as he drew back his sword, but he held him down long enough that another volley of fire rained on him, and Sokka couldn't avoid it. His clothes were burning, his skin ached as the fire ate away at him. Every blow he landed was matched by 3 or 4 of theirs, simultaneously. Another stab through a man's thigh, then another brutal cut that nearly saw a man's whole arm chopped off. And then he took a potent punch to the stomach. It wasn't coated with fire, but after taking so many injuries already, it didn't have to be. Sokka lost his breath, his footing, his control over the situation, his grip on his sword. More attacks, most of them with fire, some without, rained upon him as he fell on the floor, his body saddled with burns and the numerous bruises he had avoided receiving earlier that day. The bandage around his earlier wound was scorched to cinders, and when he tried to muster the strength to stand up, he was kicked again. He was punched, hard enough that his ribs appeared to have shifted in location. His jaw would swell after the last kick he had received, but what use was there in worrying about swelling now? Would he even survive long enough for that swelling to even happen? Ease up. The Fire Lord wants him alive, after all, Xiaofeng commanded, although the tone of his voice suggested he wouldn't be too broken up about it if the Fire Lord's order were disobeyed for any reason. Surrender now, vermin! Shouted one of the guards. The man pressed his knee to Sokka's back, forcing him to lie flat on the floor. Sokka snarled, tightening his fists as he attempted to push himself up. Another punch to his back, and the pain was so great he could barely move anymore. Another hand clasped his hair, and suddenly he found himself staring, in that darkness, at the daunting helmet worn by the general of the guards. Keep resisting, and it'll only be worse for the 2 of you, he said. Mark my words. Wah! Sokka said. He couldn't even voice a question, for Xiaofeng punched him square in the face now. Playing dumb, after committing high treason as you have, does not befit you as well as you wish it did, slave, Xiaofeng growled. Sokka shuddered, coughing blood on the floor. High treason? It'd be worse, for the 2 of them. Perhaps, if he hadn't been subjected to the brutal beating he'd just received, he would have wondered, for a moment, if he was talking about Song. But with his mind in disarray, completely muddled by pain, desperation, and confusion, the meaning of those words was surprisingly much clearer than he expected them to be. High treason. The truth was out. Azula. He gasped. Another blow, straight to the eye, and even the guard holding him down had to release Sokka as the momentum outright flipped him over the floor. You dare speak her name, after soiling her as you have? Xiaofeng growled, rubbing his hand as though so much as touching Sokka disgusted him. If the Fire Lord didn't intend to execute you himself, I'd finish your lowly life this very second, scum. Sokka breathed with difficulty, fear rushing through his body at an alarming rate. No, 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 not this. Not now. Not when they were about to escape, to live their lives more freely, away from the capital, away from Oze. What have you done to her? Sokka still managed to speak, no matter how wounded he might be. Whatever pain he had to sustain, he would, but only him. If he was the only one hurt, he could take it. Not her, never her, please, not her. Xiao Feng scoffed, stepping closer, and kicking Sokka's ribs yet again. The gladiator roared in pain, again and again, and suddenly he was being held down by other guards, kicked by several feet at once, and yet none of the pain that bloomed across his skin mattered. Not when she was in danger. I'll come quietly. Sokka finally shouted. To his surprise, they actually eased up on him after those claims, yet some of those guards still moved to hold him down, to make sure he wouldn't escape. I will, if you just tell me, just tell me, what will he do, to her? The general removed his helmet. Sokka barely noticed it, however, for his reality was damn near impossible to reason with. He had to be bleeding everywhere now, a gurgle of blood surged in his throat, and he had to turn his head to cough it out, painfully. The princess will face the consequences she deserves for her indiscretion, hissed Xiao Feng, kneeling before Sokka. The gladiator snarled, glaring furiously at the general through tearful eyes. It doesn't concern you, you won't live long enough to see it. Don't, please, it's all my fault, leave her be, Sokka gasped, another blow to the stomach, and he was rendered completely breathless. His chest heaved, and as he lay in such a bloody heap, Sokka hardly even noticed the last of Xiao Feng's humiliations. The man spat at him, setting the helmet back in place before looking at his soldiers. Chain him up, now. The prison tower will give this insect a proper welcome, though he won't linger there for long. Sokka gritted his teeth. He wanted to fight back still, to find strength where he apparently had none left, but where his soul and mind were demanding for his body to move, the body itself couldn't seem to answer. He needed to go, to fight back, to find her, to save her. This wasn't how it was supposed to end, this wasn't how anything was supposed to turn out. Had their biggest achievement truly arrived mere moments before their ultimate damnation did? Cold metal around his wrists and ankles, he was fully shackled within instants. His limbs trembled violently when the soldiers pulled them together to put on the restraints, and then he was forced to his feet, despite he lacked the strength to even take a step forward, but it wouldn't matter. They pushed at him from behind, pulled at him from the front, making no attempt to avoid his wounds, disregarding that most his clothes were but charred rags by now. Parading a beaten, burned, bruised, near-naked man across the city seemed a completely agreeable notion for all these soldiers. All of whom saw him as a traitor. As a criminal. As someone who had destroyed their princess's virtue. As if they knew the first damn thing about virtue, to begin with. But try as though he might, he couldn't fight back anymore. An attempt to resist their forcefulness resulted in him being kicked in the shin, knocked to the wooden floors of his own house as he was dragged brutally. A place so safe, where they had been free, where their love had thrived and been strengthened, it had been breached, broken into, without the slightest concern, without even a hint of remorse. It had been a long time since he had been on the darkest end of the Fire Nation's practices, and he certainly had never been on it in this manner. He shuddered violently as he was pulled down the stairs, tripping over his own feet, even knocking down one of the guards. Served him right, tugging at Sokka's chain as he had been, though it earned Sokka yet another set of blows after they landed on the lower floor. Be careful, you fool! Xiao Feng roared at his own men, from the top of the stairs. Do you want this bastard to escape, is it? And no, sir. Then spare us your carelessness, you incompetent imbecile. Seize him, and drag him out, now. The door had been damaged, partially torn off its hinges. Sokka only noticed it because he was dragged towards it by the next guard, who found his chain and tugged him violently to his feet. You are making this harder for yourself than it needs to be, hissed a nearby guard. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but Sokka couldn't place it right away. Was it one of the men he had commanded merely a few weeks ago? Go quietly and she'll be better off. Please, stop resisting. Stop already. Sokka gritted his teeth, lowering his head as the guard holding his chain dragged him out, forcefully, yet again. He shouldn't resist. He shouldn't fight back. Fire Lord Oze would get what he wanted, one way or another. If only the consequences had been his own to face, his alone, perhaps he would have rebelled out of principle and nothing more. He would have forced them to kill him, right here and now, for he would never surrender against the orders of the man he most despised. But this wasn't his crime alone. This wasn't his betrayal alone. Jose hadn't ordered this sudden invasion of his home, his imprisonment, or the pummeling he had just received. For no reason. He knew of his relationship with Angela. However he had found out, what mattered at this point was that he knew. And it'd be Angela suffering through it. Her, not him, but her, for the rest of her life, most likely. Tears streaked down his face as he continued to follow the guards, all the way to a small outpost the armed forces kept 5 blocks away from his house. There, they acquired some sort of metal carriage, and he was tossed inside the cage at the back, with no regard, yet again, for his many new wounds. Sokka coughed blood again as he landed on the carriage's metal floor, the door of which had been closed, locked safely, and then the wheels began to turn. Wheels, taking him far away from the place he had once thought of as a haven, from the woman he considered his home. He shook as he cried in silence, his body was numb, and part of his mind appeared just as numb to reality as his heart was, and yet he couldn't stop crying. He couldn't. Not when she was in danger, when she probably had already been hurt, and he had failed to protect her. He had failed her, he had failed her. Angela. He called her name quietly, as a desperate prayer. He didn't care what he had to face, whatever punishment Jose deemed he deserved, he'd accept it, as long as she was safe. As long as she was spared. If only that was possible, he would die in peace. But he was no fool, this was but the beginning of the Fire Lord's wrath. And just as he had failed to protect the love of his life right now, he knew there was no way he would live long enough to protect Angela from the rest of Jose's fury in the future, either. She was no stranger to violence, she had witnessed more than enough of it, lived through countless painful situations, even bearing permanent marks of it upon her own body. On every day she escaped any of it, on every day she could wake up safely, and go to bed just as safely, she thanked the spirits for the chance to live her life far more freely than most people in her station could. But that glorious streak had ended that night, when she had jumped awake upon hearing the horrible blast of the torn-down door. And then, when she had heard those footsteps rushing up the stairs, she didn't even know why it was happening, didn't understand it in the least, and yet she knew it was no mistake. She had been on the receiving end of so many Fire Nation invasions, striking when no one expected it, lost so many people dear and near to her heart that she couldn't even deceive herself into wishing this were nothing but an unpleasant nightmare. It was plain and clear to her that it was real, no matter how badly she wished it weren't. She braced herself, jumping off the bed, shrinking beside it, trying to make herself scarce and imperceptible, but the footsteps rushed past her door. Another blast opened Sokka's door. And then, a violent struggle. Sounds of a fight, no doubt, a most gruesome fight, going by the shouts she could hear. Tears surged in Song's eyes as she shrank in place further, covering her mouth with a hand as she willed Sokka to win. Whatever was happening, he had to win. He was strong enough, she was sure he was strong enough, so. Her door opened. Song flinched and remained in place, hugging her knees to her chest as nervously as could be, trembling as she held her breath. Let them think she had spent the night out, whoever they might be. Let those footsteps go away, yet they were stepping into the room, closing the door behind them. No, 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 she wasn't here. She wasn't here. The footsteps slowed, they couldn't see her. They didn't see her. They would wrongfully assume the room was empty, and then she could, do what, exactly? Run to find help? She could hear the whooshing sound of fire. Were they being attacked by soldiers? If so, what help could she even hope to find? Could she beg Ruishi to fight back against his own people for their sake? He'd likely do it, yes, and then what? He'd only be another victim of whatever this mess was, along with them, and then. The person moved in the room. Song shivered, tightening her arms around her legs, her face against her knees. She didn't even want to know what would come next. Whoever this sudden arrival was, if they had come with whoever was attacking Sokka, they couldn't possibly mean her no harm, could they? The footsteps finally had moved past the bed, she was in plain sight for them. She wanted to disappear, to be invisible, to vanish from the dim face of the earth. The footsteps approached her now and she flinched, cowering away from that person, from the hands that suddenly fell upon her shoulders, only to speak with the voice she loved most dearly. "Stay quiet. It will be over soon." "Ruishi." It was Ruishi. She gasped, and he drew her into his embrace to further ensure her silence. Her body took to shaking violently as tears of desperation and relief surged in her eyes, as her hands pawed awkwardly at his armor, at his body, for it was him. And that he would be here, not to help Sokka, but to protect her, was anything but reassuring. "What is?" She managed to whimper, but Ruishi shook his head, tightening his embrace. "We mustn't make any noise. Stay silent, Song." So, there was no fighting back. She was too weak, against any possible threat, and even Ruishi, who was far stronger than her, seemed to believe there was no possible victory against whatever was happening in the next room. He had come here to protect her. To save her, for she would be collateral damage otherwise. Sokka couldn't be saved. It was too late for him. Ruishi's behavior, the suddenness of the situation, the fact that the target was none other than Sokka, all of it, rolled together, answered some of the questions Song couldn't even bring herself to ask. She trembled violently as silent sobs shook her, as she heard Sokka roaring, fighting back, struggling, the voices of those men, soldiers, she suspected, guards, perhaps, just like Ruishi? Was that how he had made it here? He had infiltrated their ranks somehow, slipping through the cracks to save only her, for only she could be saved anymore? Eventually, she could barely hear Sokka's voice anymore. Blows, attacks, they didn't seem to slow down for a long time, then a short exchange. More violence followed that, and she shuddered against Ruishi upon every sound of aggression against her friend in the neighboring room. Her tears fell upon Ruishi's armor, spilling on the floor as she clung to him desperately, knowing it end. Knowing it would be over eventually, and she would be unable to make it end any faster. They were powerless to make a difference, the outcome had already been decided. There was no outwitting the enemy, no chance luck would shine upon them, no possibility of hope within the depths of darkness they had sunk into. Just when she had started to fear it really might never end, footsteps started to resound in the house again. Ruishi shuddered against her, clinging to her hard, desperately, hoping no one would decide to search the rooms now. Search them for what, truly? They would find nothing else in this house, they had what they had come for. All they had to do was leave, with Sokka in their power. He snarled as he pressed his face to his lover's shoulder. Further violence outside revealed Sokka had either fallen or been shoved down the stairs. More voices, more footsteps. And then, nothing but silence. They lingered where they were, beside the bed, still hidden away from the world, from any prying eyes, waiting just a little longer, just to be sure it was over. Just to make certain that the only guard left within the house was Ruishi. After 2 minutes of sitting quietly, of holding Song's sobbing shape, Ruishi released a breath and let go of her, only to remove his helmet. He had never felt quite so breathless while in uniform, and yet right now it seemed the air was only escaping his lungs instead of staying in them long enough for his body to process it. What is going on, Ruishi?" Song finally managed to say, raising her tearful eyes to meet his own in the darkness of that room, in an even darker night eye. "Please, just." "The Fire Lord has learned the truth about their relationship," Ruishi said, gritting his teeth. It was no surprise, not truly. Song had known, even if she hadn't wanted to accept it, that this would be the likeliest explanation, but being right had never been quite as unwelcome as it was that night. She shook her head, nervously, further tears streaming down her face. "And no, Ruishi. There's nothing to be done. We can't. I can't help him right now," Ruishi said, gritting his teeth as he tightened his hands into fists. All I could do was ensure you'd be safe. No one will look for you, for now. But the Fire Lord, he might try to track down anyone who could have been a witness to their relationship, and there's no telling what he'd do, so. Why you saying he'll come after me?" Song asked, eyes wide. Ruishi gritted his teeth. "You will be safe, Song," Ruishi declared, firmly. "I don't know if I can save them, not anymore. But I still can and will protect you. If you can be safe, then. Be but Sokka. He was beaten, they must have. They must have hurt him so badly, Ruishi. Song sobbed, shaking her head. And what have they done to her? Is Angela? She's not going to be beaten to this extent. No, Ruishi snarled, but that doesn't mean they won't hurt her, that the Fire Lord won't hurt her. Just sending the guards to find Sokka this way was a way to punish her, too. He's reeling, at this point. He's erratic, and no less dangerous for it, but once he truly accepts this perceived betrayal, he will be completely unstoppable. But, doesn't this mean you are in danger too, Ruishi? Song asked, staring at him in chagrin. Ruishi, please, you. Yes. It means that I am, Ruishi answered, earnestly. Song's already broken heart seemed to shatter in a million more pieces. The obvious, immediate concern of course had to be Angela and Sokka, but the more she tried to wrap her mind around this new reality, the harder and more painful it became. And no, Ruishi, please. She begged, hugging him tightly again as her tears flowed freely down her face. You can't be, why you can't? I can't lose all three of you, I can't. Please. I will do my best to ensure it doesn't come to that, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. Tears burned in his eyes too, and he spoke with conviction he scarcely felt. I don't know how to save him. I'm not sure that there's any way to do it. But if I can help her, if I can do anything still, for her sake, I must. I will. You understand that, don't you? Of course I do, Ruishi, but... Song sobbed, raising her eyes to his again. I can't lose you. I can't be alone again, not after all this, Ruishi, I can't take it. I know it will hurt, love, I know it will. It already does, Ruishi said, gritting his teeth. The tears escaped his eyes, as he drew her in for a powerful hug. But you're the only one I know I can still save. If saving you is the last thing I ever do, then at least that will have to be enough. No, Ruishi, please. Song cried, clinging to him in desperation. My life isn't. It isn't worth more than yours, than theirs. I'm a nobody. You're worth everything, my love, to me, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. I will do my best. I will try my hardest, for them too. Whatever sacrifice I must make, I will, but first, he would indeed spare her the pain. He would send her to a safe harbor, some place where she wouldn't have to be alone anymore, from where she might, perhaps, someday travel all the way to Ba Sing Se and find her mother again. And then, hopefully, Song would never be alone again, even if it meant they would be torn apart, perhaps permanently. So many hopes, so many dreams, so many illusions, all of them had been dashed against a wall, shattered under the weight of a collapsing mountain, destroyed beyond repair. But what little Ruishi might still be able to do for those two, he'd certainly do it. Long ago he had rejected, condemned their bond. And now he was willing to stop at nothing to save them both, even if he knew he was likely doomed to fail at such a venture. But he would try, damn it all, he would try. It was impossible to save Sokka from the beating, from the imprisonment, from the condemnation, but perhaps something else could be done still. Perhaps he could be broken out, perhaps he could be taken someplace far from Ose's reach. And as for the princess, that, he knew, was even more difficult to unravel. From the very beginning, she had intended to take the fall on her own, and she had almost succeeded, it seemed, for as sidelined as the third squad might be, they hadn't been held responsible for Angela's actions. Or rather, not yet. That was a window of time she had bought for them preemptively. It was just another way to immolate herself, to take the brunt of this catastrophe and bear it upon her shoulders, and hers alone. Which betrayed just how dire the situation had to be. If the princess had failed to protect Sokka, if she hadn't been able to fly here to save him, as she would have, under any other circumstances, was she, by any chance, beyond any help already? Ruishi gritted his teeth, hoping to be wrong to fear as much, but all that fear would have to be put aside if he intended to save Song's life. They had very little time to waste, and the sooner he sent her to safety, the sooner he could set out to help Sokka and Angela, if there was any chance to save them at all, at this point. She shivered. She shuddered. The night was warm, and yet she felt cold inside, as cold as she had when she couldn't feel her inner fire anymore. Another shudder, her head light, her stomach threatening to turn upon itself, yet even the strength to instinctively throw up seemed to have fled her very body. Her breathing was slow, weak, even. Her eyes were open, but they saw nothing. A desperate, familiar voice inside her mind called for her, but she couldn't heed it. The light breeze that filtered through the open window could caress her skin, if it pleased, but she couldn't feel it either. All she could feel was a void, a massive, overpowering void, swallowing her from the inside, drawing her deeper into herself, and she hoped that it would continue to do so until her very consciousness was completely gone. Until she could erase her very damn existence, if she could. For years she had known this could happen. She had understood there was a possibility that she might pay for her choices one day. She had thought herself ready to face those consequences. She had been foolish enough to believe, for a long time, that she would overcome any accusations, and more than anything, that no one would ever prove capable of overpowering her and performing a purity examination on her against her will. Just the memory of it made her recoil, flinching, shuddering as though worms writhed underneath her skin, poisoning her just as the rotting essence of the bloodlust spear had. Oh, just upon thinking of that monstrosity now, she could only wish she hadn't fought back as hard as she had. She wished she had allowed it to cleave her, to drain her very chi, to leave her for dead, dried and defeated. For that would be better than this. Better than lying on her bed, unable to move anymore, after having attempted to fight back to no avail, after having been subjected to the most undignified humiliation her father could have forced upon her. Once it was done, their hands had released her, and then they had walked away. They had their answer, and they wouldn't even stop to make sure she was all right. To make sure she would recover from this, nothing. Because no doubt, that didn't matter to her father or his goons, did it? If they hadn't meant her any harm, they would have never done what they had, they would have never hurt her as deliberately, as remorselessly, too. How? How had it come to this? She couldn't understand it. Why, all of a sudden? Who had told him? Had someone done it, or had he found out on his own? She had neglected resonating throughout her recovery, so had his damn assassin spotted them at some point today, somehow? Or was it something else? All the questions she dared ask herself, she knew, amounted to nothing. The harm was done. Her fortune had been cast, and this time, there was no doubt the so-called luck she had been granted all through her life had run out completely. No explanations had been given. She hadn't asked for any, either, for she had lost grip on her own voice, her own strength, all of it had fled her, for the magnitude of this ordeal was eating her away from the inside, destroying every fiber, every component, of whoever she had been once. For this was the outcome they had known could happen. The outcome they had mistakenly assumed would never take place, because for so long it hadn't, because so far, everyone who had discovered the truth had intended to protect their secret. Either someone had gone back on their word, whether deliberately or by accident, or someone had discovered the truth on their own right, and they had believed this to be the perfect opportunity to destroy them. She had made no shortage of enemies over the years, but that someone, anyone, would believe her deserving of this living nightmare she was trapped within right now, certainly shook her to her core. Her pride had been utterly annihilated, her emotions were completely obliterated, her soul was nothing but chaos and strife. Her mind was full of the desperate, mournful cries of the dragon who had failed to save her, her body felt broken, and the pain of her throbbing shoulder, of each spot where those damn gloved hands had held her down, overflowed her very existence. And yet, in the most devastated shape she had ever been in, her thoughts were as distant from herself as she could be. For all she could think of was Sokka. She should have found it in her to thaw herself out of this state of paralyzed misery, she should have forced herself to get up, to liberate Xin Long from whatever restraints held him down, urging him to rush, at haste, to Sokka's place, but the fear and panic had kept her from conveying any coherent thoughts to Xin Long. The dragon had only focused on what was happening to her, not pondering that he might still be able to save his second rider if he broke out of the refuge on time to do so, and by now, Azula suspected, it would be too late. Too late. What would Oze do to him? What would his damn soldiers dare do, too? Would he be able to fight back, or would they seek to kill him on sight? She should have warned him, she should have done something, but with what strength? With what willpower? Both had been broken. Once she found a way to thaw herself, if she ever did, there was no doubt that she'd regret this. She'd berate herself, endlessly, for not helping him, for not finding a way to save him. Hell, in some ways, she already did. And even then, she couldn't move a single inch. The tears streamed down her face freely, her breath didn't hitch, her shoulders didn't shake. All she could do was tremble violently and will herself whole again, for she was no help to anyone this way. She had to get it together, to find a way to save him, because if she couldn't, her father would kill him. Her father would kill Sokka. Her lips finally parted with a grieving cry, she shook, she shrank in place, letting further tears stream down her face. They had doomed themselves from the start, more so in recent times, with their carelessness. So trusting they had been, so sure their relationship would overcome every challenge ahead, for it had for years, and now they found otherwise. Now they had been cut to size, their arrogance and carelessness were punished in the most heartless manner of all. Their love, which they had meant to protect as best they could, now lay broken to shreds, shattered by the wrath of a man who knew himself invincible. They had lost. Tears poured down her eyes, again and again, and she guessed they wouldn't stop until the morning arrived, if they ever stopped at all. How to stop them, truly? Everything they had fought for had been cast into flames. All they had built, every single ambition, every goal, all of it, gone in a single night. Would she ever even see him again? Would she be able to reach him, before the worst happened? Whether to save him, or maybe to join him and perish alongside him. For what was the point of living in a world without him? More sobs shook her, and the breeze blew, and the curtains rustled, and the pain didn't mitigate in the least for any of it. There was no defeating this agony. There was no overcoming it. Her only option was surrender. Fighting back would only make everything worse. How many would pay the price for their so-called transgressions? How many people had she failed to save from being affected by their sins? She couldn't help the darkness of her thoughts, the dreadful paths they took her through, on the very worst night of her life. The fear, the regrets, the overpowering misery, saw her lying across her bed, the very place where her whole soul had been brutalized and destroyed, where all her hopes for the future had died in a single instant. All of it, by the Fire Lord's orders. Chapter 237, The Ultimate Gladiator 8. Ships didn't often set sail in the night. The soldiers manning the entrance of the bay weren't any stricter at late hours than during the day, but it was notoriously more difficult to navigate with hindered visibility. Many naval accidents took place in darkness, or during storms, for that reason. The bay would see more ships than usual sailing away that night. Not only the foolhardy and reckless, testing their navigation skills by tempting fate, would be out at sea on that dark night. One small vessel took off first, a few hours after dusk, after hasty, last-minute preparations that saw its 3 occupants disappearing in the dark horizon. Less than an hour later, an Imperial Guard had stormed through the bay, seeking out any available ships as hastily as possible. The sleepy, yet opportunistic sailors, had rushed to alert their ship captains of this rare opportunity to earn the goodwill of such a highly ranked official. Countless jumped at the chance to offer him passage to any of the nearby islands, as generously as could be, gushing about the high quality of their ships, only for the guard to choose the least conspicuous one, to their absolute disappointment. "We'll be ready to set sail in an hour, if that's all right by you, good sir," said the smirking old captain, who only had the help of 2 energetic teenagers to sail his vessel. "If it must be that long, I will accept it, but the sooner you're ready, the better," Ruishi had said, urgently. The old man now grimaced before nodding. Well, I guess we could cut it to 20 minutes. Maybe? We'll, go get ready now, then, good sir. Thank you, Ruishi said, releasing a slow breath. He hadn't removed his helmet so far. It was ill-advised to do so when so many disappointed sailors might catch a glimpse of his face. If only he could have found someone quicker than he had, a single, discreet ship captain instead of all these people. He'd have to pay all of them for their silence before he took off, he suspected. But as he had refrained from announcing where he needed the ship to go, he still had some means to protect Song's future whereabouts. The less people knew where she was headed, the better. She had kept her distance from the wild sailors, watching emptily as Ruishi arranged matters with the crew of his chosen ship. By the time he turned to look at her, she appeared just as devastated as she had been half an hour ago, once they had left the house for what he suspected would be the last time. He had helped her pack her belongings and found a carriage to drive them to the bay. She had appeared half dead through most of it, absent-minded whenever she wasn't outright crying. Even as he held her in his arms again, as they traveled to the bay at haste, she had been unable to react any differently. Her whole world had collapsed around her, and while that had happened countless times to the young woman, she couldn't help but grieve profoundly each time it did. Ruishi stepped closer, breathing slowly as he reached for her hand. Song gritted her teeth under that contact, finding no comfort in the gesture. Not when she knew it might be the last time she touched him at all. Such thoughts were the ones that constantly resulted in her emotional outbursts. She sobbed and jumped in his arms, shoulders shaking violently, as Ruishi rubbed her back as soothingly as he could, despite knowing nothing he did or said at this point would suffice. Someone who had lost hope as many times as Song had deserved better, so much better, than this nightmare, than seeing her whole life fall apart once again, while being utterly powerless to prevent it. They're setting everything up. You should be safe soon, if all goes well, Ruishi said. Song shook her head, and he sighed. Song. How can I be safe, while you fight alone to help them? Ruishi, I can't. I don't know how to let go, I don't want to, I never thought we'd have to either. Not truly, Ruishi admitted, his voice frail as he lowered his head. I still don't even know how any of this came to pass. All I know is that at least saving me is enough. Song said, shaking her head. Still, I'm not worth this much, Ruishi. You're worth more than you'll ever understand. Every sacrifice I must make to ensure you live on. I'll make it gladly, Ruishi said, gritting his teeth. She winced in his arms, clinging to his armor. Don't say that, Ruishi, it sounds like you're expecting to. Song. She was startled when he released her from his grip, when he removed his helmet slowly, revealing his tear-streaked face, the heavy bags under his eyes, the panic that was apparent in them, too. Her chest tightened for it all. I know I shouldn't make promises I can't know if I will be able to keep, he said, his voice trembling, but if I won't put you in danger in doing so, I swear I will come to you. You won't be alone even while I'm not there, but I will come back for you, if it is within my power to do so. And I'll do everything I can to make it so. I won't be alone. Song asked, shivering as she gazed at him with despair. What do you mean? I will write a letter now. A message, for friends you'll stay with, Ruishi said, lowering his gaze. They know about you, they will keep you safe. They will want to protect you, I'm sure of it. It won't be easy, I'm not quite foolish enough to believe otherwise, but you will be able to live freely, at least until this catastrophe blows over in whichever manner it may. I can't be the only one who gets to do that. Song sobbed, shaking her head. I know I'm weak and useless, Ruishi, I can't help in any way, but I want to stay with you. I don't know what life awaits me, going forward, Ruishi said, gritting his teeth. What I do know, is that I can't drag you into it with me. Song shook her head, frantically, but Ruishi's hands cupped her face just before he pressed a gentle, delicate kiss upon her lips. She slowed her head's movements for it, wanting nothing but to yell and demand he let her stay with him, no matter what, for she would face whatever hardships came next by his side. She could do it, she was sure of that, no matter how painful it might be. Because none of this was right. That all four of them would be torn away from each other, in whatever sense they were, how could any of them possibly live with that? And yet she knew Ruishi meant to do his damnedest to help Sokka and Azula, in the days ahead. Ensuring Song was safe was but a first step, one in a dangerously dark path that not even Ruishi himself knew where it would lead him. The only certainty any of them could have, at this point, was that life would never again be what it had been throughout the last 4 years. Everything was poised to change, forced to, by the Fire Lord's design. And no brutal, radical change brought by that man's hand would ever be in their favor. Who knew when would be the next time she would be free to do this? Who knew if she would ever even see Ruishi again, to begin with? Her whole soul appeared to shatter at those thoughts, and suddenly she found herself kissing him back passionately, desperately, conveying all her pain, all her grief, all her anguish for the future, and Ruishi received it, reciprocating her uncontrolled emotions with his own. For his heart was breaking, just as hers was. For he was just as unwilling to say goodbye as she was, but he knew it had to be done. Keeping her safe mattered more to him than anything else. His chest heaved against his armor once their lips parted. His tearful eyes fell upon her features once again, finding the despair in her eyes had been joined by compassion, too. She knew how hard this was for him. She understood his pain completely, and Ruishi couldn't have asked for anything more than that. "We should go to the ship now," Ruishi said, quietly. Song sniffed, closing her eyes tightly, before nodding, once. Ruishi put on his helmet once again, after having dropped it on the pile of luggage they had brought with them. Song hadn't been able to bring everything regardless, but her most important belongings were safely within those bags. It was a small relief, but Ruishi hoped that, as broken-hearted as she might be, the knowledge that she wouldn't have to return to being the empty-handed, helpless girl in a slave market would appease her slightly, someday. He helped hoist the bags onto the small ship. It wasn't equipped for big journeys, Song realized, so she wasn't going to be acing SE with her mother, was she? It wasn't a likely outcome, truth be told, for any ships traveling that far would undergo countless, thorough security checks at every port they might stop at, and if she were to become a wanted person, somehow, albeit she doubted she could ever be that important, due to her connection with Sokka, it would take them no time at all to track her down if she were headed to be acing SE. Ruishi helped her set her bags on the vessel before approaching the ship's captain. The two teenagers who would help him sail the ship appeared curious about Song, but they didn't dare ask her any questions yet. The ship captain nodded to Ruishi, understanding his instructions, and happily pocketing the money he had been given. Money not only to finance this trip, but to buy his silence, hopefully permanently. Once that was done, Ruishi approached Song, releasing a slow breath as he removed his helmet once again. Song gritted her teeth, stepping closer to caress his handsome face, the handsome face she knew she wouldn't see again for a long time, unless the universe were kinder than it had been so far. Considering the latest events, she questioned her luck could ever be that favorable. Wait. The letter, damn it, Ruishi said. Song gritted her teeth as he rushed to her bags, fishing out some ink and paper in which he could write a rushed explanation for the latest events. "Just give me a moment." "Take as long as you need," Song said, quietly. She didn't take her eyes off him as he worked, scribbling so quickly, under such poor lighting, that he couldn't be sure any of his letter made the slightest bit of sense. He sighed once he was finished signing it, though, and he tucked it back in Song's bag before taking another paper, jotting down further information across it before rising to his feet. "This one is for you," he said, handing her the last paper he had written on. "This boat shall take you where you need to go, and after you're safe on land, you'll follow these directions, and you'll be safe once you reach your destination, as long as all goes well." I understand," Song said, gritting her teeth. "You might be able to find out what's happening in the palace, even there," Ruishi said, unsure if that would reassure her at all. "If there were any surprisingly positive outcomes for this mess, you'd find out, for sure. If nothing does, though, you'll have to stay there for as long as possible. Until you can come find me?" Song asked, dubiously. Ruishi gritted his teeth, but nodded. "Indeed," he said, "though, well. Don't even say it." "If things don't turn out for the best," Ruishi said, through gritted teeth. Song covered her face with her hands as another onslaught of tears poured from her eyes. I suggest you wait, maybe a year, maybe two, before seeking out your mother. By then, it should be safe enough for you to do that. Still, keep an eye out on whatever is happening in the capital. It's impossible to tell what the Fire Lord will do after all this, or who he'll be unleashing his fury upon. Please, just. I know how hard this is, for all of us," Song said, pleadingly, raising her tearful gaze towards him once more. "I know this is the last thing any of us thought would happen at this point, but I beg you, Ruishi, do everything you can to survive. If I get to live, then so should you." I will do my best," Song Ruishi said, caressing her hair as she sobbed again. I'm I'm going to miss you so much, she said, her voice breaking. I love you. I will always, always love you, Ruishi said, gazing into her eyes. Song sobbed, nodding again. I'll always love you too, Ruishi. I'll always wait for you, no matter what. She said. He swallowed hard. You asked me to marry you. We had a future ahead of us, Ruishi, and you must come back. Why, you deserve to fulfill all our promises, more than anyone else. I will work tirelessly to make it so, Ruishi whispered, raising her hands to his lips to press a gentle kiss to her knuckles, but until I can make that a reality, knowing that you wanted to share that life with me will suffice. It will be enough to always remind me that none of what we lived through together so far, or what we might yet go through in the future, could ever be in vain. Song nodded again, and again until she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him willfully. He responded in kind, both utterly unaware and unconcerned over the shy glances of the two teenagers, as well as the unabashed curiosity of the ship's captain, for nothing mattered as much as their final kiss did. They savored it for as long as they dared, making the most of one last moment spent together, of one last moment of basking in their love, which would remain unbroken and resolute, no matter the distance between them. No matter how long they had to live without each other. Ruishi broke the kiss once they were both breathless. His brow pressed to Song's, and she tried to breathe him in, to feel him close by, for just one more moment of selfishness. But it was selfishness indeed. Ruishi had to go, as soon as possible, if he hoped to continue dodging the suspicions of his fellow Imperial guards. He had, so far, slipped through their raid quietly, raising no suspicions, and he had created himself a window of opportunity to help Song that way, but it was only a small window. And the longer they lingered together, the bigger the risk he'd take, and his unlikely opportunity to help save Sokka and Azula would become unlikelier yet. So, as pained as she was by letting him go, by separating their bodies, Song still relinquished her embrace, letting her hands rest on his chest, until he stepped back, collecting his helmet before turning towards the ship's ramp. Tears poured from Song's eyes once more as he walked away, as his shape became blurry in the dark night, even as she rushed to the ship's edge to see him, until the last moment. Her watery vision certainly didn't help matters much, but she could see his silhouette clearly enough as he put on his helmet again. All right, boys, let's get moving, eh? She barely heard the captain's command, but she did hear the two teenagers unfastening the ship from the dock, and then collecting the ramp, and she couldn't want anything more than to jump off the damn vessel and run to Ruishi again. But the water soon started to pull them away from the pier, away from the port. Away from the city that had changed her life, away from the world where everything she had ever taken for granted had been challenged completely, from fearing and hating Fire Nation soldiers, she had come to need and love one with every last ounce of her soul, which appeared to have been completely smashed to bits now that she could no longer be with him. From taking for granted the world would only ever continue on a dark path, she had found herself dreaming of what had once appeared impossible upon hearing of how two of her closest friends, one of whom was the princess, no less, were changing things for the better, only for those hopes to lie dead and gone once again, after what was shaping into one of the darkest nights in Fire Nation history. The ship sailed deeper into the dark waters, crossing the barriers, pulling her away from the man she loved, from the life she had grown to cherish far more than she had ever truly realized she did, not knowing whether destiny would ever bring her back to these shores, not knowing if she would ever find her way back to those she loved most, not knowing what her future, which had finally started to appear promising, would shape into anymore. And so, she journeyed into that uncertain horizon, broken, devastated. Alone. Forceful hands tugged at the chains, careless about inflicting further pain to the already weakened man who could barely make any sense of his surroundings. The building he had been led to was unknown, but even though his whole body ached, and his mind was plagued with sorrows, he wasn't so far out of it that he might fail to understand this was the infamous prison tower. The general of the guards barely bothered explaining the circumstances to the local warden, who seemed briefly hesitant about fulfilling these sudden orders until he remembered himself and who he was talking to. He was dragged away forcefully again after that brief pause, but this time up a flight of stairs that, weakened as he was, appeared endless to him. Then, the general's hand had grabbed him by the shoulder with unnecessary strength. He also seemed to have heated his palm intentionally to inflict more pain upon him. The next thing he knew, he had been tossed on a hard, stone floor, and a new shackle joined the previous ones, this time anchoring his right foot to the wall. This should do, Xiaofeng announced to the other guards and the wardens who had entered the prison block with him. Spare little expense for this one, Warden Poon. He shouldn't stay long. Sokka snarled at those words, failing to raise his head on time, to muster any strength, before the metal door of his cell closed behind the soldiers. All of them appeared utterly unconcerned with his reactions to their cruelty. And naturally, of course, General, said the warden, nodding positively. That being said, I guess I could be mistaken, but is this? You are not to speak of this to anyone else, Xiaofeng said, pointedly. Warden Poon grimaced but fell silent anew. I can explain further downstairs, if I must. Come. Sokka snarled. He pushed himself up on all fours, his arms trembling as he glared at the exiting soldiers. See, come back, you bastards. He managed to hiss, come back, damn. Just tell me what's happened to. No one appeared to hear his words, not even the last of the soldiers who left the prison block, vanishing as they climbed down the spiral stairs at the furthermost end of the large floor. Sokka gasped, the sound akin to a choked cry as he shrank in place, shivering, aching inside and out. Countless tears had spilled down his face already, and it seemed they were due to do so one more time, mixing with the blood, trailing down the burns that didn't appear to ease up. If anything, they grew more intense with every passing moment. He still didn't understand it. He knew, of course he knew, that they were hiding their secret worse than ever in recent times, but for things to escalate to this extent. Who on earth could have found out, or rather, who, out of so many who had unraveled the truth, would have been quite so merciless as to reveal it to Oze? He coughed, spitting blood on the filthy cell's floor. He pushed himself up with difficulty, his arms threatening to give way even though all he intended to do was sit against the dim wall. His labored breathing echoed across the large chamber, empty save for himself, until he finally reached the position he was aiming for, resting against the wall. Indeed, resting had to be the wrong word, though. There was no rest possible, no respite, no relief to be found, not after his life had been turned upside down in what appeared to have been mere minutes to him. He wanted to think it was nothing but a bad dream, one he would awaken from with the certainty that they had to be more careful, that they would need to hold back their recklessness, but try as though he might to detach from the pain, to let his mind flutter away from his current circumstances, he couldn't succeed at it. It was too real, too agonizing. However dark his dreams could get, even his nightmares were kinder than General Xiaofeng. He had refused to explain anything, as had his guards. He had given him no real answers, nothing that could assuage the wild desperation that had taken hold of his heart. Desperation intended not for himself, no, but for his partner. For she wasn't likely to be locked up in here too, perhaps they wouldn't treat her as they had him, but the likelihood was that she would be subjected to just as much pain, in other ways, instead. His breathing rhythm grew more agitated every time he thought about her, every time he reasoned with whatever torment Oze would intend to force upon his daughter. She had to escape somehow, she had Xin Long, didn't she? She could just jump on his saddle and fly away before anyone could get to her. Oh, how he hoped she'd done that. He didn't care if she couldn't come back on time to save him, not at all, as long as she could spare herself this pain. But that was just a hopeful fantasy, a wishful image he wanted to cling to when he knew reality would never be quite so forgiving. An old conversation came to mind, from when the very girl he'd fought earlier that day had discovered their relationship. If things are anything like how they were with the Earth Kingdom nobility, they'd have already checked to see just how badly her purity has been damaged. Sokka shuddered against the wall, lowering his head as those thoughts solidified in his head. He raised his shackled hands, clasping his matted, disorderly hair, pulling at it, hard, inflicting himself even more pain than the guards already had. And no, Azula, no. He cried, shivering violently, shaking his head weakly. Had Oze truly given that dim order? Had he authorized a purity examination? If so, had she been able to resist? Or? No. Sokka's voice rose in volume, as his pain, his rage, his urge to protect the woman he loved joined forces to fill him with strength he lacked. Strength he couldn't possibly make any use of, not for real. Not while he remained locked behind bars, under who knew how many layers of security, beyond anyone's help. And so, Sokka screamed. He screamed with all the power his lungs could offer him. With all the might he dared evoke, for as battered, bruised and tormented as his heart might be, it still could beat powerfully, furiously, filling him with strength enough to fell armies, to annihilate this world, the wretched world that deserved no forgiveness whatsoever, for what had been done to her, for all the suffering she had been forced to endure, by her dim father's design. He held his shouting, his outburst of pure agony, for as long as he could sustain it. Until he was breathless, until his whole body gave away, leaving him panting, crying, leaning forward over his own frame. And once the outburst was over, nothing had changed. His fury hadn't spared her from the sorrows, he hadn't been able to turn back time and run to save her before they dared touch her as they most likely had, he had failed her. He had successfully brought her to the highest of heights, and then doomed her to the depths of the very worst nightmares, all in a single day. He had known, since the very beginning, that it could come to this. That if he had dared act on his early impulses, on his base attraction to a princess he had scarcely trusted at the time, he would wind up in a prison cell, merely waiting for the hours to slip by until it was time to be executed. That was why he had resisted, at first. It was why he had believed that perhaps he could convince her to let go, to change her mind, to find someone better than him, for he hadn't been ready to sacrifice his life over an ill-fated dalliance with an expiration date. And then she had kissed him. With just that kiss, all his certainties, all his hopes that he might outgrow a simple crush and an instinctive attraction to her had been dashed and destroyed. With just that moment of daring defiance, of caving into reckless impulses she had acted on, everything had changed inside him, for good. Nothing had ever been simple again, from that moment onwards. But the biggest of all changes had been his sudden found willingness to die indeed, if she so willed it. If she wanted him, then whatever he could offer her, he would give it to her without a second thought. He had been ready to sacrifice his very life if, by doing so, he could bring her true happiness. He hadn't needed to go that far, though, and she had been genuinely happy for years. Through every day their love grew and evolved, through every moment they shared and stole, through every lesson they learned from each other, or together, her cold-blooded glares had shifted into the warmest gold he had ever witnessed, matching her beautiful fire. Her vicious barbs had softened, teasing him playfully where she had once intended to prove her utmost superiority, above all else. Her absolute determination to see her ambitions fulfilled, no matter the cost, had changed in nature as she grew attached to so many people they had met through their journey, and instead of fighting her own battles, she fought for everyone else, too. Where she had once been outraged by their differences of opinion, she had grown to listen to him even in the darkest of moments, longing to understand him, to empathize with him, to feel life through him, as he did the same through her. If they had been caught at first, when everything began, when their exchanges had yet to truly reach the heights they had, he would have still been subjected to this treatment, to this humiliation, to this torture, to this torment, to the knowledge that his life would soon end. He would have been furious, but in a sense, he would have been grateful too, grateful to finally be given no choice but to die, when he had been sure that was all he could ever deserve after what he'd done in the amateur arena. But they had been caught now, when everything was different, when their lives were so intertwined that their life forces were one, when their relationship was such a source of pride and strength that it had brought back his will to live, when he could never resent her for anything anymore, for he loved her so damn much he would willingly bleed himself out if it meant he could save her from this nightmare. If he could give his life so she could be spared, if his life were worth that much for the Fire Lord, he'd sacrifice himself without thinking twice of it. He knew, however, that it wasn't. His death would be no guarantee for Angela's safety, it wouldn't preserve her well-being, it wouldn't appease Ose's certain wrath. The Fire Lord would likely intend to punish his daughter for what she'd done, and if Ose had any special skills whatsoever, they were exclusively related to unraveling people's weak points and how to exploit them most painfully. It was how he had always cornered people into doing his bidding, how he had attempted to corner Sokka himself, long ago. How he had hoped to corner Angela, through the speech he had imposed upon her during the festivals. This time, however, there would be no stops pulled, no compassion for the daughter whom he might never forgive for what she'd done. What fate could possibly await her now? What else, but to lose everything she had fought and worked for, across all these years? Sokka gritted his teeth, sobbing desperately, this was, naturally, the bigger reason why they ever should have held back, the one true motive to do so. He had started holding back for his own sake, but the more he loved her, the less he cared about his own well-being and the more he cared for hers, because she deserved to shine, to lead her nation out of the darkness her father had submerged it into. Because their personal needs, their growing affection for one another, could never outdo the world's urgency for a leader like Angela. But now it seemed that leadership would never take office. Not if Jose's punishments continued to be as brutal as they had been so far, not if they were geared towards destroying everything Angela had ever held dear. The enforcers, the rehabilitation center, the slavery laws, all her projects, all her dreams, he would be merciless with them all, as he was with all his enemies. He would never forgive what she'd done, he'd never accept that perhaps it shouldn't be up to him to choose the person Angela ought to share her lifetime with. It was the worst-case scenario. They had been unprepared, utterly so, unable to put into practice any of the escape ideas they had ever debated, in case they ever cut it too close for comfort again. And yet what hurt the most, more than whatever broken bones they might have left him with, more than the bleeding nose, than the scorched skin, was the knowledge that he couldn't be there to shield her from the worst of it. He had trained so hard, for so long, only for none of it to help him protect and save her when it mattered most. Lost in his miserable thoughts as he was, desperate to be of use, to save her in any way he possibly could, he hardly noticed the muffled footsteps that approached his cell again until they were at the very doors. Sokov flinched, recognizing the boots as those of an imperial guard, and he raised his head to shoot an angry, albeit tearful, glare at the man. To find he carried a tray in his hands. Pressed to the wall as he was, Sokov couldn't do anything to take advantage of the guard's sudden visit to escape. He wouldn't make it very far in this shape, he knew as much, especially when, even in success, he scarcely knew where he was and he'd likely be caught quickly. The thought still crossed his mind, for if he was to die anyway, what was the difference in dying while trying to flee than by dying in a pyre? And yet the chance to still be of some use to Angela, even when his life was as good as forfeit, was enough to stop him from acting impulsively. The guard produced a set of keys from his pocket, then he entered his cell and he knelt before Sokov, setting down the tray quietly. Sokov's confusion increased. The guard relieved him from the shackles on his hands, as well as the ones that kept his feet together, though not the one that kept him attached to the wall. "Don't have a key for that one. You'll have to put up with it, I guess," said the guard. Sokov gritted his teeth, disregarding the regained comfort of his free hands as he, instead, reached for the guard desperately. "Tell me what happened to her, please, tell me she's..." he asked, his voice a broken mess. The guard shook his head. "I don't know. I wasn't part of the purity examination." They didn't," Sokov said, gritting his teeth as he shook his head. He had known, deep in his heart, that it had likely happened, but accepting that she had been subjected to such an abhorrent practice overwhelmed his battered heart with crippling grief. They couldn't have, not to Angela. "The Fire Lord demanded it," the guard answered. "I don't know how he discovered your affair, if that was your next question, and even if I did, I shouldn't be here now." "No, please, you're the only one giving me any answers. I can't pretend I know more than I've shared so far. I'm sorry. Even this much, if I'm caught offering you any kindness, I might as well wind up as your cellmate. This is as far as I dare go." Sokov gritted his teeth but lowered his gaze. The tray the man had brought for him bore a few stale buns of bread, a set of faded red and maroon prison clothes, but most importantly, a basin with water he could use to clean up, even if not thoroughly, and a green salve in a cup. An ointment for the injuries, Sokov realized, as the guard rose to his feet and returned to the cell's door. Thank you," Sokov managed to say, his throat closing in just upon saying those words. Perhaps he shouldn't be grateful for anything, considering he was a condemned man as he was, but he had expected to find no allies amongst the men Xiaofeng had brought with him for his sting operation. Even if this one was merely taking pity on him, for whatever reason, Sokov was in no position to refuse any charitable moves made on his behalf. "If anyone asks you how any of this happened, please lie, or just say nothing," the guard asked. Sokov nodded. "It's only in your best interest to do so." I know. You took a big risk, a really big one just by doing this," Sokov said, shuddering as a rush of pain tormented him. If you can do anything for her, then please. I don't ask for more, you don't have to help me again, just help her. I'll do my best, said the guard, nodding. Goodbye, Gladiator. The word rang in Sokka's head, bouncing back and forth, as its meaning threatened to overtake him. He had thought gladiators were but cheapened versions of noble warriors, when he had first been recruited in Huiyi. He hadn't thought much more of them once he joined the Superior League, never knowing, never understanding, that all eyes were set on him. That him and Azula, together, had reshaped that whole league, and with their actions, they had surpassed unthinkable boundaries, bringing change to countless territories across the world. By now, the term was no longer a tasteless insult, it was, instead, a badge he bore with pride. If he was meant to die for loving her, he would step into the arena and face the enemy that declared as much, just as he had faced countless others in the past. He would fight, to his fullest, to prove what he knew, deep in his heart, to be true. There was no shame, whatsoever, in having loved a woman as extraordinary as Azula. And if he truly was meant to die, then he hoped to do so with as much dignity as he could muster, no matter the circumstances, fighting every battle as if it was his last. Going the extra mile, every time, if that meant he'd live for one more day. For, with each new day he survived, the hopes to overcome their dreadful circumstances would survive as well, just as it had been in Huiyi. Every opportunity of survival meant that perhaps the right chance to fight back, to defend the weak and the helpless, to protect the ones he loved most deeply, wouldn't be completely beyond his reach. Each moment his painful heart continued to beat was just another moment of bearing that title, of embodying everything it represented, of carrying every man he'd ever killed across each scar on his body. Unlike how it had been in the past, he no longer found shame in being who he was. He raised his head, blue eyes glowing with renewed, determined fierceness. Whatever came next, he would not break, he would not falter. He didn't know how he'd go about it yet, but he would fight for the one he loved most, no matter what came his way, for that was what it meant to be a gladiator. It was well past midnight already. The city was quiet, as it ever was, at such late hours, yet the palace was a hub of activity, all of it with an underlying layer of tension spreading from the lowest of servants to the highest-ranked officers under the Fire Lord's direct orders. Only rare events, such as the festival's ball, would see so many torches and lanterns lit through the night, so many servants rushing back and forth across the corridors, so many guards at the heights of stress. Ruishi was grateful, to a fault, that the wild activity across the building appeared to result in many people disregarding the surveillance of potential key locations in the midst of this disaster. One such location was, of course, the place he decided to visit upon returning from the bay, even if he wasn't sure the outcome would be quite as positive as he hoped to make it, but he had to try, nonetheless. He didn't conspicuously walk through the palace gates, especially since no one was supposed to know he had left the building at all, following fit with the princess's frequent resourceful solution, which he had resorted to a few times in the past as well. Ruishi returned through the underground tunnels. It was comforting to walk through their darkness, to cry with abandon where no one could see, to grieve despite he hoped that he wouldn't keep Song waiting for too long, but seeing as his plans so far weren't solid enough to guarantee he'd ever see her again, the sense of foreboding finality that clung to their last kiss would likely haunt him until he finally saw her again, if he ever did. He found his way to the palace's basement, a location he had most definitely not wanted to revisit, after knowing what his charge had done with her lover here, on the very day after she had surrendered her virtue to him. Strange that something he had once found so infuriating and unacceptable now hurt him in a wholly different way. He had never wanted their love to come to this, he had grown so complacent, so sure it never would, for they had overcome every hurdle they'd faced together. Although he certainly didn't wish to admit it to their faces, he had even learned how valuable love was through them, how no fear, no risks, were ever quite as great as the genuine bliss and joy to be found in a true lifelong partner. All the pain, all the misery, appeared to be worth it, as long as the sorrows were replaced by the fulfillment of a love worth fighting for. But it was hard to say if that was how it'd be this time. He had every intention to help them protect their love, their lives, but even now, he was drawing blanks as to how to go about it. He only knew what the final stage of such a plan would be, though, and that was why he sped his way to the dragon's refuge, casting wary glances about himself before approaching the building. Agonic, furious roaring greeted him even before he reached the closed doors. Ruishi froze at the heavy locks within the building's gates. The refuge was meant to be a shelter for the dragon, but also a prison, if need be, and it only became clear to him now that each gate would be locked so firmly, under such heavy chains. Ruishi was hesitant at first, but he breathed deeply and made his way to a strategic door, hidden from most the lights, close to a wall where apparently no guards were patrolling at the moment. He knew this would be dangerous for himself, even if he intended to set the dragon free. The bond between this dragon and his rider was tight, and there was no doubt that he would be as outraged, as miserable, over what she had been subjected to, as Angela herself would be. He stopped by the chain, shrinking in place, creating a deadly, sharp fire dagger with which he slowly melted the metal, as quietly as he could afford to do so. Once the chain crumbled, he moved to the lock underneath, and as he worked, the dragon's mighty roars suddenly stopped. Ruishi breathed deeply once the gate was finally free to be opened, and he pulled the door up as quietly as could be, to find the wrathful glare of a ferocious dragon greeting him, blue fire blazing in his fangs. Xian. Xian Long, Ruishi called him, swallowing hard as he approached the dragon warily. Whether the creature recognized him or not, Ruishi couldn't tell. His eyes were mere slits, the gold of them glowing with a ferocity Ruishi was sure he had never seen in them before. The jovial, mischievous creature had been far more serious after the last attack on the Fire Nation, but even that was nothing compared with the absolute wrath he was consumed by right now. Xian Long, just listen to me. It's me, Ruishi. Ruishi said, raising his hands to remove his helmet. See? I'm sorry, Xian Long. I should have protected her better, we all should have, but whatever happened, whatever the Fire Lord discovered, he acted too swiftly. I didn't even know until. Ruishi snarled as he spoke, tears burning in his eyes anew as the fingers clutching his helmet trembled too. Oh, if only he hadn't been on patrol, if he had caught wind of what was happening, he would have smuggled her out of the palace at haste if need be, warned her, told her to take Sokka and Song and escape as fast and far as she could go. Xian Long's grunt brought him back to reality. The dragon approached him, menacing, as though demanding for more than just excuses, for more than just explanations. What would they do now? How would they save Angela? I don't have a full plan yet, Ruishi admitted, stepping forward and lowering his gaze, but I am working on it. I mean for you to take part in it, too. If you can, fly away, right now, since you have a chance. Stay at a certain distance, until she calls for you. I'll cover up for how I broke the lock somehow. If I do, they might not notice you're gone for some time. As it is, no one can know what punishments the Fire Lord might resort to, so you'll be safer if you're not here. Xian Long growled angrily, and Ruishi swallowed hard. It was the truth, unpleasant as it might be, and he knew Xian Long's fury wasn't directed at himself, but at Oze. There was truly no telling how far the man might go, and the more damage control they did preemptively, the better off they'd be. I'll do my best to save them. This I vow to you, Ruishi said, bowing his head in the dragon's direction. Xian Long growled. Ruishi nearly jumped when he felt the creature's snout brushing against his cheek, a grateful gesture, of the sorts the dragon surely didn't expect he'd perform for absolutely anyone until he knew his rider would be safe. Yet Ruishi was offering hope, and as frail, and fleeting, as it might be, it was all anyone could cling to at this point. Ruishi patted the dragon's snout gently, nodding appreciatively before spurring him on. Xian Long grunted in agreement, pacing towards his saddle. If he was to be ready to help Angela get away quickly, he'd do best to wear it. The guard understood the dragon's wordless request, picking up the saddle and strapping it properly upon Xian Long's body before bowing one more time in his direction. Stay alert, and focus on your connection to her, as much as you can, Ruishi said. I know it will hurt, but it's the only way you'll know when she needs you. Take care of yourself now, we'll see each other again soon, if all goes well. Xian Long huffed in agreement, nodding promptly before trotting towards the only open doorway and bolting at full speed to the sky. There was no playfulness to be found in him, not on what was shaping into the darkest night the Fire Nation had seen in a long time. Ruishi breathed deeply, stilling himself before stepping out of the refuge and pulling the door closed. It was one step, a vital one, and he had pulled it off. Every other element of the plan would have to come to him gradually, but until then he had to return to his fellow guards, both to instruct them and to dismiss any suspicions about his whereabouts, once the group tasked with taking Sokka to the prison tower returned. After setting the chain in place again, hiding the melted ends from plain sight, he nearly raced to the barracks, choosing to move through the gardens rather than the inside of the palace. He didn't want to risk bumping into anyone who might question his urgency, and as long as he made his way with certainty and without betraying how his innards twisted nervously with every passing moment, no one would be likely to think there was anything out of place with yet another guard crossing the palace grounds. He strode into the barracks with that same confidence, casting wary glances about himself, only to find most the building appeared empty, despite the lanterns at the dining room were still lit. He breathed out in relief. The other group wasn't back yet. He had no doubts his squad would vouch for him, never revealing he had disappeared while Xiaofeng wasn't paying attention. Rui. Ruishi. Fei Li called his name, once Ruishi crossed the door to the dining room and removed his helmet. Ruishi. Oh, hell, we didn't know where you were. For a minute we feared that he would have gotten me too. Ruishi asked, raising an eyebrow. I had some things to do. Things the general shouldn't know about. Not like any of us would tell him shit anyway, Fei Li growled, tightening his fists. Curse him, curse the Fire Lord, curse them all. And yeah, I dare say whatever I want right now because who cares, they'll find a way to kill us for this, no matter what happens next. Might as well say what I really think, eh. All the better, said Taro, sighing as he held his head between his hands, his elbows resting on one table. After all this, I don't even know if I want to continue serving the Fire Lord. Let him do what he will. I suspect a few of you may feel this way, but... Ruishi started, only for Tai Wei to scoff. You feel this way more than any of us, Ruishi. You're not fooling us, Tai Wei said. Ruishi grimaced. If the general has his sights set on someone, it's you, Fei Li said, frowning. The rest of us, we might even get off easy. But if he comes here to interrogate us, and you know he will, he'll likely get worse with you because he's had it out for you since the start, and... I know. And I'm not saying I won't do anything, all right. Ruishi said, running his hand through his hair. I'm working on a plan, but I don't know all the stages just yet. First of all, though, how is she? Does anyone know? No, nobody does, but... said Fei Li, lowering his gaze. It can't be good, finished Haoran, gritting his teeth. What do you need us to do, Ruishi? Whatever your plan requires, it'll take a while to figure it out, I fear, Ruishi admitted, and the likelihood is we'll be watched constantly, so putting anything too big into effect may not be easy. Still. Just before he could deliver the core of his idea, the sounds of footsteps outside silenced them. All the members of the third squad rose to their feet, following protocol seamlessly, just before Xiaofeng and his group finally entered the dining hall. Ah, stayed put like good boys, did you? Nice to know, Xiaofeng said, removing his helmet as he did a quick head count, though, naturally, what mattered most was confirming the damnable Ruishi was here indeed. As commanded, General, Fei Li said, his jaw set as he did his best not to react as explosively at the man as he wanted to. Very good, Xiaofeng said, breathing out slowly. It was a rather fruitful mission, as you all must want to know. Your close friend is now safely in Warden Poon's custody, waiting for the Fire Lord to choose when and how he'll be executed. I suppose, at this point, the only question is how many of you will be likely to share his fate. Ruishi didn't hold back his fierce glare. The rest of the guards tensed up around him, fearful of what the general's decision might be, well, all save Taro, who appeared to have decided dying was better than continuing to serve the general or the Fire Lord, at any rate. You'll answer every question when I ask them, understood? Xiaofeng said, and if I suspect you of any lies, they will answer to me, if so. No one quite expected Xiaofeng's intimidation attempt to be frozen on its tracks, especially Xiaofeng himself. Yet, upon turning around, he knew he would find a furious, scowling Fire Lord, golden eyes blazing as he regarded the third squad mercilessly. Somehow, Xiaofeng's humiliations and pretenses of superiority appeared far less daunting, and far easier to handle, than Oze was, at the moment, It felt as though he were a deadly viper who had been poked and prodded ceaselessly, and it was absolutely ready to tear into the flesh of whoever pushed his buttons one last time. "Fire Lord," said Xiaofeng, knowing his authority had been stolen away from him in a heartbeat. It wouldn't be him asking any questions, not anymore. Did any of you, any at all, have the slightest suspicion of the princess's treasonous dalliance?" Jose said. It seemed he could barely bring himself to utter the word affair, let alone would he use a more innocent one, such as romance, for, if you never reasoned that the greatest danger for her integrity was that accursed, foul mongrel, you are all but failures as guards, failures as protectors of your nation's leaders. Speak now, then, and speak truly, or else you will face my wrath, just as the blasted gladiator will. Jose's chest heaved as he glared at the whole group, waiting for an answer, from absolutely any of them. None dared speak, which meant, were they all complicit? Was that it, then? Had all of them been in on this damn secret and none of them ever revealed it too? "If I may, my lord. I, as well, am a member of the third squad." Rui Shi hadn't seen any benefit to Xiaofeng removing his helmet until now. The utter horror that crossed the man's face as Renkai stepped forward, towards the third squad, was the first welcome sight Rui Shi had witnessed on that unpleasant night. The rest of the guards were no less surprised, whether members of the first, second, or third squad. Everyone eyed Renkai warily as he, level-headed, cold-blooded, as though utterly unaffected by the circumstances, faced a Fire Lord no one else was willing to challenge that day. "You," Jose said, frowning. "I admit. I lacked any solid evidence to present to the general, when I first spoke to him of my suspicions," Renkai said, lowering his gaze. "That being said, shortly after I joined the third squad, once they had been promoted into Imperial Guards, I did report to General Xiaofeng that I suspected there might be hints of an affair between the princess and her gladiator." You knew about this? You knew this was a possibility all along, since their promotion?" Jose asked, though now his fury had been turned on Xiaofeng exclusively, who appeared utterly confused as to why Renkai had suddenly spoken words that would damn him even more than they would condemn the blasted third squad. "Do excuse me for expecting your daughter to know better than to sleep with a savage," Xiaofeng retorted, and for a moment the whole group of Imperial Guards appeared to fear the whole building would burst into flames, by the uncontrollable fury that surged in the Fire Lord's eyes. "Like I said, there was no solid evidence," Renkai said, through gritted teeth. "My suspicions couldn't even determine whether theirs was a genuine, physical affair or something entirely platonic. Whatever it was, I should have been warned. I should have known of this." Jose growled. "And you were part of the third squad, you say, but you weren't serving with the rest of them all along, were you?" "No, Sir," Renkai confirmed, nodding. "Therefore, the rest of you? None of you ever saw anything out of place, ever learned anything about the princess's treasonous activities before your promotion?" Jose growled, scowling at the other guards. Only for Renkai to speak again. "I cannot say for certain, my lord," he started, and Jose's furious glare turned to him yet again. "But I have suspected, since I first started to look into this matter to no avail, for either they covered their tracks far too effectively or there was nothing physical happening yet, that the princess's underlying reason to give her guards promotions may have been to clear the way for herself and her gladiator, to ensure they weren't quite as watched as they might have been in the past, when the squad served and answered her directly and exclusively. Then, it's possible this hasn't been happening for that long," Jose reasoned, frowning. "I suspect as much. I cannot say for certain, of course, but my fellow guards never showed any signs of treasonous behavior, or disloyalty to you and your reign," Renkai said, bowing his head towards Jose anew. Xiaofeng shot a furious glare at Rui Shi, who didn't waste the chance to glare back just as fiercely. I see, Jose said, lowering his gaze briefly before scowling at Xiaofeng anew. "You did your job, then." It was the general who somehow neglected his own. It was but a suspicion, one without enough substance or credibility. Xiaofeng snarled. Had Renkai been in the wrong, and if it's true that their affair wasn't physical all along, he would have certainly appeared to be wrong. It would have been my hide for dishonoring the princess in such a manner. I couldn't act on this single report, and I'd expect you would have reacted the same way I did if you'd heard of it then. And yet it took but one report for me to take the possibility seriously," Jose hissed back, shaking his head. "Quit pretending we are anything alike. Don't project your incompetence on me. Harsh words such as those wouldn't easily be spoken to the general, lest the other person have a death wish of any sort, yet this time, the other person was none but the Fire Lord, and if someone was likely to get away with such insults, it was him. Xiaofeng's outrage only increased, and even under the faint light of the lanterns it was clear his square face was flushing with fury and humiliation, yet before he could counter-attack, Ozai had scoffed and stormed off, walking past the many guards of the first and second squads as he returned to the main palace building. Xiaofeng shot Renkai a disbelieving stare before following Ozai. Renkai, as ever, remained nonchalant, standing with his hands behind his back, as though his actions hadn't caused no end of trouble for his superior officer. His fellow third squad members also gazed at him in disbelief, though of a very different nature. Had Renkai truly saved them from the ill fate Ozai would have certainly forced upon them? He seemed to want no recognition. He didn't even turn to look at anyone else, instead only following Xiaofeng's quick strides with his gaze, as though he had merely done his job, as though this was nothing but a triviality. Yet, without his input, the likelihood that any of them might have survived for another week would be a lot slimmer than it was right now. For Ozai's rage, of course, had been redirected towards Xiaofeng for disregarding that vital report. He heard his footsteps behind him, but it seemed the general was unable to match Ozai's furious pace. Ozai! He called for him, disregarding all protocol with such carelessness the Fire Lord turned towards him with a snarl. You will address me as one of your station should, General. He hissed. Fire Lord Ozai. Xiaofeng retorted, still glaring at his liege lord. What, exactly, do you intend to do next? Is that truly a necessary question, you buffoon? Ozai growled. I will have him executed. And if you continue to prove you're a failure, you might just end up joining him in his pyre. That isn't what I meant, Xiaofeng said, sternly. It's obvious what you'll do to the gladiator. What I'd like to know is what, exactly, will you do about your daughter? The last thing Ozai wanted to do, after clashing with Xiaofeng earlier, was conceding that he had a point about anything, and thus he didn't, merely scoffing in the man's direction as he stormed off towards his study. This time, Xiaofeng didn't follow, and it was certainly good that he didn't. If he continued to pester him, Ozai wasn't sure the man's damnable threats over him would still suffice for Xiaofeng to retain his job and rank. The usual guards posted at his study's door weren't there anymore. No, they had been ordered to stand outside of Angela's bedroom instead, ensuring the princess wouldn't dare do anything dangerous or foolish in retaliation for the uncovering of her affair. Ozai snarled as he slammed the door open, as he kicked it shut with unnecessary fire. Curses, his desk was destroyed. He had forgotten about that. He breathed out repeatedly, running his hands through his unusually disorderly hair, tugging at it hard enough his topknot came undone before long. What would he do about Angela? What indeed? Having to think of the future, that far ahead, made him sick. For it had been a promising future indeed, when her career as a leader of the Fire Nation had been spotless so far. Now, though, there was absolutely no way she'd ever become High Governor after this, without question. The enforcers? He'd hand control of the whole branch to someone else, no matter who. The same was true to the rehabilitation center nonsense. If he didn't shut that one down completely, frankly, he hadn't taken to doing so because, even now, the very concept had always sounded to him as something Ursa might have been pleased by. Right now, though, he was so furious that even if his wife miraculously returned on that very moment and praised him for championing their daughter's many great deeds, he'd still be willing to shut everything down. I'll be damned. Chief among all his daughter's pursuits and ambitions, however, was the one cause of this disaster. The very accursed business that had even brought her to seek out the worthless, barbaric, uncivilized scum that had tainted her in the first place. His brow drew as he made for the cabinets of his study, finding an elegant enough scroll for his purposes. After collecting a yet untouched ink set to replace the one he had destroyed with his outburst, Ozai stepped out of his study and made his way for a nearby room, where he could put his brush to work and craft a new, absolute decree he would never withdraw. Every day, Shoji arrived at his workplace at dawn. He would always smile brightly, looking forward to what fights would take place that day, to whom he might meet, to updating the ranking, no matter how long and exhausting that duty might be. Today, of course, on the aftermath of the big fight between the Blind Bandit and the Blue Wolf, it seemed the adrenaline the fight had stirred in all their bodies had yet to recede. Thus, Shoji was even more enthusiastic than he usually was, beaming as he finally reached the dome's long stairs. Only to find several other staff members crowding around the entrance, apparently unwilling or unable to enter the building, for some confusing reason. Must be a mistake. Does the chairman know of this? Beats me. But that's an actual Fire Lord decree, isn't it? If it is, then, it can't be a mistake, can it? Shoji frowned as he approached the group. Not everyone had arrived yet, so he slipped through his co-workers to glimpse the large scroll that had been pinned to the doors. The Superior Gladiator League is to be disbanded, and all its activities ceased permanently, on the 22nd day of the 5th month. By decree of Fire Lord Oze. Shoji's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as plates. What was that supposed to mean? How did that make the slightest bit of sense? Hadn't his daughter achieved an amazing feat in this very arena only the previous day? Was he trying to protect her triumph, somehow, by dismantling the League before anyone else could defeat her or the Blue Wolf? As unreasonable as it sounded, it would have seemed suitably erratic behavior for a royal, if only the Fire Lord had ever shown genuine interest in the Superior League so far. The princess's exploits were impressive, and yet they had never resulted in Fire Lord Oze visiting the dome to witness her achievements directly. Whatever this was, the reasoning behind it had to be something beyond Shoji's reckoning. Something he probably couldn't imagine, something he'd need far more information to unravel. But whatever that explanation might be, the truth was that he had woken up that day looking forward to his job, as he ever did, to find himself unemployed now. Unless something changed suddenly, unless this truly was a mistake, and it didn't appear to be one, he feared there would be no chance to convince the Fire Lord to reconsider this decision. Shoji's heart sank, a deep feeling of loss surging in his body as he lowered his gaze, as he heard the rest of his co-workers, if he still ought to think of them that way, debating the situation, mentioning that the chairman had been here merely a few minutes ago and claimed he would speak to the Fire Lord about this, whatever it was. But where the others seemed hopeful that the decision might yet be overturned, Shoji's lithe body trembled, for his gut told him otherwise. Big changes were stirring the Fire Nation, he could feel it. This one, he feared, was but the first of many. The Superior Gladiator League had been abolished. The most rational question to ponder now, difficult as it might be to think rationally at all, was whether other aspects of life in the Fire Nation, as they'd known it for the past years, might also be doomed to a similar, devastating fate. Guards have reported an onslaught of nobles at the palace gates. They are either sponsors from the Gladiator League, or part of the League's board. Apparently, even the chairman is there. A guaranteed backlash to your latest decision. Xiaofeng's words were as unwelcome as his presence on the next morning. Oze scowled so heavily his eyes were scarcely visible under his frown. Servants had brought a new desk for him to sit at in his study, nowhere near as polished and luxurious as his old one, not that it mattered, in the long run. It was probably better to stick to lousy ones until he could be sure nothing in his immediate vicinity would push his temper as far as the latest revelations had. Have they been turned away successfully, as I commanded? Oze asked, his voice frigid. Indeed. It's to be expected there may be further backlash, though Xiaofeng said I'm only warning you, for you must be ready for the possibility. Put down any and all revolts with however much force you may need to use, Oze said, scathingly. Didn't they find the violence in the ring a fascinating spectacle to behold? Let them live the spectacle in their own flesh and blood, for once. It might even build character. Had Xiaofeng been anyone else, he could have protested that notion over the belief that the Fire Lord should never mistreat his own people in such a manner, but the general of the guards, of course, was utterly unconcerned with the matter. Common people's suffering had never hurt him in the least, which might make his job easier, going forward. As you wish, Xiaofeng said, obediently. Will you need anything else for this morning? Or should I focus on putting out these metaphorical fires? Oze breathed deeply, releasing air infused with emotions. Sparks flitted about as he made up his mind, just as he had the previous night, to give out an order that he had never wanted to utter. I will see her now, he finally said. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. Send word to the guards you've posted at her room. I will question her in the throne room. It will be as you ask, Fire Lord, said Xiaofeng, bowing his head towards Oze in an empty gesture that should have conveyed respect. As much as he had given out that order, Jose was no more ready to face his daughter than she would be to face him. He hadn't slept at all through the night, and even now he was clad in the sleepwear he had been dressed in when Iro had barged into his room during dinner, and that was one more thing to take care of, come to think of it. Xiao Feng. Jose called him, just as the man was pushing the study's door open. If you can, track down my treacherous, opportunistic brother and bring him to me. I won't suffer through his schemes for another day. As you command, Fire Lord. I'm glad the tea was to your liking today. I hoped to get it right this time. Well, it's not like you got it wrong the other times, merely that I prefer this brew, but I appreciate your efforts, Rei. Even those simple words were, it seemed, something to treasure for the young woman. She smiled brightly, lowering her gaze as she sipped the last remnants of her own tea, while Zhao gazed at her in perplexity. To be satisfied by such simple matters of life, to have no greater ambitions, to live in the present while forgetting about the past and disregarding the future, he truly couldn't make up his mind about whether he should strive to be more like the young maid, or if he should, instead, take her more seriously and impress upon her that she ought to set aside that constant humility, striving for something greater than being subservient and following everyone else's orders blindly forever. He held back from speaking his mind, of course. And that, naturally, turned out to be a good thing, for a sudden sound at the window distracted both him and Rei from their after-breakfast tea. Oh. It's another hawk. Rei said, rising to her feet quickly and rushing to the window, but, it doesn't look like a palace hawk. Then I hope it means the world isn't falling apart this time. If so, Zhao sighed, sipping more of his tea before setting down the empty cup. Bring the message to me. Rei nodded promptly, unlocking the hawk's cylindrical container and procuring the letter in question. She handed it to Zhao immediately. He didn't wait until she had walked away before he spread it open, revealing what looked like an explosion of ink to Rei. Whatever the contents might be, it was clear even to her untrained eyes that whoever had written this letter had been rather frantic while doing so. Zhao would soon be infected by that frantic feeling, however, as he read the letter as quickly as he could. His usually small eyes grew large as his jaw dropped open, and even though it wasn't a black ribbon hawk, Rei knew that there was no way he'd react so visibly, so emotionally, to a completely innocuous message. Is he losing his mind? Zhao exclaimed, rising to his feet. Curses, Jose. Is something wrong with the Fire Lord? Rei asked, hesitant to even pose her questions. Why, surely. Definitely, if he's truly gone mad enough to shut down the Gladiator League, Zhao said, shaking his head in bewilderment. The chairman is begging me to change Jose's mind, heh. As if I'd have any luck, if this is truly what he commanded, but, why would he ever command this? It makes no sense. The Gladiator League. Rei repeated, wary. She had only the basest knowledge of it, and the few times Zhao had brought his gladiator home, even if just to share a simple meal after a day of work, she had as good as hidden away instinctively once her duties were done. The less she had to do with gladiators, the better, but she knew the admiral didn't share that sentiment. You'll go back to the capital, then. Ugh. I have no choice, Zhao growled, pinching the bridge of his nose. I should count myself lucky this damn bird arrived after breakfast, and not before. It was an outstanding meal, Rei. Thank you. Rei smiled. Hopefully, I'll be able to make another one like it when you come home. Hopefully. Zhao sighed. I can't wait to come back, and I haven't even left yet. The capital has been nothing but trouble over the last month, but I suppose it's unbecoming of me to complain like this, isn't it? I will see you when I get back, Rei. Have a safe journey. Rei smiled, as friendly as she ever was. Zhao nodded gratefully in her direction before quickly stepping out of the dining room. Yet again, a sudden, unforeseen trip to the capital. Yet again, he found himself dreading whatever he might find once he got there. He released a deep breath, shaking his head once he climbed onto his personal carriage, just as his driver did the same. There was something undoubtedly unnerving about the message he had received, filling his heart with dread as he pondered just what turn of events could ever justify Jose's radical, sudden decision to abolish his subject's favorite source of entertainment. The order had been given, and the servants and maids were prepared to enter the room already, no matter how nervous they might be. The guards had knocked on the door several times, calling for her, to no answer. Seeing as the lock was busted, entering the room would be easy enough, but doing so without express permission, even now, was terrifying. You don't think she's done something stupid in there, do you? One of the guards spoke quietly. His partner snarled, shaking his head. She's done plenty of stupid things, apparently. Can't put it past her. We're going in, he decided. Oh, please, be careful. Zhylan, the head of the maids, called after the guards, but they disregarded her request and pushed the door open. To find the room dark, even though it was already morning. She hadn't bothered pulling the curtains open, or lighting a lantern in case she had stayed awake all night. In fact, she hadn't so much as moved an inch from where she lay on her own bed. The guards sped towards her, wary of what state she might be in, yet her shoulders still shook lightly. She was breathing. As much as her eyes were open, they gazed at nothing. It was as though someone had frozen the princess from the inside out. Your father is expecting you, in the throne room, said one of the guards, harshly. You had best be ready on time, or else. His partner glanced at him with uncertainty, as the servants filed inside the room as well, to perform their usual chores, while far more tense than ever before. A tray of food was left on the dining table, daily clothes were laid out, the water of the basin was changed, but Angela responded to none of it. Princess, you must eat. If just a few bites. Zhylan called for her next, standing by her bedside, wondering if a kinder approach would suffice. It didn't. Still just as unresponsive, just as dejected, just as empty as before. Curses, don't you think you've angered him enough as it is? Growled one of the guards. You'll gain nothing from behaving this way, you'll just hinder him and everyone else too. Enough of this tantrum, you're inconveniencing everyone. Get up already, or else. You won't make her, said his partner, sternly. The first guard scoffed. If she asks for it. There's no need for that. Not after everything, said the guard, shuddering. She might actually react just to destroy you if you dare do anything she doesn't want you to. Only when brought to fear for his own safety did the first guard ease up. The second one bit his lip before glancing at his fellow guard. I have an idea. It might not work, but he'll take it out on all of us if we can't get her to move from the bed, said the guard. Really? Said the other guard. What is it? Instead of telling his comrade, the guard shared his idea by giving a command to the nearest servant. His fellow guard appeared utterly outraged by this apparent solution, but he soothed him by raising his hands reassuringly in his direction. If this fails, then we'll have to find something else. But if it does work, we all evade the Fire Lord's wrath for a day longer, said the second guard. All right. His partner scoffed, saying nothing more as they waited. Within 5 minutes, the alleged miracle solution was at the room's doors, and the angry guard was no more reassured about it now than he was when he first heard of it. Princess Feli gasped, entering the room nervously as two of his fellow, third squad guards followed. Hey! Don't you even dare misunderstand why you've been called here, Captain Feli, growled the furious guard, raising a finger dangerously in his direction. You're no more trusted now than you were before Renkai bailed out all of you earlier today. You're only here now because you can't get through to her, and you think maybe we can, said one of Feli's fellow guards, a tall one. The guard scowled, guessing it was Tai Wei. If that's how it is, all your threats are out of line. You either need us or you don't, but if you didn't, you'd have never called us in the first place. We have no other choice, damn you! Growled the guard, as his fellow guard stepped forward. Whatever you need to do to get her to come to her senses, do it. It's like she's catatonic or something. It's creepy, said the guard, shaking his head. Creepy? Said the other guard with Feli. Both the two guards froze and seemed to shrink in place as they recognized the deep, angry voice. Your discomfort and displeasure are that important to you, then? And yet you call yourself an Imperial Guard. Why you probably shouldn't be here. Said the second guard. Feli scoffed. If one of us might get through to her? It's Ruishi, said Feli, promptly. Without waiting for permission, Ruishi strode through the room, towards the dais upon which Angela's bed was erected. The other two guards could only watch on in horror, powerless to stop the former royal guard captain, lacking in courage, to so much as defy him. Ruishi stopped by Angela's side, fists tightened as he took in the most heartbreaking sight. So powerful she always had been, larger than life, imposing and commanding, and today she lay on her bed, her eyes open and unfocused, her chest only rising and falling in a shallow manner, as though her body, mind, and soul had been utterly disconnected from each other, after the suffering she had been put through. "Princess." He spoke, softly. His voice registered with her. She twitched lightly, her hands suddenly trembling as her brow drew together slightly. Guards and servants alike gasped in astonishment as Ruishi leaned closer, daring to reach out a hand towards her, only for her to cower, flinching away from his touch. Ruishi gritted his teeth and withdrew his hand anew without touching her at all. "Leave us," he said, suddenly. No one moved for a long moment, and he was forced to stand at his full height to give the guards, and the servants, the blunt ultimatum, "Leave us, this instant." But, we can't just go and leave you unsupervised with. Would you rather watch as she starves herself to death, perhaps? Ruishi hissed. Then what will you do, force-feed her? Asked the guard. "We could. She will be ready for that meeting," Ruishi snarled. "It won't be easy, considering what the Fire Lord's orders have put her through, but I can see to it. Only, I can't do it unless she feels safe. And she won't until you're gone." That's bullshit," growled the first guard, and yet again, his partner clasped his shoulder and reeled him back. You swear upon your honor that you won't do anything you shouldn't?" he asked Ruishi. "I mean, you'll help us get her to the throne room, at haste." "Why else would I even be here?" Ruishi retorted. "Now get out. Immediately." The guards snarled under their helmets, but they obeyed, nonetheless. The servants hadn't needed to hear the orders twice, filing out of the room well before the pair of guards did. Fei Li and Tai Wei didn't step outside, although they didn't quite know how anything they did or said might ever help the princess, but if Ruishi needed them, they would be there to assist him. Ruishi released a breath before removing his helmet and crouching by the bedside near Angela once more. Her eyes, so unfocused, seemed to start finding some semblance of functionality again as they slowly eased upon his face, as he spoke softly to her. "It's me, princess. It's me. I mean you no harm, never have, never will. I'm here to help, nothing else," he said. Never before had he longed quite so badly to embrace his charge, but he knew better than to act on that impulse. After enduring an invasive examination, there was no way she'd welcome any contact unless she initiated it, Ruishi supposed. Yet the light seemed to be returning to her eyes, even now. Ruishi held back the childish urge to smile reassuringly at her, for how could he ever reassure her at all, after all this? "It's Ruishi," he said, gently. "Still I know you've been through a nightmare, princess. I'm deeply sorry I couldn't be here to stop it. We all are, your guards, I mean, though I'm sure he feels the same way, too." Her expressionless face was suddenly crossed with a surge of emotion, one that gave Ruishi the exact hint of what he needed to say to finish reeling back the princess from the dark recesses her very soul had fallen into. "He's still alive." The change was so sudden, so palpable, he almost couldn't hold back the urge to smile this time. She gasped, and it would seem to be the first true breath she'd taken for hours. The hands upon the bedding tightened, and tears surged in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. From being utterly frozen cold, now it seemed she was but a torrent of emotion, one she couldn't seem to translate easily into words. "Are Ruishi?" she managed to say, and he nodded towards her. "Where is?" "How?" "He's in the prison tower at the moment," Ruishi said. It wasn't welcome news, of course not, but it was better than ignoring her question or answering with a lie. He's been beaten, badly. We were in no position to help him. The general took most of the first and second squads with him so he could capture him personally. I'm sorry we've failed you in so many ways, princess. But they captured him last night?" she asked, gritting her teeth as she struggled to find the strength to push herself up lightly. Ruishi flinched, wanting to help her anew, but not knowing how. Just yet. Was he home? Then Song is on her way to safety by now, if not already there, Ruishi answered, unable to contain his own emotions as tears surged in his eyes. "I've found a way to keep her safe until all this blows over." "I'm sorry." I'm so sorry, Ruishi. Angela said, through gritted teeth. Ruishi released a sigh. She will be safe. That's what matters most, he said, trying to conceal how his heart ached upon the thought of not seeing Song again, for however long it might be. She had wanted to stay and help somehow, but I don't think there's anything she could do, at this point. Angela said, shaking as the tears started spilling from her eyes. I told you so many times this wouldn't happen, and yet I failed you, Ruishi. I don't even know why or how, but now. You didn't do anything wrong, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. You didn't, no matter what your father and his loyalists may say, princess. It's him, the Fire Lord and his lot, who are to blame. They're the ones who believe loving someone is the worst of all crimes when what they've done to you is the most unforgivable sin I've ever witnessed. Maybe you're right, Ruishi, but it makes no difference, Angela said, shaking her head. He's the one with power. He's going to kill Sokka. He's going to kill him, and I can't even. He will definitely intend to, Ruishi confirmed, taking a deep breath. But we won't simply sit back and let that happen, right? Angela's puzzled, tearful eyes found his own. A confused speck of newborn hope nestled within them, though, and Ruishi swallowed hard as he wondered if he wasn't making a dreadful mistake, though he couldn't help but think that a dreadful mistake would be preferable to not taking action altogether. I'm developing a plan. It's slow going, but I am, Ruishi admitted. That hope he'd glimpsed in her eyes only seemed to expand tenfold after his words. The first thing we need, though, is to make sure he lives long enough that we may yet save him, if the opportunity arises. What? Why, you mean, stalling his execution? Angela asked, trembling as she gazed at Ruishi. How can we? So far, I'm not sure, Ruishi admitted, but the Fire Lord does intend to meet with you right now. He may even be waiting for you in the throne room already, and the longer you delay this, the more dangerous he might become. You know him better than I do. You'll likely be able to find weaknesses the rest of us can't, but only if you can bring yourself to face him now. I don't know how to do that, Angela said, shaking her head. Whatever I do, he's only going to want me to pay for what I did. If I try to buy Sokka any time at all, he'll likely realize it and it'll only make things worse. I know, Ruishi sighed. It's not an easy task, but if we do nothing, we risk his life even more than we already do. Angela's voice was shaky as she spoke, and the tears spilled from her eyes freely yet again. I know they've hurt you, Ruishi said, his jaw square. I can't even imagine what you must be feeling right now, princess. If I had known, I would have stopped them before they could so much as come close to you, but words like those will sound empty now. It's too late to change the harm they've already done. But we may yet be on time to prevent more of it, if we make the right moves. I understand, Angela said, swallowing hard. We're here to serve you, in every way we can, Ruishi said, nodding towards her. Before gesturing at Fei Li and Tai Wei, they removed their helmets as well, and gazed at the princess with heartfelt sorrow. Angela grimaced, unable to look them in the eye. Half perched upon the bed as she was now, she couldn't dare hold the gazes of people who had expected nothing but the best from her, painfully aware of how disappointed they must be in her. We are loyal to you, and you alone, princess, Fei Li said, firmly. Anything you need of us. I need to apologize, if anything. No, you don't, Tai Wei said, frowning. Whoever you may love, whoever you may have been with, it doesn't change that you are our Princess Angela, and we would gladly follow you to hell itself if we must. Well, I appreciate your loyalty, but I'm sorry I got caught, nonetheless. Angela admitted, quietly. Both Fei Li and Tai Wei blinked blankly. Oh. That's what you meant, said Tai Wei, smiling awkwardly. Nobody else should have been dragged into this, nobody. Angela gritted her teeth, sitting upright at last, no matter how weakened her body felt. It was almost as though the rot had spread inside her once again somehow, albeit she knew it wasn't the case. I will try to spare you anyway, if I can, but my father will want to take out his wrath on everything that matters to me, for sure. Everything I ever valued, everyone who ever supported me, just as well. So, what this means is, We'll likely find ourselves at a crossroads in our employment situation. Yes, said Fei Li, before shrugging. I don't see the issue anymore. I want to serve you, not your father. If that makes me a traitor, so be it. Even after all this, you still feel that way? Angela asked. All of us do, Tai Wei confirmed. Angela's hands tightened around the bedding, as new tears spilled from her eyes and onto her lap. Never would we have found a worthier leader to follow. What happened last night won't change that. Everyone agrees with that notion, Ruishi confirmed, gazing at Angela intently even as she was utterly unable to hold his eyes with her own. We know your worth, princess. You know it too, don't you? What you and Sokka have, it isn't some whim, some foolish game, it's a lifelong partnership, in every sense that counts. And it's something worth protecting, something to be proud of, no matter what the Fire Nation, or your father, may think of it. His words had eased her dull, unresponsive state before. Now, though, it seemed that as much as he wanted to help, all he had managed to do was convince the princess to sob harder yet. She trembled on the bed, leaning forward, and if she wasn't careful she'd likely fall on him, or was that what she was trying to do? He got his answer as she pressed her brow to his shoulder. His arms went around her body instinctively, and he held the princess as she cried quietly, grieving for everything she had lost at such short notice, and all she might yet lose, if her father deemed it necessary. But she hadn't lost Sokka yet. He surely was in bad shape, especially when the treacherous, wretched Xiaofeng had been the one sent to capture him, but he was alive. That was something worth fighting for, no matter how lost a case this fight might seem to be. She pushed herself up again and forced her feet to balance her weight. She felt so weak, as though she hadn't eaten in weeks, when, merely 24 hours earlier, her life had been as good as perfect, and she had no idea that she'd go through one of the very worst nights in her life. As weakened as she might be, she still endeavored to stand on her own, with the 3 guards crowded around her, all familiar, trustworthy faces. Her heart's lingering pain could find some respite, if only slightly, because of that. I will face him, Angela said, her voice trembling at the very prospect of seeing her father. I must. Ruishi breathed deeply but nodded. His fellow guards gazed at Angela compassionately, as her sorrowful eyes rose towards Ruishi's anew. Do you really think we can save him still? Angela asked. Ruishi gritted his teeth. I don't know for sure, but I won't know unless we exhaust every single opportunity we might get to keep him alive, he said. Will you eat before you go, or? Fei Li asked. The very notion of food brought Angela to grimace right. Well, would you like us to step outside while you dress up? I figure, well. I can change in the bathroom, Angela said, lowering her gaze. Fei Li nodded before trotting off to collect her clothes, even if Angela had intended to get them herself. Will you wear your armor too? Fei Li asked, handing her the clothes. The black armor sat on the dresser, waiting to be worn, and it would linger there, it seemed, for Angela shook her head before taking the clothes in her still trembling hands. I don't think I'm considered worthy of wearing that anymore, she whispered. Fei Li swallowed hard as Angela clasped her clothes and walked away, slowly, quietly. He cast a quick glance at Ruishi. He breathed heavily, as though this conversation with Angela had taken much more strength than what he had left in him. In a single day, he had said goodbye to the love of his life, listened as one of his best friends was beaten into submission, and now, he had needed to encourage his charge to break out of her overwhelming depression, only to see her off to her father's throne room, no less. The very last place, and the very last person, she should be with. How far along are your plans? Tai Wei asked him, as they waited. Ruishi glanced at his comrade with uncertainty. If we can help in any way. You do realize what's at stake, right? Ruishi asked, quietly. I don't expect I'll be returning to the Fire Nation anytime soon, if this pays off at all. Nobody involved in helping them would be. Well, it sounds to me like something you definitely shouldn't face alone, Fei Li said, frowning. You're both sure? Ruishi asked. They scoffed. You don't even have to ask, Tai Wei said. Despite himself, Ruishi smiled a little. I'm glad. I was going to need your help, Tai Wei. What, just his? Fei Li pouted a little, and Ruishi shook his head before clasping Fei Li's shoulder. The basement. Once we're done here, gather the whole squad, so that they'll meet us there. I'll need to know who will be willing to come along, and who won't be, Ruishi said. Both Fei Li and Tai Wei nodded promptly. Within the next 5 minutes, the princess stepped out from the bathroom, clad in finer clothes than the occasion warranted. All 3 guards gazed at her with uncertainty as she fastened her half-knot awkwardly, without so much as brushing her hair beforehand. The result was, of course, chaotic, but she seemed to be past the point of caring. "We will come back, once we have a chance," said Ruishi, breathing deeply as he approached Angela again. "Hopefully, the plan will make sense by then, well on its way to being fulfilled, but for now, I suspect we won't be allowed to come back to see you for the time being." Has my father attempted to threaten you? Any of you? Angela asked, quietly. He intended to, Ruishi admitted, lowering his gaze. "We've managed to emerge unscathed from his inquiries so far. It may not stay that way if this is drawn out for much longer, which is why the plans must be finalized and put into action as soon as possible." "I understand," Angela said, breathing deeply. "Then, good luck, all of you. And please, let the others know I'm sorry, too." "I will let them know you are grateful for their support," Ruishi said, stubbornly, "but I still believe that you shouldn't be apologizing for anything." "You," Angela said, eyes filled with tears again as she gazed at him in disbelief. "I can barely believe you mean those words, Ruishi." "Neither can I," he admitted, with a sad smile, "but this is where life has brought us, I suppose." Angela breathed deeply but nodded. Yes, this was the result of many choices, all of it was. Whether the right choices or the wrong ones, she had always known this outcome was a possibility she had delayed for as long as she could do so. Their partnership had lasted for close to 5 years already, their fully realized love for 3 years, too. They had certainly failed to protect their secret as best they could in many instances, but they had avoided detection or capture for a long time, all the same. That they couldn't escape her father's notice forever made for a miserable outcome, of course it did. But she hadn't come this far while lacking conviction in who she was, and in the bond she shared with Sokka. It had always been a relationship worth protecting, even before it reached the heights it had. If anything, her determination and resolve were only stronger for it. He was still alive. She still had something worth fighting for. "Thank you for this," she whispered to the men, as she walked with still unsteady, yet invigorated footsteps, to her bedroom door. "Be careful, all of you. We will do our best not to fail you," Ruishi said, bowing respectfully in her direction, as did his 2 partners. Angela nodded in acknowledgement before breathing deeply, glaring at the door. The broken lock brought back the cursed memory of the previous night, and it damn near crippled her completely all over again, but she wouldn't let herself sink that far anymore. Not when there was still a chance she could save Sokka, with Ruishi and her guards' help. The other 2 guards waited at the corridor, among a few of her servants. They jumped upon glimpsing her, terror crossing their faces at the sight of the disheveled, miserable princess, and then she strode amongst them before they could utter a single word, eyes set on the hallway, on the horizon, on the future she still needed to protect, somehow. The guards flanked her quietly all the way to the throne room. She didn't acknowledge their presence, not even once. She wouldn't even let herself wonder if they had been part of the group assigned to hold her down last night. No, for it was pointless to even ponder it, even if they were. All of them were loyal to Oze, all, save for her personal guards, would have done exactly what those 4 had while following orders. The orders of a man who waited behind the archway that led into the throne room, concealed behind a curtain. Angela glared at her own nation's emblem, her back turned towards every Fire Lord whose portrait hung in the gallery, and without waiting to be announced, she strode inside the throne room. A potent curtain of fire stood between the throne and the rest of the room. Angela didn't raise her gaze in a futile attempt to look at the man she knew was hidden behind it. She only walked between the columns, willing her frail body to stop trembling, willing her accursed mind from reminding her of her many latest visits to this damn place. The memories tormented her, as did all her thoughts, as even drawing breath did. She longed to forget, to close her eyes, mind, and soul, so she wouldn't ever be hurt anymore. She guessed this was why her father had always insisted she dismissed emotions, why she should never develop attachments. Every step she took towards him was devastating. She finally stopped, a mere footstep away from the trapdoor that led to the secret, cavernous underground tunnel that led into the palace. Without waiting to be told to do so, Angela sank to her knees, pressing her fist to her palm. The wedding scar she bore across her tight fist both strengthened and weakened her. She would linger in that position for as long as necessary, for however long it might take him to speak. It was, as Ruishi had called it, a way to win time for Sokka's sake. "Princess Angela," Oze finally said, and she held back the wince that nearly overpowered her upon hearing his voice. You must know why you're here. Otherwise, I suppose you wouldn't have been quite so late." Angela lowered her hands from the respectful position. Now they clutched at her clothes, her long fingernails digging into the fabric of her tunic. You have been accused of heinous treason," Oze continued, scowling at his daughter even through the flames. "I believed it was but an ill-begotten lie, nonsense cooked up by a bitter fool who wanted to discredit you. Yet, I had enough reason to fear and suspect there might be some truth to those accusations. Hence, I requested a purity examination for you, and the outcome was deplorable." She couldn't help but agree with him there. The outcome was deplorable indeed, just as the whole matter, the whole process, had been deplorable to begin with. After all these years, after becoming my only heir, the crown princess the Fire Nation reveres so deeply, how could you? Why would? Oze tried to speak the full words, but they failed him. He seemed to hyperventilate, going by his heavy breathing, by the wild flaring of the fire, and Angela only held her position, silent, her head bowed in his direction. "You had to know the consequences of such a foolish mistake. You had to understand them, of course you did. You evaded your engagements constantly, persistently, because no man was worthy of you. And yet now I'm faced with this. With the reality that you allowed a mere savage to defile you. A common, filthy savage." His temper seemed to flare further and further. The princess's trembling wasn't apparent from behind the flames, and her unresponsiveness only appeared to incense Oze further. And yet that very silence seemed to dig through his many layers of forceful rage, tugging at something deeply buried within his heart. Something he had intended to ignore, if it dared attempt to speak out, and yet now, watching his daughter as she was, with the unkempt hair, the carelessly worn robes and tunics, the unusual unwillingness to even glance at him, he couldn't stand it. She was, indeed, his only heir. And he hadn't meant to summon her here merely to shout at her. "But, of course, a common, filthy savage is but a savage," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "They are akin to beasts, unable to control their urges. Unable to retain good sense when instinct takes over. And you have been weakened, haven't you? By that chi poison, you needed longer to recover, didn't you? In order to fight back when he forced himself on you." At last, she responded to his words, though not in any way he could glimpse, for her head was still bowed towards him, and her furrowed brow wouldn't be within his sight, had he seriously just said those words. "Isn't that what happened?" Oze continued. Angela tightened her fists over her lap, uncertain if she might draw blood from her palms over doing so. "You couldn't stop him. He went wild with adrenaline, and like the scum he is, he tried to hurt you if you wouldn't comply with his demands, so you had no choice but to give in. A shameful situation, to be sure, but not by your doing. You were only trying to survive." So, he wanted to believe she had been raped. He wanted to think she had failed his accursed examination not because of her personal choices, but because a man had forced himself on her, in this case, Sokka. That the closest thing to rape she had ever experienced in her life was what his dem orders had resulted in last night didn't seem to register in his mind at all. Was he truly that unaware of how insulting all his words were? Where misery had overcome her for hours, now it seemed to be shifting into a far more familiar emotion, one her father was often powered by, one that wouldn't cripple her and leave her helpless against anyone. Instead, it filled her heart with strength and courage she had sorely lacked so far. "Speak now, with the truth, Angela," Oze continued, his voice both threatening and more mellow than before. "Tell me now, that you didn't want this at all, and all will be in the past. You will have a chance to live your life free of these burdens. I will find you a suitable husband, one willing to overlook your impurity, and there will be no need for this to escalate further. We can leave it in the past, we will, of course. But only if you tell me, now, that you wanted no part in this. That it was he who forced it upon you. Just tell the truth now, child, and all will be as it once was, please. And now he was pleading. Pleading, no less. Her fists tightened further. Angela breathed deeply after he finished talking. Another breath, and then another. Jose waited, in a display of uncanny patience from a man whose temper appeared to be about to boil over any moment now. How? Who? She managed to utter. Jose scowled. Who what? He retorted. Who told you? How did you find out? She finished, her body shuddering after uttering the words. Jose scoffed, her tone sounded far more hostile, and nowhere near as remorseful as he had expected it to be. That is neither here nor there, he said. It's not important who said anything, Angela, what's important is. Who told you? She asked, her voice firmer this time. Jose snarled, eyeing her warily. That had been far too spirited a response from someone as broken as she had appeared to be upon entering the throne room. If that's what it takes for you to answer my question, fine, Jose said, scoffing. Your uncle visited me last night, with a most dreary tale about whatever he saw in the Grand Royal Dome between you and. He stopped talking when Angela let out a strange sound, a cross between a laugh and a yelp. His chest appeared to be about to shatter, by the savage beating of his heart upon his daughter's reaction. Well, then, if that's all you needed to know, then, speak now, will you? He said, his stomach twisting and turning. Tell me the truth, Angela, immediately. The truth, you said? She said, her voice trembling as she raised her head slowly, losing the slump of her shoulders, despite she remained in position, kneeling on the floor. Angela. Jose called her, his voice ominous, yet uneasy. She ignored the warning in his tone. She ignored the invisible threats around her, unwilling and unconcerned with so much as resonating to track down her father's assassin. She ignored, too, the threat he posed to her, the threat the whole damnation might pose, when she spoke powerfully enough that her voice would echo across the throne room as she finished raising her gaze, meeting her father's eyes with her own, furious, blazing golden ones. Fear wouldn't hold her back from fulfilling his demands, despite her whole body shivered violently at the very thought of it. There was no more uncertainty about what to do, no reason to doubt she might be unable to fulfill Ruishi's request, for now she knew how to buy time for the man she loved fiercely, desperately, more than anything in this accursed world. And it was by giving Jose exactly what he had asked for. The truth is, that I gave myself to him, willingly, 1,000 times over, and 1,000 times again, she declared, trembling violently, her eyes finding her father's own. Her voice had started weak, but each new word she uttered saw her fierce snarl strengthening, her tone rising in volume, her determination burning far more powerfully than the curtain of fire between her and her father, who stared at her breathlessly, wordlessly, as she gave him the answer he had demanded for while rising to her feet on shaking legs. And I would have done it 1,000, 1,000,000 times more, for every damn day of my life, for as long as I drew breath, if only I could have stopped that wretched, opportunistic, disloyal, foul leech from giving us away as soon as he had the chance. Her outburst was followed by silence. Where the flames before the throne seemed to gain power, they also seemed to fail to rise to their potential, for their wielder was utterly stunned, gazing down in utter, horror-struck disbelief at his daughter, whose chest heaved as she regained her breath. She betrayed no uncertainty this time. No shame for her own actions, no regrets beyond the one she had just stated. No repentance, for there was none to be had, at this point in time. There you have it, father, the truth, she nearly spat out, her nostrils flaring with fury as she spoke again, just as you asked it of me. No more dishonesty. No more lying to her father's face, no more disguising the truth of her bond with her gladiator, no more fearing he'd read through her to find Sokka mattered more to her than she could ever justify to him. She had no choice but to face the reality of her actions, and as anguished as she was over her lover's fate, she found less reason to cower away from her father's wrath now than ever before. As she felt that scar across her right hand, she knew she had done what needed to be done. She had refused to deflect the blame, to play innocent when she was anything but. She owned her truth, her actions, her mistakes, and their consequences. And if her father couldn't handle that, it was of no concern to her. She was done living in hiding, done with a double life that had finally collapsed upon its own weight. There was no shame in a love as powerful as theirs, no shame in protecting it to the very last moment, with every ounce of strength she might have left. Even if it meant antagonizing the man who now furiously stoked his own throne room's fires by sheer instinct, glaring at her with utmost, unabashed outrage, and she answered his eyes with fierce defiance in her own. "Get out. Leave this room, this instant. This instant, Angela." The fire seemed to threaten to spill out of place. She was unafraid, even so. While her body still trembled, while her fears for everyone involved in the protection of her secret had yet to dissipate, the certainty that she had done the right thing just now didn't waver, no matter if she knew her well-being was at greater risk than ever before. For she would risk more than her life, if that was what it took, to keep Sokka alive. To save him from a dark fate Oze was absolutely determined to condemn him to. Now, unable to deny that she was equally guilty as her lover, that she had done this as deliberately, as willingly as Sokka had, he would have his hands tied on how to proceed, if just for a short time. Angela hoped it would be enough for Ruishi's plans to bear fruit. In the meantime, for the second time ever, the princess stormed out of the throne room, disregarding her father's shouting, his wrathful reaction, his desperation and outrage. Her eyes still gleamed with determined fury when she crossed the curtain once again, embracing this so-called betrayal, this treason she had committed against him, proudly turning her back on Fire Lord Oze. Chapter 238, The Ultimate Gladiator 9. Did you take a leave of your senses? You weren't being addressed directly, he was talking to the rest of your demmed squad. Why would you tell the Fire Lord you'd reported this demmed matter before, Renkai? Xiaofeng scowled at his trusted spy as he sat across his desk, in the general's personal office. Albeit Renkai didn't appear that torn up over his actions or mistakes, he did lower his gaze in semblance of guilt, to a fault. Why, Renkai? Xiaofeng asked, slamming a fist over the table. You had to know he would wind up blaming me if you did. I thought he'd understand, Renkai mumbled. Xiaofeng scoffed. It is true, I didn't have enough evidence, and I never uncovered enough later, either. You then asked me to look into any other of her suspicious activities, and I couldn't find anything else. That's beside the point. You could have shut your damn mouth. Xiaofeng hissed, leaning closer to glare even more menacingly at Renkai. Why didn't you, Renkai? Because the Fire Lord wanted an answer, Renkai said, closing his eyes. It's my duty to serve him, come what may. If the others had nothing to say, I thought my answer might suffice. Oh, fine judgment you have there, if so, Xiaofeng huffed, dropping against the back of his seat once more. You fool. We all swore oaths to obey the Fire Lord without question, Renkai said, simply. Xiaofeng scoffed and rolled his eyes. You should obey your superior officer above anyone else, Xiaofeng hissed. I understand, Renkai whispered, lowering his head. I failed to gauge the situation properly. It was my mistake. And your last mistake, at that. Any others, and I will certainly destitute you at once, Xiaofeng said. And what a waste that'd be. You are a promising guard, you know? In truth, you are the most promising candidate for taking over the third squad now. It was what I had planned, after I understood the situation in full. Now, though, I'm hesitant, seeing as you apparently believe your sole duty is to your Fire Lord, after all these years. I apologize, I should have known better, Renkai said, lowering his head. You certainly should have, Xiaofeng growled. Either way, if you do get promoted to take that buffoon's place, I'll certainly keep a closer eye on you than I have as of late. Say whatever you will about doing this for the Fire Lord. If you've developed some sort of sudden, undeserved kinship with that squad, or worse yet, with the slut princess, and that's why you acted as you did, I'll most certainly make you pay for it. Kinship? Renkai repeated. I've always been an outcast, an outsider, within the third squad. And the princess, she must have always known what my purpose was. She always despised me, and always favored her personal guards above myself. Why would I ever be loyal to any of them, when none of them have ever shown me the kindness and generosity you have? Exactly what I'm wondering, Xiaofeng said. Renkai raised his head, gazing at his superior pleadingly. You needn't wonder, I have no such loyalty, no such allegiances. I serve the Fire Lord. I serve you, above him. I apologize deeply for my mistake and the trouble I have caused. Should I, perhaps, withdraw my claims? Or perhaps I could inform the Fire Lord that it was but my negligence, by not searching for enough clues, that resulted in this sudden discovery. Had I acted any sooner, perhaps she wouldn't have lost her maidenhood. That is, as long as she truly lost it after she had her sleaze bags promoted. Xiaofeng huffed. Do you have any evidence that is the case? Only that it would make sense as an underlying explanation for her actions, but I may be mistaken even about that. She is difficult to predict. Please, she is but a whore. A royal whore, Xiaofeng said, rolling his eyes. Her most pure and respectable mother would drop dead all over again if she ever knew of her daughter's disgraceful behavior. If anything, it was almost a shame that Ursa wouldn't see what her youngest child had amounted to. Almost. Even so, that he hadn't given Renkai's initial accusations any credit, no matter how rightful his basis to dismiss them might have been, no longer reflected well on Xiaofeng. The general hadn't been preoccupied in the least with hurting the princess's feelings, humiliating her, disgracing her. He would have destroyed her by any means necessary back then, just as he was glad to do it now. Yet how had she hidden the truth so well that none of the demguards had noticed anything, if Renkai was to be believed? Curses, if Xiaofeng himself ever had expected any fruit to yield from that line of investigation, he wouldn't have discarded it so quickly. He simply hadn't paid enough attention, had he? He had left it to Renkai to discover if the princess had any dirty secrets that might damn her, because, truthfully, he could barely stand the brat, especially after her damn slavery laws were approved by her accursed father, and the less time spent in her presence, the better. Renkai hadn't quite failed at his job, it was true. Clearly, he had been spot on with his original suspicions, but he had only reported them because of the Gladiator, right? Because that damn fool had admitted to someone else that he had feelings for the princess. If only Xiaofeng had taken advantage of that possibility, tracked down the wretched slave's every move and revealed their secretive dalliances. Removing the princess from political relevance was, without a doubt, Xiaofeng's main concern, yet he allowed his mind to wander to the Gladiator now. Jose had wanted to kill the slave with his own hands, wasn't that right? It was the command he gave, the reason why they had dropped him off at the prison tower, yet demanding for him to be imprisoned, rather than immediately executed, was rather odd for a crime as severe as this one, especially when it involved none other than the nation's crown princess. Didn't he want to bury this hatchet as fast as he possibly could, to clear up his foolish daughter's name? Why give the Gladiator the dignity of a full-blown execution? Worse yet, an execution, by Jose's own hand? Didn't that afford too much worth to that slave? If it had been a nobleman, rather than a gladiator, this course of action might make some sense. But he was only a water tribe savage, wasn't he? Why would Jose afford him this much dignity instead of disposing of him as quickly and effectively as possible? Had Jose, without his own awareness, grown to acknowledge the gladiator as a significant player in the games of power and politics that his whole life versed around? Had the impulsive, thoughtless Fire Lord grown to see that water tribe buffoon as a man worthy of respect, to some degree? Oh, it was pathetic if so, utterly pathetic. Jose would have to be 10 times the fool Xiaofeng knew him to be if he truly thought anything of that slave, though, truthfully, he doubted Jose was even aware of whatever respect he might have developed for the slave in question. He was too erratic right now, too impassioned about this whole matter to even realize what his behavior looked like. Perhaps Xiaofeng would ensure to make him understand it when he next checked on Jose, not that he particularly looked forward to that, anyway. It seemed every interaction he had with the man was doomed to be more frustrating than the last. Either way, Renkai, you had best keep your wits about you in the future, Xiaofeng told him, after a lengthy silence during which the two men were lost in their own thoughts. The Fire Lord may give you any orders he pleases, your priority, as my personal agent, is to always think of how any of your actions may reflect on me. Fail to do this and I'll be discharged from my position. I understand, Renkai whispered, lowering his head slowly. If you do, we'd best never have any other arguments of this nature, Renkai, Xiaofeng said, although it hadn't been much of an argument to begin with. The man across him was ever compliant, obedient like few others. Whatever Xiaofeng decided, Renkai would follow fit with it, without question now, then. General! General! The voice of another Imperial guard reached them just as Renkai was readying himself to leave the office. The two turned towards the door as the newly arriving guard pulled it open brusquely, his face contorted with horror. "Now what?" Xiao Feng growled as the newcomer stopped by the office's threshold. "The Fire Lord, you wanted us to report back on the result of the meeting," said the guard. "The Fire Lord is in the Agni Kai arena as we speak, sir." Xiao Feng frowned as he rose to his feet. The Agni Kai arena, the Fire Lord's favorite location to unwind his fury. It was a habit he had passed down to his daughter, despite she had slowly done away with it. Jose wouldn't resort to it so often anymore either, but if he was there now. What did she do to him? Xiao Feng asked. Did they talk in the end? If so, what did she say? "We weren't allowed inside the meeting, but there were raised voices at the end," the guard said. "From our understanding, she has admitted to the crime, though it doesn't seem she has taken proper responsibility for it yet." "Is that so?" Xiao Feng said, scowling and rolling his eyes. "Marvelous. Renkai, go keep an eye on your damn third squad while I check on our Fire Lord. It may be unwise to bother him right now," said the newcomer, but Xiao Feng shook his head and rounded his desk. "I'll merely ensure he stays put. Hell knows if he'll decide to take his destructive spree outside the Dem Agni Kai chamber otherwise," Xiao Feng grunted, clasping Renkai's shoulder and forcing him to stand up unceremoniously. Xiao Feng stormed out of the room quickly while ushering Renkai to leave the office as well. The other guard followed him down the corridor, while Renkai lingered behind. He breathed out once, twice, and then turned towards the dining room while the other pair marched to the palace, albeit to fulfill his new assignment. Renkai would keep an eye on the third squad, then, as he was expected to. Or he would have, if any of them had been within the barracks at all. Renkai's eyes narrowed. Xiao Feng had given them no assignments, taken them off all patrols, effectively ensuring they would have absolutely nothing to do for the time being. Their whole group's absence would certainly sit ill with the general of the guards. If he ever learned of it, to begin with. Rui Shi hadn't planned on returning to the dusty, poorly ventilated basement again anytime soon, and yet no better place had come to mind for the location of the third squad's secret meeting. All one-time royal guards were here, the whole squad, save for Renkai. Just as Rui Shi needed it to be. "Are we sure we can talk thoroughly down here?" asked Qiang, grimacing. Beside him, Taro coughed softly. "We probably can, if we're quiet. Though I'll struggle with being quiet when everything here's so old and dusty," said the ever-sickly Imperial Guard. "We shouldn't be long, and we shouldn't be noisy either," Rui Shi said, nodding in their direction. The whole group sat on the floor or on the available old cushions and couches that were deemed too unstylish, too unimpressive for royal use anymore. One day, Rui Shi supposed, they would be sold to some outlandish collector who would pay a fortune for anything the Fire Lord's ass had touched, a concept that tempted him to commit a few acts of vandalism upon it all, as unprofessional as that might be. After everything Jose was putting Angela through, the Fire Lord deserved nothing less. But this meeting wasn't about sharing and airing out his frustrations and resentments with his fellow guards. "I've summoned all of you because, over the course of the next days, I intend to do something that many would likely consider unacceptable," Rui Shi started. "I consider all of you my brothers, and I trust you deeply, thus, if any of you would rather not be involved in this operation, I will assume there's no ill intent behind this decision and that you would never betray the rest of us to the Fire Lord for what we may do next. That being said, if you have any doubts, feel free to take your leave right now." "Take our leave?" repeated Han, blinking blankly. "Why, and do what, exactly?" "Whatever happens from this day forward, none of us would be likely to get off easy, and we all know it." "Right, guys." "Right," said Haoran, frowning as he reclined back on the stiff couch he had taken his seat on. "The Fire Lord may not have reacted in full to the situation yet, but it won't be long before he does. Once he's done punishing the princess and the gladiator, he'll start punishing everyone who should have known about their relationship and reported it to him, and the 10 of us are at the very top of that list. If anyone here were truly stupid enough to try to protect himself by playing it safe and not opposing the Fire Lord, as well as breaking ranks with the rest of us, it'd be the most detrimental decision they could possibly make. The Fire Lord won't show us any mercy. Our career as guards is as good as over now, if not our very lives." Haoran, ever the cynical, dry-witted man, wasn't one to pull his punches and sugarcoat the truth. Troubled expressions turned towards Ruishi next, as good as begging for a solution with which they might yet serve their princess, if there were any. Their former captain breathed deeply, raising his head. Haoran isn't wrong, he said. We aren't on the spotlight at the moment merely because we're imperial, rather than royal guards. Without that promotion, the likelihood is that no excuses would have sufficed to stay the Fire Lord's hand. The princess protected us by doing this, didn't she? Asked Shuren, quietly. That's why she wanted us promoted? Because the Fire Lord misunderstood the secret she hid. Yes, Ruishi confirmed, as much as he thought the others wouldn't be surprised by any of this information anymore. A few of them gasped regardless. After one close call, she decided to protect all of us, and I believe it's only right for us to return the favor. I mean, as it is. She has protected us so many times, and we've failed her more than we have any right to, Faili said, frowning and tightening his fists as he stood by Haoran's couch. It's our very duty to her, isn't it? And at last we have a chance to do what's best for the princess, whatever that entails for our lives. It doesn't matter as long as we can help her somehow. That being said, what, exactly, is our goal? Asked Taro, looking at Ruishi warily. Are we planning on running away with her? It doesn't sound that bad, but it could be trouble, going forward. Being renegades sounds easier on paper than in reality. I'm afraid that's only part of it, Ruishi said, releasing a slow breath before admitting to the most difficult element in their upcoming mission: we must save Sokka. All the guards gazed at him in astonishment, but none spoke out against the notion. Perhaps it was merely because they were too shocked to process their leader's words, but Ruishi hoped it meant they agreed with this objective within their plans. See, can we do that? Taro asked, eyes bright even in the dimly lit basement. I'm all for it, you know I would be, but, can we? Breaking him out of prison. Haoran said, stroking his chin. It'll take some work, that's for sure. Do you have a plan on how to do this, Ruishi? Jianghuo asked, intrigued. Then, you all agree with this? Ruishi asked, swallowing hard. All of you think that he's worth saving? How's that even a question, at this point? Faili said, hands on his hips. He's one of us, has been for ages. If there's any chance we can save him, then we'll do it. Right, guys. Many spoke in affirmation, the others nodded in agreement. A weight Ruishi hadn't noticed he'd been carrying for hours vanished upon knowing the rest of his group still thought Sokka's life was worth saving. You do realize, then, that if we go forward with this, we'll become traitors to the Fire Lord in every possible sense. Ruishi asked. There will be nowhere to hide if this goes sideways. We'll all pay the ultimate price, as will those two, unless we're absolutely careful about how we do this. And even if we are, our resources will be limited, our movements as well. The general may get distracted often in the coming days, namely by the Fire Lord's behavior, but eventually he'll intend to turn his gaze on us, and we'd best put our plans into action before that happens. Then, how long do you think we'll have? Asked Wuhan, frowning heavily. A week? Days. I think we'd best be ready to set our plans in motion within 2 days, actually, Ruishi said. The whole group gasped anew. We can't trust the Fire Lord will allow Sokka to live past that much time, even if the princess manages to distract him with something else for the time being. Then we have no time to waste. Exclaimed Taro, rising to his feet as he stared at Ruishi intensely. What do you need us to do, Ruishi? The Imperial Guard breathed deeply. His plan was still far too raw, too weak, he suspected. It was better than nothing, he knew as much, but part of his strategy, at this point, was to rely on the rest of his allies to craft the best possible solution, within all the constraints that limited them right now. But this was the best thing they could do for their princess. She needed them now, more than she ever had so far. Ruishi was resolved to come through for her, and now he knew the rest of his fellow guards shared his determination and conviction. No cost would be too great to ensure both their charge and her Gladiator would be rescued from the Fire Lord's clutches. The situation in the capital unsettled Zhao even further once his carriage finally wheeled into the city's crater. What appeared peaceful soon proved to be a forced sort of tranquility instead. Domestic forces soldiers had been spread out across every street, as far as Zhao could see. He had considered dropping by the dome briefly, just to check on the state of matters there, only to decide against it once he realized how many hurdles and roadblocks they'd have to sort through to get there. He'd do best to speak to Jose directly, instead. Yet even though he was Admiral Zhao, known, respected and feared, several officers appeared uncertain about whether or not he should be allowed through the palace's gates. It took more than a few threats of repercussions for them to yield, and finally understand that regardless of matters of jurisdiction, they weren't the ones to determine which rules applied to an admiral, of all things. He stormed out of his carriage once he was finally allowed past the wall, glaring daggers at anyone who dared approach him, yet upon reaching Jose's study, he found it empty. These were, he knew, Jose's usual work hours. Where else would he be, if not here? Did he go deal with the likely protests over the Gladiator League personally? No, Jose wouldn't be as stupid as to involve himself directly in anything of the sort. Where was he, if not here? He resolved to ask the first servant he saw, and it happened to be a mature, stout woman who looked utterly terrified of so much as being in his presence. The woman was on edge, clearly, and Zhao frowned as he approached her. "I know you might not have an answer, I'm not sure anyone does, but I must speak to the Fire Lord at once." He wasn't in his study, so. Zhao declared. The woman tensed, and then shook her head warily. "No? What, you won't tell me where he is?" "The Fire Lord, he isn't in his study at the moment, Admiral," said the woman, with a shaky voice. "Unless he has already left, he is in the Agni Kai arena." He demanded to be left alone. Zhao's brow drew again, but this time, with confusion. Not only had he shut down the Gladiator League, he had also visited the Agni Kai arena? As far as he knew, the only reason why Jose ever set foot in that place when he didn't have to straighten out arrogant brats like Zuko was to unwind his pent-up rage. But why would he be wrathful at all, when it was everyone else who should be furious over his actions? Though, something had to motivate him to make such a controversial decision. While Zhao wouldn't believe faithfully in how sound Jose's judgment might be, he couldn't have done this without a reason. The validity of the reason in question, of course, was up for debate. Surely it had something to do with why he was releasing his rage in the only safe way he seemed to know how, and Zhao wasn't sure he should ask Jose directly about whatever had incensed him to this extent. If that was the case, he'd do best to figure it out through other means, if possible. "Who else can I talk to, if not the Fire Lord?" Zhao asked. "Surely the princess is just as outraged by whatever's happened, too. Is she home, or?" The expression on the servant's face silenced Zhao immediately. It was as though so much as uttering Azula's title was absolutely forbidden all of a sudden. His confusion over the latest events shaking the capital, and now the palace, only increased for it. He could tell that, somehow, everything was connected, and yet he didn't slow down to think of what that connection would be just yet. "The princess, yes, she is home, but you cannot see her either," said the servant. Zhao scoffed. "And why not?" he asked. "Does everyone forget who I am these days, truly? Is she in her room, by any chance, or is she elsewhere? Perhaps she's with her father, and that's what I'm not allowed to interfere in. And no, she isn't in the Agni Kai arena. She should be in her room, but you shouldn't involve yourself, Admiral." "For your own sake," the servant said, grimacing. Zhao scoffed. "I think I'll be the one to determine what I should or shouldn't get involved with, not some servant," he said, careless about his arrogance. "First those domestic forces soldiers, and now this." However insolent as he might sound, it seemed to him that everyone else had forgotten their place today. He wasted no more time before starting on his way to the princess's room. An unsettling feeling surged inside his gut as he approached it, and it only increased further when, upon arriving at the red and gold metal door, he found not only that it was streaked with a violent scorch mark, but also that a pair of Imperial guards stood at either flank of the room's entrance. "Admiral Zhao," said one of the guards, bowing his head towards him, "our apologies, but no one is allowed to see the princess at this time, if that is why you're here." "Ah, is that so?" Zhao said, his voice lined with scorn and skepticism. "Why, do ensure to say as much to the next person who stops by, for I'm sure those rules don't apply to me." They apply to everyone. Imperial guard or no, I far outrank you, fool," Zhao hissed. "Out of my way." The Fire Lord commanded. The Fire Lord should have made himself available to explain his utterly absurd decisions if he didn't want me to seek the next best person to answer them for me, Zhao declared. Go report to him that I've decided to ignore his orders. If you wish, I'm sure the Agni Kai Arena will be a most welcoming place right now. The guards froze over the Admiral's threatening words. As much as they intended to stop him indeed, neither one seemed to muster the courage to block Zhao's way as he reached for the doorknob, to find the mechanism was broken. He frowned as he pushed the door inwards. So many alarming signs, all of them at the same time, all of them speaking loudly about whatever had happened in the palace over the past hours, and all of them going ignored for now. The Gladiator League's dismantling was catastrophic enough as it was. He hardly needed more reasons to be distraught. Yet as he entered the princess's dark room, he knew whatever answers she might have for his questions would do nothing to appease him. Angela sat at the foot of her bed, head hung, shoulders squared as she lingered there quietly, her face mostly covered by her loose, disorderly hair. Even the high-end clothing she wore appeared crumpled, not worn with the usual dignity with which she had carried herself since her late childhood and early teenage years. Zhao swallowed hard before closing the door behind himself. Whatever was going on, the fact remained that the princess was being kept under surveillance. He didn't doubt the guards outside would listen in on every word they exchanged, if they could get away with it. Princess. He called for her. She raised her head slowly, and her eyes seemed to gleam coldly underneath her loose hair strands. Admiral, she replied, simply. From what I overheard, the guards wouldn't let you through. The number of people who are forgetting themselves today in the capital is staggering, Zhao said, shaking his head. So many fools pretending to tell me what I can or can't do. They tried to stop me from coming to the palace, no less, even when I intended to have a word with Oze. But he, apparently, is indisposed at the moment, so I hoped, perhaps, you'd be able to help me unravel whatever drove him to such madness. You haven't been told yet? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Truly? He didn't. Told what? Zhao said, if you mean that he decided to abolish the Gladiator League, why, that's exactly why I'm. Abolish it? Angela repeated, her voice lowering until it was but a whisper. Zhao frowned. Did he seriously do that? That is what the chairman told me. And that's why I've come here, Zhao said. But you didn't know about this, princess. I think it's safe to say my father intends to share none of his decisions with me for the foreseeable future, Angela answered, curtly, especially those he's taken in retaliation against me. Against you? Zhao asked, stepping closer. You're not trying to tell me that he abolished the league because of... Angela raised her head, eyeing him almost skeptically, at this point. Even so, there was a hint of pain, a sign of hurt so profound and overwhelming within her very soul that Zhao was taken aback. Why would Angela be kept under heavy guard? Why would Oze abolish the Gladiator League? Why would he be unleashing his likely fury in the Agni Kai Arena? Why would he keep everything quiet, to the point of not even contacting Zhao about whatever had transpired over the past days in the capital? And why would Angela look so empty, so bitter, and broken-hearted? The answer was obvious, too obvious, especially when he himself had made that very discovery not even a month ago. Yet he hesitated. He gritted his teeth, eyeing her with uncertainty, but soon enough, with certainty and resignation instead. He found out about you too, he dared say, only feeling a surge of guilt and fear of uttering the words after he had spoken them. It was too late to take anything back, of course, or to think he should have been more tactful. Though it didn't seem Angela was outraged by his words, why would she be, when there was no point to keeping the secret any longer? If anything, she eyed him with reluctance now, her fingers tightening around the bedding she sat on. That you would merely say it that way suggests you knew all along, didn't you? Angela whispered, lowering her gaze, or at least, before my father found out. I had suspicions, for a long time, Zhao admitted, gritting his teeth, but I didn't think you'd act on it. No one did, apparently. I don't know whether to feel insulted or not by that, Angela said, with a light scoff. Then, you didn't know for sure? Oh, no. I did by now, Zhao said, lowering his gaze. I intended to drop by while you were recovering, after I'd managed to calm down Oze, on the evening after he returned from his vacation. I only got so far as pushing the door ajar when I noticed you two were alone together, saying rather compromising things to one another. Really? Well, that's brilliant, Angela said, closing her eyes and shaking her head. Then you'd do best to stay away from my father for as long as you can. I don't think he'll take kindly to knowing that his best friend had any suspicions about the truth while he remained completely oblivious to it all. To be perfectly honest, he couldn't have been completely oblivious, said Zhao, frowning. You two, if you don't mind me saying so, weren't all that successful at concealing your truth as of late. I don't mind it, though I don't understand why you found out, why you even had suspicions, and never shared them with my father, Angela said, eyeing Zhao with uncertainty. Don't take this to mean I'm ungrateful. That you didn't blab means we had at least a few more weeks of peace after you discovered the truth. But, why would you keep quiet, when it wouldn't be in your benefit in the least? Wouldn't it? Zhao asked, raising his eyebrows. Pardon me for being blunt, but if your father didn't unravel the truth on his own, and someone actually had the gall to tell him about it directly, that person was either truly brave or truly stupid. Are they still alive, at this point? Or is it Jose found out on his own? No, he didn't, said Angela, her voice gaining an edge of fury now. It was my uncle. Right after we defeated them. A petty, vengeful move, seems like. Your uncle? Would he truly be that stupid? Zhao asked, astonished. It's not like he's in Jose's good graces to begin with. Does he have a death wish? He certainly does, for if I ever see him again I intend to make him choke on his own innards, Angela hissed, darkly. I have no idea where he is now, or what he's doing, nor do I know whatever bullshit excuse he'd choose to hide behind for why he gave us away, but if he had the guts to reveal the truth to my father, he should have had the guts to face the consequences for it. Something, however, tells me he lacked them for the latter side of things. It wouldn't be the first time he avoids all responsibility when things turn sour, Zhao sighed, shaking his head. When did all this begin? Last night, Angela whispered, lowering her gaze. She didn't want to so much as think about what had happened. As it was, she was tempted to set her own damn bed on fire just to purge her own soul from the sorrows that still plagued it. I suppose Iroh decided to wait, the bastard, until I was home so the damn purity examination might catch me unawares and I wouldn't be able to flee or fight it. Or my father was sly enough to give the order only when I was here. Either way. I'm sorry, Zhao said, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. Oh, curses, I can't believe I thought he wouldn't ever do this to you. You're his own daughter, damn it all, but he's the Fire Lord. He must set the example, mustn't he? Angela recited, her voice muted, yet not enough for her underlying, skeptical sarcasm to go ignored. If he spares his daughter from the consequences of such a serious crime, how would he ever expect anyone else to act upon it when the women within their households commit heinous mistakes of their own? Princess, said Zhao, eyeing her compassionately, only for her eyes to answer his own with a sharp glare. You and him tend to have a very similar outlook on most matters, Angela said, her voice lower than it usually was. It strikes me as odd, if not out of place, that you appear to disagree with him in these regards. You said you were sorry. Why, exactly? Don't you believe this is precisely what I deserve? Wadash. Why would I? Zhao said, eyes wide. Why not? Angela retorted. A woman's worth in high society tends to be closely linked with how pure and untainted she may be. Do you think otherwise now? If so, do forgive my skepticism, but I can't see why you'd see things this way. Contrary to what you may believe, Jose and I have had many disagreements over time. If he truly thinks someone who has achieved as much for the Fire Nation as you have deserves this humiliation, then this is but another such disagreement, Zhao declared, frowning. You aren't any common high-born woman, princess, you. You see, that is where the problem lies, Angela said, with a sarcastic, dishonest smile. It shouldn't bloody matter whether I'm common, uncommon, or extraordinary. My personal life should be mine to live, not anyone else's. That the honor and glory of a family, whether a royal or a noble one, rest on how untainted their women may be is utterly pathetic and ridiculous. It's not our deeds that define us, it's not our potential, it's not our beliefs, our actions, no, it's whether or not we ever got caught in a compromising position with the so-called wrong person. That's it. That's enough to end our whole lives, apparently, and I can't see how it makes any sense. Men of all levels of society can do what they wish. My own brother ran away with a slave of his own, and the knowledge of it didn't even interest my father in the least. Why the hell does it matter if it's me? Why would it have any bearing on my ability to lead the Fire Nation, on my strength as a bender, on my role in this wretched family? The truth is that it doesn't. It's an outdated, pointless, disgusting tradition to exert control upon us. That's all there is to it. Zhao gritted his teeth but lowered his gaze. Angela breathed out before pushing herself up to her feet. It didn't escape Zhao that she lacked the confident stance she'd once had. Her uncomfortable position no doubt was yet another consequence of the profound trauma she was certainly still suffering from. What has been of him? Do you know yet? Zhao asked. Angela's eyes narrowed, no doubt at his deflection of the subject, before she turned away from him, pacing towards the window. He's been sent to the prison tower, Angela said. Her voice was strained merely upon speaking that sentence, and it seemed to take more strength out of her to speak it aloud than anything else she'd said so far. That's the last I knew. To await execution, once my father commands it. Curses. Zhao said, a hand over his mouth as he shook his head. I loathe to say it, but I'm sure you already know there's bound to be no dissuading Jose from this course of action. I'm aware, Angela said, curtly, leaning against the wall. A ray of sunlight filtered through the drapes, falling upon her pale figure. It offered her no new energy, no new strength with which to face whatever hurdles awaited ahead. I can try, perhaps, to smooth some things over once Jose's outburst ends, but... Zhao said, only for Angela to scoff at his words. Pardon me for not having more faith in you, Admiral. I'm afraid there is no end to this outburst, as you called it, Angela whispered. If you think he'll be done once Sakai is gone, you don't know my father as well as I thought you did. He'll intend to punish me for this through every possible means he can muster. This is just the starting point. I suppose, but he did countless services to the Fire Nation as it is, Zhao said, grimacing. Whatever Jose may think of your relationship, he can't overlook that. Oh, just try him, if you truly believe that, Angela retorted, rolling her eyes. Now that I'm a traitor in his eyes, I can boldly say something that would likely get me executed too. Might be a good idea to say it to my father's face, come to think of it. Don't joke about that. My father is a lot more similar to Zuko than he ever would want to admit, Angela said, ignoring Zhao's horror-struck expression more than anything, in regards of how easily they're guided by their most destructive emotions until there's nothing left in their path. Zuko hasn't done anything quite as severe as what my father has, of course, but this is the same instinct that guided him when he sought nothing but the Fire Lord's approval. They both follow their hearts, as they say. And only a fool would believe a heart can't be filled with rotting, festering, violent emotions waiting to ravage their host as soon as they have a chance. That is what's happening with my father now, as far as I can tell, and that's why no rational approach, no reasonable words, will sink in. I wish I could give you more credit than I have, Admiral, but I don't think you can find a way to convince my father to stay his hand, or to hold back, no matter how many honeyed words you may speak to him. Zhao lowered his head, releasing a slow sigh. Of course she was right about everything, but he certainly had no intentions of accepting this powerlessness against Jose's temper as their new normal. You're right, surely. But I intend to try, nonetheless, Zhao finally announced, gazing at Angela wistfully. As furious as he may be, perhaps there are some ways to de-escalate the situation before he unravels any further. I question that, yet again, Angela said, closing her eyes. He offered me a chance to de-escalate it when we met earlier today, and I refused it. You, what? Why? Zhao exclaimed, eyes wide. Angela opened her own only to scowl sternly at him. He wanted me to claim he had raped me, Angela said, scathingly. Zhao froze in place, utterly dumbstruck to play the helpless fool who had been taken advantage of, because he'd rather believe I'm a victim than accept I've wanted someone who wanted me right back. Albeit so I could be married off to the first scumbag who would take me, and no doubt the line would have been quite long. In the current situation, he'd pawn me off to the highest bidder, and the bid wouldn't even be that high anymore, no matter if I'm a princess, because I'm defiled. How utterly unthinkable. Angela shook her head, tugging the curtain towards herself. The beam of light was gone afterwards, leaving her in the shroud of darkness as she made her way back to the bed, still with a sickened expression across her face. Evidently, I had no intentions of giving him the satisfaction of humiliating myself for his benefit, and for the sake of a so-called lesser punishment, Angela continued, most of all because doing that would have accelerated matters with Sokka. And my father will be damned if he expects me to play along his delusions just to ease his mind. So, you denied it? Zhao asked. More than denied it, I told him the truth, outright, and that's the reason why he kicked me out of the throne room and stormed off to burn the Agni Kai arena to the ground, Angela said, with a shrug. Zhao swallowed hard. It's certainly brave of you to face him so boldly, princess, but perhaps you should have been more careful? More delicate? Why? Angela said, scowling with distaste. He can do whatever he wants to me. He can take away my title if he wishes, I won't fight it. He can lock me up for the rest of my life, he can even poison me with my next meal, for all I care. As long as I can keep Sokka alive another day, I don't care what happens to me. You can't mean that. Zhao said, gritting his teeth, after everything you've done, all you've achieved, princess. If any of that mattered at all, my father wouldn't be doing this to me. Or to him, Angela hissed, glaring at Zhao again. If the Fire Nation's future was more important to him than however I've dishonored him with my actions, this wouldn't be happening at all. Hence, why should I care for it? Why should it be up to me to think of what's best for the nation, when he is the first one to disregard that notion over this? It's exactly my point, though, and exactly how I may yet make him come around, Zhao said, releasing a slow breath. I know you think very little of me, of my ability to be of any service to you. So far, I can't even tell if I've ever been of help to you, whereas you've constantly given me a hand across the past years whenever I've needed one. I think you've never been in more dire need of help than you are right now, and whatever I can do to soften this blow, I shall. Soften the blow. Angela repeated, averting her gaze from Zhao. Well, I should commend you for not giving me false hope, at least. I think we both know how severe the situation is, princess, especially when your father may not see reason easily. Zhao swallowed hard. That being said, I'd do best to try. Then I take it, you truly see no harm in what I've done? Angela asked, her voice drier than ever. You don't think Sokka should die for this? Or do you? If it were up to me, and no one else, then no. I would never want that for him, or for you, Zhao said, eyeing her sympathetically, which is a rather strange thing, isn't it? Back when I first heard of him, I was utterly mystified that you'd ever want a water tribe man at your side, and when I first met him I was less than impressed. That the two of you have changed my mind and heart to the point where I want to help you, while I know it's in my best interests to sit back and do nothing, speaks more than enough of how impactful you've been. If even an old man set on my ways such as myself could be changed by you both, there's no way I could think either of you deserve this. His words landed in an awkward place in Angela's battered, constantly breaking heart. She gritted her teeth, averting her gaze from his as tears surged in her eyes. How odd, how utterly absurd, that she had set out to prove herself to many people, Zhao chief among them, only to discover, once she was well on her way to losing everything she had fought for, that she had finally earned the respect she had coveted. It was too late to do anything with the discovery, of course, for right now, the Fire Lord who held her destiny in his hands cared nothing for her achievements, for her growth, for her leadership potential. All he could see in her right now was a blemish across his so-called honor, which was nothing but frail, unstable pride that had steered his life in all the wrong directions, without his dim awareness. In the end, the man she had counted on as her staunchest supporter had become her downfall. It was just as ironic, then, that the very man she had intended to defeat would now hope to mitigate her sorrows in whatever way possible. Be careful, Angela whispered, her eyes softening. At last he won't be lenient if you step out of line. And make sure not to ever reveal that you knew or suspected anything at all. Act like you have no idea what's going on, once you finally have a chance to see him, and then, do whatever you can, I suppose. I won't hold my breath, but the only thing I can ask is that you keep him occupied for as long as you can. If that's a possibility for you, then, please do it. It might give Sokka some more time, at least. Princess. Zhao said, as she dabbed at her eyes quickly, unwilling to shed tears before him. Just go now, please. I'm no use like this. Just go, Angela said, shaking her head as she turned her back on Zhao once more. The admiral sighed, but he knew better than to push any further. He bowed curtly towards Angela, despite he knew she wouldn't see him, and he stepped towards the door. Stay as strong as you can, princess, he said, a hand on the busted doorknob. I know it won't be easy, but now that it has come to this, all that's left for us to do is decide how we'll move forward. She didn't answer, though he didn't wait to hear whatever she might have wanted to say as a response, either. Within another moment, he was out the door, and Angela was back to clutching her aching chest as she dropped on the floor, at the foot of her bed, shivering painfully. She could keep her head level more easily than before. She could talk about this difficult situation, to a fault. She was no longer bedridden, let alone on a bed she scarcely wanted to touch ever again, even if she had slept on it for many years. The traumatic events of the previous night hadn't left her mind at all, but their consequences upon her soul would appear to recede. Right until her mind cruelly reminded her that every minute that ticked by brought Sokka closer to his final breath. She didn't doubt it, Oze would want her to witness the execution personally. He'd want her to suffer through it, especially now that she had admitted their relationship was not only perfectly mutual and consensual, but one to which she had been completely committed, to. Once his fury smoothed over, no matter how long it might take, he'd begin plans for Sokka's execution, and every time that thought materialized inside her head, her very soul would seem to shatter, her chest so tight she couldn't even breathe. Tears would burst from her eyes in a wild torrent, and she could only break herself out of it by forcing herself to think, as hard as she could, of a solution. Of a way, any way, to rescue him, to break him out of prison, to escape with him and go as far away as possible. Not for the first time in the past month, Angela found herself wishing they had succumbed to the temptations of staying in Shujing for good, all their ambitions and responsibilities forgotten. She had sworn, so long ago, that she wouldn't put aside her loyalty to her nation, to her people, for the man she loved, and he promised the same, only for Angela to find herself absolutely willing to break and discard that vow right now. She didn't care anymore if the world fell to pieces, if her father burned it all to cinders, for if Sokka was gone, she might as well die too. She had berated him for so long for being willing to discard his life readily. Now, completely overtaken by the panic of losing his earnest words, his playful jests, his warm touch, his breathtaking smiles, his beautiful eyes, the strength of his arms and how firmly he could hold her up when everything was going downhill, she couldn't find any reason to live on. No, not without him, not if he was gone from this world. She shook her head frantically, disregarding the pain of her muscles and shoulder. It hurt terribly after last night's events, but she did her best to ignore the unpleasant sensations that pulsated in her still healing wounds. The imminent likelihood of losing him kept dawning on her, slamming into her, and only furthering her shock, her inability to process her reality. But she knew that the longer she allowed this mindset to continue, the worse things would get. The more she surrendered to the despair, the easier it would be for Oze to indeed pull through with his intentions to execute Sokka, for she would be so crippled by the circumstances, so overcome by her misery, that she wouldn't be able to fight back at all. She had no trouble blaming herself for this situation, as it was, if she had fought back more effectively, if she had seized her sword, if she had escaped as soon as that menacing knock resounded in her room, but more than that, if she had controlled herself in the arena, Iroh would have seen nothing worth reporting to Oze. If she had only kept her stupid, impulsive behavior in check, no matter how overcome by excitement she had been, none of this would be happening now, though she didn't doubt that Iroh would have found a way to avenge himself and his gladiator through a petty, last-minute victory with which he would have meant to destroy any and all aspirations she might have held. But if she didn't take action, she would break one recent, valuable vow she had intended to live by forevermore. Oma had lost Shu, and in her subsequent, vengeful wrath, changed their world by herself, and Angela and Sokka had sworn they'd never allow that to happen to the other. She wouldn't be Oma, losing herself to her grief, nor would she allow Sokka to be Shu, becoming a sacrifice, however crucial he might be, in order to change the world. Right now, the dim world could fuck itself for all she cared. She had to save Sokka at all costs, no matter if she would have to clash 1,000 times with her father to do so. How to save him, though? She had certainly bought Sokka further time by sending Oze into a blind rage directed at her. It was possible, despite she didn't want to indulge in any unfounded hopes, that he would be so cross with her that he wouldn't take action against Sokka immediately after he burned out all his fury. Even so, while he lingered in that wrathful state, she'd have a window of time to act, and do what, exactly? She couldn't expect to break into the prison tower without any consequence, let alone to break out Sokka successfully and run away with him. Not only would they be chased wherever they might go, but others would be left to pay the price of her actions, too. People she cared about, people she was grateful to, that they might have to pay for her mistakes was the very first thing she had never wanted, something she had intended to avoid at all costs. Whatever she did next, she needed to make sure her father's fury focused on her, and no one but her, as best as possible. She would find a way to set Sokka free, and then... A slow, unpleasant thought surged inside her mind at that. There was one way to make sure Sokka survived as long as possible, one way to prevent Oze's rage from spilling out to affect countless others who were either blameless or didn't deserve to pay the price for her transgressions. Even then, it wasn't a certainty that it'd work, perhaps it wouldn't, but it'd still mean saying goodbye to Sokka forever. Her heart clenched at the thought, even if it was a different kind of goodbye. Tears surged in her eyes, as she knew this was a far better alternative than letting Oze kill him, and even then, she wasn't sure she'd be able to live with it, no matter if she knew she absolutely had to do so. There was no happy ending. There was no outcome where she could possibly own up proudly to the consequences. Every single option that loomed ahead demanded sacrifices, many of which she wasn't ready to make, many of which she never would be ready for. Her situation was desperate, but no matter how she moved forward, as Zhao had put it, it seemed there was nothing but doom and misery in any horizon she might look to. She shook her head again, trying to wrestle herself out of those dark thoughts anew, and then she heard a sudden, familiar sound of solid rock brushing against rock, lightly. Azula raised her gaze, glancing about the room, uncertainty clenching her gut. Was she imagining things? With how dire her situation was, the least she needed was for her treacherous mind to grow even more treacherous yet. Just when she was about to chalk it down to her panic and stress driving her mad, she caught sight of something moving under her rug. Azula gasped. Was this the source of the sound, the secret entrance to the tunnels? For one fleeting moment of true madness, she scrambled towards it eagerly, her heart racing, her soul pulsating with it. She had only seen one person to end from that tunnel across the last years. Sokka. Could he have escaped on his own? If so, the fool shouldn't have come to her, let alone now. He should have hidden away somewhere safe, he should have known better than to hope for impossible things, Azula thought, just as she hesitated before pulling the rug back. Could he have broken out at all? She wouldn't want to underestimate her secret husband, not for a second, but if he had been caught by Xiaofeng and his favored goons, Sokka might not be in the best shape. Could he stage a successful escape from prison in those conditions? Could he find his way inside the tunnels on his own, without the ability to firebend, too? Could he have found anyone to help him break into the palace in this manner? Who would be willing to help him anyway? Anyone who wanted to do so would likely convince him not to do something quite as foolish as return to the very dragon's den where he'd be killed if he were caught within the building's premises, not that Azula had any intentions of allowing that to happen, under any circumstances. Her mind warned her, on and on, not to hope, not to wish for the impossible, especially when it could be that dangerous if Sokka were here. Her yearning heart, of course, nearly seemed to collapse upon itself over that notion, over the hope of seeing him once again. Her hand trembled as she pushed the rug aside, her eyes burning with tears as she waited for the trap door to open. She gasped once it shifted, her head swirling, her stomach clenching. The hand to push the trap door open was clad in a black glove. She gritted her teeth and lowered her gaze once the familiar face wasn't the one she had longed to see right now. She knew it was a possibility, of course she did, but her heart seemed to be bleeding out, coming undone, with how desperately she longed to see Sokka again. She had barely allowed herself to reason with that necessity, to process it. Now she realized the most overpowering of all her emotions at the moment was the longing to be by Sokka's side anew, even if it killed her. Princess. Fei whispered quietly, eyeing her with concern as she lowered her head, her face covered by the long tresses of her dark, disorderly hair. Fei. Fei, she said, swallowing hard as she forced herself to glance at him again. Why? Sorry, we really need to talk with you again, he said, still keeping his voice as low as he could. See, could you come with us? That he spoke in plural didn't even register with the princess right away. She breathed deeply several times, steeling herself, trying to reclaim some semblance of calm and poise before following with Fei Li's request. He and his fellow guards had been in her room only a few hours ago, letting her know they were working on a plan of some sort to save Sokka. Only upon recalling as much did she muster the courage to nod and slide closer to the trapdoor. She raised a hand towards the trapdoor but pulled it back before glancing about herself with uncertainty. She'd need to pretend she was unavailable, in case someone came into her room as Zhao had earlier. And the best way to do so? Princess? Fei Li asked, puzzled as Azula rose to her feet, making her way quietly towards her personal bathroom. She closed the door, breathing out quietly. At this point, she'd be likelier to have proper privacy if she was in there, right? Her door was busted, after all, so if anyone dared come inside and found the place empty, the locked bathroom door would suggest she was in there at the moment. It wasn't the strongest defense, but it was a necessary precaution, especially since a lack of caution was the very reason why she was in this predicament in the first place. She made sure to roll the rug back into place as she descended into the tunnel. The puzzled Fei Li appeared relieved when she returned at last, and he helped her close the trapdoor perfectly after ensuring the rug would cover it properly. She climbed down the steps carefully, trying her best not to think of how many times Sokka had traversed these very secret corridors, on his way to see her, or on his way back home. Everything, everywhere, reminded her of him. Her chest ached so badly she thought it would split open, but she did her best to ignore the pain as she turned towards the light source within the tunnel, a small ball of fire Ruishi held in his hand. You're back, she said, eyeing Ruishi and Fei Li with uncertainty. The two men nodded. It's only the two of us this time. Tai Wei has a big task ahead of him, Ruishi said, breathing deeply. We didn't think we'd have a chance to enter your room the normal way this time, and we don't want to risk being overheard by your father's guards either. Of course, Azula said, nodding. How did it go? The meeting with the Fire Lord? Fei Li asked, warily. Azula huffed. Rather well, I should hope, she said. From what I know, he's currently lost in his fury, releasing his outrage through his bending in the Agni Kai arena. He demanded that I left when I refused to play along with his pretense that I somehow was a victim in all this. You're a victim all right, of the Fire Lord's hubris, that is, Fei Li said, scowling. You were fine until he went mad. Actually true, but there's no chance we'll ever convince him to see things that way, Azula said, glancing at Ruishi again. I take it you're both here for more than just an update? Did you achieve anything? We have a plan, yes, and we've already set it in motion, Ruishi announced, and Azula's breath caught upon hearing those words. It's not the greatest plan, we suspect. But we couldn't think of anything else, so. What is it? Please, just, do you expect you can help him, Ruishi? Azula asked. That's part of the plan, yes, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. First of all, we are expecting to make our escape from the city on the barge. You, what? Azula said, her brow furrowing in utter confusion. Ruishi, you can't sail that ship with 3 men. No, but we can sail it with 10, albeit we'll certainly be spread thin, but we can, Ruishi said. Azula's eyes widened. Your old royal guards are all in agreement. We'll gladly choose to be renegades to your father's regime if that's what it takes to help you and Sokka. Staying on the Fire Lord's good side is as good as impossible for us, for starters, and none of us would choose him over you anyway. Azula gritted her teeth, shaking her head weakly. This is madness, Ruishi. How the blazes do you expect to stock up the barge and have it ready for sailing within, what, 3 days at best? 2 days, as a matter of fact, Ruishi said. Azula gasped, eyeing him in utter disbelief. We plan on taking to sea tomorrow. How? How, Ruishi? I can't see how this would ever work, she said. We'll be chased, we'll be stopped at Ajalan's gates if we can even get out of the bay for starters. There's no way this plan would pay off. Well, we intend to take down the barriers at the bay, if you were worried about that, Fei Li said, startling her. We'll preemptively head into the control room at the barrier's towers, disable the people on duty there, and open the barrier. If we lock up the sentries safely in each tower's basement, no one is likely to notice the barriers open and they're missing until morning. Until morning? Meaning, you intend to take off at night? Angela asked Ruishi, questioningly. We all know closing the great gates is uncommon unless there's a known threat in the horizon, Ruishi said. If it comes to it, we'll disembark and take down the barrier by attacking the soldiers stationed there, but chances are we can slip through the gates at night if they receive no notice that there are any suspicious naval movements happening in the area. You said the Navy is still messy after what happened last month, right? Asked Fei. Ruishi nodded. So we may be able to slip away before anyone notices us, though, wherever we go, it'll probably be up to you to decide, Princess. We can't possibly expect the barge to go undetected forever, Angela said, eyeing them warily. Ruishi nodded again. We might have to change vessels eventually, but short of involving anyone else in this plan, which I'd rather we didn't do, I don't think we can take any other ships out of the Fire Nation other than your barge, Princess, he said. We might be able to switch once we're far away, once we reach Earth Kingdom lands, I suspect. Angela breathed out, nodding weakly. It sounded terribly dangerous, but admittedly, anything would be terribly dangerous. If they tried to steal or buy a smaller ship, it would certainly be slower and harder to defend than the barge should they come across any dangers. If they stole an airship, which sounded easier said than done, seeing as they were not only difficult to manage but surely under heavy guard, they'd risk being taken down from the sky by the Air Force as well. Every possible alternative she could think of was even worse than the one Ruishi was suggesting. Tai Wei still remembers everything about how to operate the barge? Angela asked, softly. Ruishi nodded. He says he does. Your supposed whim by demanding he learned to drive every possible vehicle as his test has turned out to be a great asset. Then. I guess this is the best we can do, Angela mumbled, closing her eyes as she breathed deeply, but that doesn't resolve everything, does it? How will we get him out? And how will he and I end up on the barge? That is, if you planned on bringing me along. You didn't honestly expect to stay here after all this, did you? Ruishi asked, puzzled. Yes, you'd be coming along as well, of course. As for Sokka, that's certainly the hardest part of the plan. But preparing the barge will still take at least one full day. We're gathering everything we can so we may load everything overnight, while no one's the wiser. Can you even afford to do that? Isn't the general keeping tabs on you? Angela asked. Not right now. He seems to be pretty busy trying to keep up with the Fire Lord's wrath, Fei explained. Angela frowned. There's a lot of guards spread out through the palace right now, too. Basically, as long as he's unaware that we're up to anything, as long as no one tells him we've been sighted anywhere we shouldn't be, we should be okay. And no one will notice us, anyway, Ruishi said, pointedly. We're operating carefully, Princess. Most of us will be in the barracks, we'll take turns to work on stocking up the ship, and we won't wear our uniforms or anything that makes us identifiable while we do that. It's quite fortunate that no one should recognize us without our uniforms. You probably are the one who should be in the barracks the most, Angela reasoned, eyeing Ruishi carefully. The general? Yes, he's certainly going to check on me, more than anyone else. He already has implied as much, Ruishi admitted, but I'll keep him at bay somehow. At any rate, about Sokka, we decided someone needs to scout the prison tower, first of all. While we know the general layout of the place, we don't rightly know what the situation is, where he's being held, if we'll find the keys to his shackles and the cell he'll be kept in. So I'll be heading to the prison tower tonight, in a regular soldier uniform, Fei declared. I'll scout the place, figure out everything we need to know so that, on the night of our grand escape, I'll be able to break him out. You said you've asked the princess's dragon to be ready to help us, right? I did, Ruishi said, gazing at Angela with uncertainty. I know it's not quite right of me to request anything from your dragon, but you're not about to regret being improper now over giving him any orders, are you? Angela asked, skeptically. I can't fully process what happened, but you broke him out of the refuge, didn't you? That's what it feels like, at least. I did, Ruishi confirmed. Xin Long will be ready to offer assistance in whatever manner is necessary and convenient, Angela assured him, and Ruishi smiled before nodding in her direction. Very well, then. Ideally, Xin Long should assist us once the prison break occurs. He'll collect Sokka first, then we'd come here and help you get out of the palace too, so he can fetch you wherever else he can. Now, truthfully, we don't know how many of us will be necessary to extract both you and Sokka, so perhaps we'll need to wait until after the barge is safely past the gates. 2 nights from now? Azula asked. Ruishi nodded. Can your dragon travel further than the gates in a single night? We want the barge out of the Fire Nation's inner waters to ensure we can escape as unopposed as possible. It's the only way it'll be safe enough. How will you even know if they made it safely out of the gates? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. You'll wait to hear news about the barge being captured, and if there's nothing, you'll assume it worked. Something like that, yes. Ruishi admitted. There's no way the barge's absence would go unnoticed for a whole day, Azula reasoned. Not unless my father's so distracted with something else he ignores all reports about activities anywhere else. Granted, with how angry he is, that might still happen, but it's possible the ship will get caught anyway. Well, we're ready to be a decoy as well, Ruishi admitted, sadly. Azula's eyes widened. Did you just say? You're not serious? Ruishi. She gasped. If the Fire Lord will lose his mind to rage and wrath, he might as well direct it at us and give you and Sokka a chance to escape. If this plan fails, it can at least serve as a helpful smokescreen. It's obvious we're not getting a second chance to get away, so if it goes wrong, you can't waste any of the opportunities we might create for you, Ruishi said, simply. You can't just, curses, all of you are mad, Azula said, shaking her head as she sat at the steps that led to her trapdoor. All of you, taking a risk this big for me, and the more you explain the more dangerous it all sounds. If anything fails, and anything could, you'll just cast your lot completely with me and Sokka. And then none of us will make it out alive, Ruishi. This is so reckless, it's... Do you have a better plan? Ruishi asked, quietly. If you do, then please, tell us. I'll gladly choose anything else, because all I care about is avoiding as much damage as possible for all of us. You're much smarter than I am, so... Shit. I don't even know if I am, Ruishi, Azula said, clawing at her hair, yanking it lightly at first, harder when no improvements, no new ideas, came to mind. Maybe I would have a better idea, if I could get my damn mind to work. I've been beating myself up about what to do for hours and nothing works. Nothing comes to me, so... I have no right to say this is too big a risk when everything else I think of is even worse. Then, we should go forward with this. Feli asked, grimacing. If you approve, Princess. I don't know if I do or don't. But... she said, swallowing hard and glancing at them with uncertainty. Can I make one absolutely mad suggestion? Considering your plans are already dangerous enough, this could be a terrible idea and only make matters worse, but... What is it? Ruishi asked. Azula swallowed hard. If Feli will go on a scouting mission to the prison tower, does he have a solid plan for how he'll get in there? She asked. Ruishi frowned, as Feli bit his lip. Well, I thought I'd just request to see some other prisoner, claim I'd like to interrogate anyone else being kept there, he said. We can forge an authorization for it, right, Ruishi? We could. Ruishi nodded. Won't it bring too much attention to you? Azula asked. If you have to outright talk with the people in charge. Well, yeah, Warden Poon would definitely find me suspicious, but if I ask the right questions I'll probably confirm where Sokka is anyway. Feli said. Azula breathed deeply. If I remember correctly, the prison tower is mainly guarded by sentries that pace the walls outside the building, Azula said, as well as the tower's own outer corridors. If you waited until the shifts change, you could slip through, in the middle of the night, through a door in the outer corridor, and go inside unnoticed as long as you're careful. I could even wear a domestic forces uniform if I do that and pretend I'm assigned to serve in the prison tower, right? Feli said, tapping his chin. How would he reach one of those corridors, though? Ruishi asked Azula, warily, as though he could already tell her answer wouldn't sit well with him. The best way would be to fly in, undetected, Azula admitted, lowering her gaze. You said you hoped Xin Long could get us all the way to the barge, once it's past the gates. He can do that, yes, just as he can help with the scouting mission. Wait, you want me to fly on your dragon and reach the... Fei Li asked, eyes wide. Yes, I do, Angela said, bluntly. It may give you better chances to succeed. And I'd be willing to let you fly alone if you must. I'm not that stupid or selfish. I know this is for his sake and there's nothing I wouldn't do for that end, but... Fei Li repeated, puzzled. Angela breathed deeply once, then twice, and she couldn't raise her gaze to meet Ruishi's yet. She couldn't find the strength to utter the words, all in fear of hearing the answer she knew he'd give. The only answer that would be reasonable, responsible, logical, and yet her battered, weakened soul couldn't muster any good sense, not when she was like this. You want to go too, don't you? Fei Li gasped when Ruishi spoke in Angela's place. She gritted her teeth, tightening her fists, unable to speak even now. She felt like a child, begging for something she had done nothing to deserve, but she selfishly wanted it anyways. The pain wouldn't mitigate in the least whether she went or not, and she'd actually put so much at risk if she left this room somehow. The group of guards and Pharaoh had stormed in at night, making their demands, forcing her to abide by the Fire Lord's orders, and she had no reason to trust they wouldn't do something like it again. Even then, she was as good as willing to throw away her very existence for another chance to see him. One more chance, one more night. If that was all she could possibly have, she had to say she was sorry. She had to tell him she'd do anything in her power to help him, to save him, to let him know her father knew the full truth, and that she was done living in secrecy, hiding a love she had never been anything but proud of. Even if her body still felt wronged, splintered after last night, even if her soul seemed to wither and decay with each second spent in this new, unbearable reality, even then, she needed to be with him one more time. It hadn't been a whole day without him yet, but she missed him as though it had been an eternity instead. All this was true, just as she knew she had to restrain herself. That lack of restraint was what had landed them in this catastrophe in the first place. If she let herself be swayed by irresponsible impulses, she might derail the entire operation to rescue Sokka rather than aid it, and that was the last thing she should do. So she should simply shut her damn mouth and not ask for what she had thought to ask, for what her damn weak heart couldn't help but long for. Please, just say I can't. Ruishi, Angela finally managed to speak. Tell me I shouldn't, and I'll accept it. I'll stay put. I know, it's stupid, it's a big risk, it's madness, and I'm the last person who should be doing something like this when it's my own fault that any of this is happening. We're doing everything so he can be saved, this whole plan, that's the point, so, as long as we succeed, I'll see him again, and yet I'm being this much of an idiot, aren't I? Princess. Just say it, Ruishi, she said, shaking her head, wishing her damn voice wouldn't crack. Please. She clenched up when his hand touched her shoulder, though she didn't push him away. Raising her gaze to glance at him took far more willpower than she thought she'd need to muster, only to find a most unbelievable answer from the man who gazed at her with downcast eyes. I understand that is, perhaps, what I should do. What you expect me to do. If anything was different, I'd likely say those very words to you right now, Ruishi whispered, but while I may not understand all of what you're feeling, I can understand the very impulse you have to go to him when you have a chance to. But, this isn't a chance, is it? Angela said, flinching as she attempted to contain her tears. I'm the one who's trying to turn it into one, and I know it's wrong. Fei Li would likely do a better job without me, but perhaps he could do fine without you. Yes, Ruishi said, biting his lip, but there's a chance you could be of help too. If you can go to him, you can tell him of what we're trying to accomplish, and he'll be far more ready to go along with it this way, I suspect. Knowing you're still fighting for him, it'll likely mean the world to him. If his strength were faltering, which I don't know if it might, seeing you again will definitely change that for the better, so. Ruishi? It may do you good as well, he said, swallowing hard. I've been here long enough to know this is no whim, to know that you need this, just as I would if I were in your place. All I can ask is, that you're careful. Please, keep in mind why we've decided to do this. Saving him right away will certainly tempt you, but even if an opportunity arises, it will be too risky. We're not ready to take off yet. I know. I know. Of course, Ruishi Agila said, nodding promptly as he dropped his hand from her shoulder to clasp her hand. It didn't cross my mind to ask you to do anything for this plan. Truthfully, Ruishi whispered, I wasn't sure you would feel up for it, not after everything you've already been through. But if you are willing to do this, we'll be here tonight, then. Through this tunnel, again? Agila asked. Ruishi nodded. We should have someone take your place in your room, Ruishi reasoned, frowning, as it will be late at night. Perhaps we can afford having someone come here to pretend to be you. Someone? Agila asked, puzzled. Another guard, I mean, Ruishi said, grimacing, until you come back, of course. Yes, it's not the best possible solution, but short of involving anyone else, finding a better doppelganger for you than that won't be possible. I'm thinking Han would work for it. He's the thinnest and shortest of us, I guess, Fei Li agreed, and he has black hair and fair skin, too. He doesn't look a lot like the princess beyond that, but it's not the worst idea to have him come here to substitute for her while she's gone, Ruishi said, breathing out slowly. You'd have to lend him one of your robes, though, princess, if that's not. I'll do whatever I must, Agila said, gritting her teeth. I don't mind what it is. Though, he probably should take refuge in the bathroom and stay there while I'm gone. If anyone shows up and asks about me, he can pretend to be me and just say he feels sick. Wouldn't be a lie, I feel sick constantly right now. It's still a risk, but it may work, Ruishi said, nodding. Everything is a risk, anyway. If the two of you are compromised at any point during your mission, I suggest you break him out and leave as soon as you can, disregard the rest of the plan and make your escape at haste. There's very little chance they'll show us any mercy if we're caught conspiring against Fire Lord Oze's express wishes. We won't be caught, though, Fei Li said, frowning with determination. We can do this, Ruishi. Right, princess. Yes, she said, swallowing hard. I'm not too confident regarding anything at the moment, but we won't let anything go sideways now. Not when it matters as much as it does. Ruishi nodded, squeezing Agila's hand gently. His free hand continued to stoke the fire he'd been carrying all along, and thus, allowing Agila to see as he glanced up at the closed trapdoor. You probably should get going, he said. I don't know if they're inspecting your room at regular intervals or so, but it may be for the best if they have no reason to suspect you're up to anything. We'll come back later, for sure, Fei Li said. We can meet with the dragon outside the palace, take the tunnels underground until we reach the lake. Since no one lives directly nearby, we shouldn't be spotted there. I'll bring the full army uniform for you to wear, princess. It'll be better for you to use that one since they'll likely recognize you if you wear a domestic forces uniform and your face is exposed. I can wear one of the domestic forces, though, no one would know what I look like underneath my helmet anyway. And we'll bring Han, too, Ruishi said. Just be patient, princess. Be patient, and stay strong. I know the road ahead is the steepest we've ever faced, but however slim it may be, there's still hope we may survive this and find safety elsewhere. I know, Agila said, nodding as she blinked away the tears that surged in her eyes. And I owe that to you, Ruishi. Thank you. I would have never asked anything like this from you. I had to be willing to do it whether you asked it of me or not, Ruishi said, with a sad smile. We remain yours to command, princess, as we always have been. Agila nodded as she stepped back carefully. It was Ruishi who helped her open the trapdoor this time. They were as quiet as possible in doing so, and Agila slid under the rug she shoved aside as she climbed back to the alleged safety of her room. Ruishi lingered underground, holding the open trapdoor in place for just one more moment. It's not over until we surrender, Ruishi told her quietly. Agila swallowed hard. We will come back for you, no matter what. And we will protect you, come what may. Agila nodded, unwilling to talk, unwilling to alert the guards outside her room that she was speaking with anyone. Ruishi bowed his head as elegantly as possible before pulling the trapdoor closed successfully once more, and Agila reached for the rug, yanking it over the secret entrance into her room. There was a plan, then. It wasn't as sturdy, as ironclad, as she would have liked it to be, but it was a plan, nonetheless. She had to abide by it, to trust in her men and their instincts, to believe in their skill and their loyalty, and hope that fortune, as cruel and unyielding as it had been for the past day, would take a turn to their favor. She breathed out slowly and pushed herself up, approaching her window once again. The resolve she had been struggling to build finally had enough strength to push back against the fears that constantly ate away at her certainties. She wasn't sure how they'd pull it off just yet, and she wouldn't feel all that confident about their escape attempt unless tonight's dangerous incursion resulted in a resounding success, but even if it didn't, even if she couldn't find a way to break out Sokka easily by the time the barge was safely past the great gates of Ajalon, she would still see the man she loved most deeply once more. One more chance to hold him, to talk to him, to apologize for her mistakes, to give him whatever hopes she could muster, one more chance to hear his voice, and perhaps even discover a better solution, born from his clever mind, for, as she was, she couldn't think through this crisis in the least. He had always kept his head level in stressful situations whenever she had failed to do the same, so perhaps he could do so this time, too. She cast a glance out into the palace grounds. Pale, orange light fell upon the world, muted by a likely thick layer of clouds that muffled the natural light's colors. It seemed fitting that the Fire Nation's brightness seemed faded as the sunset loomed closer, as a night of faint hope followed one of pain. She could no longer see her surroundings with the same eyes as she had merely a day prior, when the purest happiness had given them wings to soar together across the heavens, if they so dared. They had been shot down, in a painful and chaotic crash landing, but she was still alive. She could still pick up the pieces, to a fault. It wasn't too late to fight for Sokka's safety and freedom. As long as there was even a small shred of hope to hold onto, Azula would cling to it. Until the very last of the light was obliterated before her very eyes, she would fight against the spread of darkness that had nearly broken her. She would rise again, as many times as Sokka always had, to fight against enemies he had no chance to defeat without her, no matter if that enemy was her own father. She pulled the curtain closed anew, eyes scanning her room cautiously. It would still be many hours before they came back, but she intended to be ready. The time for grieving what was lost would have to be left on hold for now. She had no intentions of losing more than she already had. That night would see them taking the very first step towards that objective, whatever the cost. She would fight to the ends of the world if that was what it took to save Sokka. Chapter 239, The Ultimate Gladiator 10. The breeze in the heights of the night sky should have bothered Azula, but the princess found it suitably matched the coldness that had taken hold of her soul. She shivered as she guided her dragon carefully towards Prison Tower, attempting to clear her mind from good and bad thoughts alike, attempting to focus on their mission alone. Just as promised, Ruishi and Fei Li had returned with her temporary replacement. Han was roughly of her height, and the least built of all her guards, too. Her royal nightgowns would be a good enough fit for him. She had instructed him to stay in the bathroom the whole night if he could, alleging to more privacy there than in the room itself, in case anyone came looking for Azula. She had ducked away in the private room briefly and changed into the uniform Fei Li had brought for her, finding it an unpleasant fit even before setting the helmet in place. As per Fei Li's suggestion, she had asked Xian Long to land at the capital's lake. They emerged at the tunnel exit closest to the location and Fei Li, dressed in his own, stolen domestic forces uniform, had checked that no one was nearby to see them climbing out before the princess left the tunnel. Ruishi lingered inside, nodding encouragingly at them. "Be careful, and good luck. I'll go back to the barracks now," he'd said. "Thank you, Ruishi." "Really?" Azula said. The guard smiled weakly. It was odd for the princess's voice to come from behind the intimidating, skull-shaped helmets worn by the regular Fire Nation army soldiers. "Make sure to come back safely, both of you," he said, before pulling the trapdoor closed once more. Azula had known there was little time to waste, but her heart's load lessened for just a moment once she saw her dragon anew. He groaned softly at her as she nearly broke into a sprint, on her way towards him. Her arms squeezed him in the tightest of hugs, and Xian Long groaned back, prodding her body with his snout, his whiskers swirling protectively around her. I'm so glad to see you," Azula had whispered, her face buried in her dragon's mane. "Thank you for coming for us." Xian Long grunted and nodded, reassuring her. She had once saved him from the world of darkness he had been completely lost in, and he would always owe her for that. No matter how dangerous her new quest might be, he had every intention of helping her fulfill it. Azula nodded, stroking her dragon's hair gently one more time before making her way to his saddle. She climbed atop it with uncertainty, her body's pains still troubling her, new pains, unrelated to the now familiar one, caused by her Kai's corruption. Pain caused by the hands that had held her down and even taken advantage of her shoulder's injury. Again, she had no choice but to use her right hand rather than her left, for she didn't know if that pulsating, throbbing sensation would fade away anytime soon. She slipped into the right position in the saddle, breathing deeply upon stretching her legs, again, failing not to think of last night, no matter how hard she might try. What Pharaoh had done hadn't quite hurt her physically, not the way the guards had, but it hurt in much worse places deep inside her soul. Feli. She had called her companion, swallowing hard. Get on, quick. Right. He said. He had been standing by her, willing to help her climb the saddle if she requested it, but refraining from touching her unless she did. Ruishi had advised him to withhold from making contact with her at the moment unless it was absolutely necessary, and as weakened as the princess might be, she hadn't requested his assistance right now. They had taken off right after that, through Xian Long's usual technique of flying upwards at haste, to avoid detection. The moonless night only made matters easier as they crossed the starlit sky on their way to the prison tower, soaring past the city's limits and towards the volcanic formations under which the building had been erected. Breathing in the fresh air should have proved a stimulating, welcome sensation for the princess. Stepping outside the palace, not knowing when she'd ever have permission to leave it again, was also something she knew she should cherish. She'd be her father's prisoner until their escape plan was set in motion, she suspected, though even now, it was hard to say what those plans might shape into beyond paper. They had to live in the moment and adapt to every sudden shift and change that might throw off their plans, otherwise, they would be doomed to fail at saving any of them, let alone saving Sokka. Feli fidgeted behind her, and Angela refrained from glancing at him over her aching shoulder. She breathed deeply instead and asked her question. Are you all right? She said, simply. I've flown before, I have, he said, biting his lip, just, not on the back of your dragon. I know Ruishi's done it before, and I used to envy him for it, you know? I kind of wanted to try it someday, but I wish the circumstances were better. Had I known, I would have taken you for a spin at some point earlier, Angela whispered, breathing deeply. I know you and the rest of the guards do want to help, and I'm grateful for that. But the truth is, I never wanted to involve you in this. I never wanted any of you to pay for what I've done, let alone to lose your jobs because of it. I'm sorry, Feli. Well, you don't have to be, Feli said, with a weak grin. I wish things hadn't come to this either, but knowing you wanted to keep us safe is enough for me. Truthfully, I've always suspected you don't really understand what our job is. I don't. Angela repeated. Feli chuckled quietly behind her. We're your guards, not the other way around. You protect everyone you care about, but it's us who should be protecting you. Back in the bay, you saved us from the spear and that madman, didn't you? And at great risk for yourself, too. It was the only way. Maybe, but it's only more proof of what I'm saying, said Feli, nodding promptly. You've protected us, instead of letting us protect you. Now we finally can do our duty. And we'll do it, no matter what it takes. You really don't resent me for this? Angela asked, glancing warily back at him, ignoring the pain of her shoulder. You don't think I should have known better, or? You mean, about Sokka? Feli said, puzzled. Well, I'm sorry if it displeases you to hear this. I know it's not my place to say anything like this, but, since you asked. What are you trying to say? Angela asked, perplexed. Feli chuckled softly and shrugged. I kind of hoped you two were together, he said. Angela's eyes widened. You've changed so much ever since he came along, princess, even in how you acted with the rest of us. I don't think I'd ever seen you happy before, not for real, until he showed up. The way you two looked at each other, the crazy adventures you had together, too. I always thought that was what was happening, though I never knew for sure if it was or wasn't. And hey, it's not just me either. We'd talk about it sometimes, and Ruishi, that jerk, he'd always tell us to shut up and that it was impossible, but I bet he always knew, didn't he? Well, Yes, he did, Angela said, smiling a little for what felt like the first time in ages. Fei Li huffed. What an ass, he grumbled. I mean, I know he was trying to protect us and give us plausible deniability and all that. But we all would have supported you too completely, I mean, we already do. Of course, Angela said. Fei Li huffed, shaking his head. I'll give him a piece of my mind once we go back. Please, hold that thought until we're all safe and sound on the barge, if you can. Angela said. Fei Li flinched and grimaced before nodding weakly. Right. I'll ask all the questions and point all my fingers at him once we're already safe, yes, he agreed. Angela swallowed hard. Either way, though, thank you. For not judging or resenting me, even though you have every right to, Angela whispered. I don't know what I've done to garner all your loyalty to this extent, but... You don't? Really? Fei Li asked, amused. Not only did you choose us when you could have chosen anyone else, ages ago, but you've trusted and protected us for a long time. Someone like you, Princess, everyone would love to follow a leader like you. I know I wouldn't want to follow anyone else, for sure. And I'm most fortunate that's how you and the others feel, Angela said, breathing deeply. What appeared to be a rock formation in the horizon caught her eye as she leaned closer to her dragon. I have no idea how any of this will turn out, not for real, but knowing I'm not fighting alone definitely makes matters easier for me. Thanks again, Fei Li. Always here for you, Princess, he smiled, though the grin waned once he recognized what she had glimpsed, too. The natural, volcanic formation under which stood the prison tower had never seemed all that stable to the princess. If they were ever attacked by earthbenders, they would have no trouble destroying the entire building by toppling the earthen ridges that spread over and above the tower. The place was also protected by a thick wall upon which they could see a few glowing lights in the distance. The tower itself appeared completely dark, with only a hint of occasional glow within the small windows, scarcely noticeable from a distance. All right, what's our plan, exactly? Fei Li asked, swallowing hard. Angela breathed deeply. The shift change should take place at midnight, right? She asked. Fei Li nodded. We may have about half an hour until then, I suspect. So, we'll approach from a distance, from the back of the tower. That way the sentries at the wall shouldn't notice Xin Long. And then we'll hover and wait until the soldiers go downstairs for the shift change, Fei Li said, releasing a breath slowly. All right. Though, you'll have to stay hidden someplace, right? The less you're seen, the better. You're wearing this armor mainly to keep anyone from knowing it's you right away if they ever spot you, but I shouldn't be seen at all, I know, Angela said, breathing deeply. I haven't been here many times so far, but I did come once, not that long ago, after the homeless people ran towards the procession, remember? I remember. There was a dining hall. I think I can remember how to get there, Angela said. At these hours, no one should be there. I can hide inside until you get whichever keys you can find, right? Right, Fei Li said, biting his lip. And even if we can't find any keys, you can still go see him, I figure. Though you'll only see him through the cell's bars, but it'll still work, to a fault. And what about the escape plan? Angela asked, wary. Isn't that the main reason we're here at all? What will we do to break him out if we can't find the keys? Well, I'd say I'll map out a thorough plan on what to do with whatever resources we have available. Fei Li said, dubious. But if worst comes to worst, I think we'll just break him out forcibly. We can weaken his cell bars and shackles with fire. Maybe you should consider going to Sokka's house, finding his sword and using that to cut through the metal, instead. Oh. That thing cuts through anything, doesn't it? Hey. That's a good idea. Fei Li said, biting his lip with anticipation. Nice. Angela breathed out slowly as Xin Long, abiding by her plans to stay out of sight, flew towards the ridges behind the prison tower. The location was isolated. There were no houses, no buildings in the area, beyond the prison tower zone. Xin Long finally touched down on the ridge, allowing them a clear view of the building and the wall that enclosed it from above. Sentries paced back and forth, but it didn't seem they had thought to glance back towards the prison. If they were expecting anyone to interfere or attack tonight, they were wrongfully assuming they'd arrive on foot. I'll go keep watch until the guards head inside, Fei Li suggested, climbing off Xin Long's back and starting on his way to the edge of the earthen formation. It's better if someone keeps an eye on them, right? Right, but it shouldn't be long now anyway, Azula said, breathing out slowly as she patted Xin Long gently. Her dragon was stern, again completely humorless, even though he had finally seemed to be returning to his usual self lately. He was worried about Sokka, of course he was, but he was also worried about her. I'll be okay, Xin. They can't break me more than they already have. I won't let them. Xin Long huffed, lowering his head. The damage they'd done was bad enough already. His grievances with her rotten family ran deeply, but despite knowing Azula had cared for the man once, Xin Long found himself despising Oze profoundly now. A man who could command for his daughter to be hurt to this extent, who would go to such lengths to destroy her happiness and peace, was definitely the same kind of man who would destroy an entire race of dragons in a fit of hubris. He was no different from his father, no better, either. Azula gritted her teeth, lowering her head. For years, she had wanted to believe her father was indeed better than the rest of the Fire Lords. For years, she had deluded herself into believing that those brief glimpses of warmth he'd showed her, that the man who had seemed so concerned for her well-being when he had first seen her convalescing after the battle earlier that month, could have more worth in his soul than the rest of their family did. But while she despised Iroh profoundly, more than ever, after what he'd done, it was her father who had acted violently, unforgivingly, upon that information. It was he who had privileged a pointless tradition and his accursed, absurd pride over Azula's well-being. He was responsible for far more horrors than he'd ever likely admit, for surely, if she dared confront him, he'd claim it was Azula who was in the wrong. That it was her who had acted out, that it was her mistake and not his, when the truth was that her father could never, and would never, dictate what was in her heart. When the truth was that, if he had ever genuinely respected her, if he had ever genuinely trusted her, he would know her life was hers to be lived. That, just as she had told him long ago, when he had claimed no man was worthy of her hand in marriage, she should be the one to choose the so-called unworthy man herself. Though she knew she had chosen the only worthy one indeed. The only one she would ever grow to love so profoundly, the only one deserving of every effort she was making to hold herself together, to fight against the devastating pain that tried to overpower her body, soul, mind, and heart, and whatever affection her dim heart had still retained for the man she called her father was but a fragment of what she held for Sokka. In many ways, Oze had pushed her into choosing between them both, forcing her hand, and he had been a fool to do so. Where years ago, she would have privileged no one and nothing over her father, he couldn't expect that to still be the truth after every unforgivable decision he had made over the course of the last years. He couldn't expect her to still be so daunted and scared she wouldn't stand up to him, when she had already done it before, when she would do it again without thinking about it for another second if it was for Sokka's sake. Oh. It's happening. Fei Li's words startled her. Azula swallowed hard and nodded, collecting the helmet and setting it in place. Her face would be hidden from plain sight, but her appreciation of her surroundings would also suffer while she hid underneath this helmet. It would keep her safe, to a fault, but she would have to devote herself as best she could to assessing her surroundings and avoiding detection. All her senses would need to be ready to pick up every sign of danger if she intended to get in and out of the prison unnoticed. If we can make it safely, Fei Li said, climbing on the saddle behind her once more. You'll go see him, once we know where he is held. I don't know how much time I can give you guys, at worst we'll get out on the next shift change, but it'll be dangerous. Shouldn't that happen around 6 in the morning? Azula asked. Xin Long will be visible in the sky by then. Yeah, that's why I said at worst, Fei Li grimaced. If we can get out any sooner than that, we will have to. I'll have to figure something out, I guess. A lot of this plan really is improvisation, huh? Azula whispered. Fei Li winced behind her, as Xin Long lifted off delicately, hoping to catch no one's attention with his short flight. It's probably not the best idea, but it's how he'd do it, if our roles were reversed. Fei Li swallowed hard at her words, remaining silent as Xin Long avoided flying before any of the tower's small windows. He landed on the corridor of the 6th floor, and Fei Li jumped off quickly before offering his assistance to Azula, to make matters easier. She accepted it wordlessly, clasping his shoulder with her right hand as she slid her leg over Xin Long's frame until she was finally on solid ground. Faley released an anxious breath before closing his helmet's visor. "We'll call you again soon, Xin," Angela whispered, patting the dragon's scales gently. "Stay hidden." The dragon didn't groan in response, only nodding weakly before taking off again. By then, Faley had clasped Angela's wrist and led her to the nearest doorway. It was ajar, left that way by the soldier whose shift had just ended. A fortunate lapse in judgment, though all things considered, the prison tower certainly lacked the upstanding, flight-proof reputation that the Boiling Rock had always held. If Sokka had been sent to that other prison, the likelihood of rescuing him at all would be slim to non-existent. It was the only positive factor to be found in Oze's hopes to execute him soon. The corridors inside the tower were poorly lit. It would allow Angela to walk across the shadows and avoid detection, or so she hoped. For now, though, they had to procure keys somewhere, be it Warden Poon's spare set or any others that Faley might be able to acquire. "We landed on the 6th floor, I believe," Angela whispered. The dining hall was at the end of the hall, on the 2nd floor. "Very well, I'll accompany you there, then I'll go to the guard's changing room," Faley said. Angela eyed him with uncertainty. "Why yeah, I know, I'm already in full uniform, but I have an idea on how to get a set of keys." "All right, then. I'll trust your judgment," Angela said. Those weren't words most people often directed at Faley, let alone the princess, and he cherished them further for it. They were cautious as they climbed down the stairs, though it seemed most guards who were to take up their new shifts either were already in place or were taking a long time in the changing room. It allowed Angela the chance to slip through the corridor, past the rows of empty cells, until she finally reached the dining room. After quickly glancing inside it, finding the location empty and scarcely lit by the light that filtered through the single window near the roof, Angela nodded at Faley and encouraged him to take off, closing the door as soon as he took off. She pressed her head to the door, breathing deeply. Slowly, Sokka was inside this dim building. He was here, merely a few flights of stairs away. She would see him again. As long as they went unnoticed, she would see him again. Faley made his way downstairs, to the ground floor, touching his hips, searching his own body for something he couldn't seem to find. He walked past a few guards by then, none of whom cast him so much as a second glance as he marched cautiously, and yet still with that careless behavior, into the changing room. There were only a few guards left inside, most of whom were taking off their armor and uniforms at the moment. Faley stepped past 3 of them, glancing at the shelves frantically until he finally caught the eye of the 4th one, at the back of the room. "Something wrong?" the soldier asked. Faley winced, his heart racing. I think I forgot my keys back at the barracks," he said, smacking his helmet with the palm of his hand. "I only noticed when I was halfway up to my post, damn it." That's not good," said the soldier, wary, "especially right now." "I know," Faley said, lowering his voice and yet sounding no less urgent for it. "Why, you think I can maybe ask the warden if he has a spare set anywhere? Or—" No. "What, are you crazy?" exclaimed the guard. Through gritted teeth, he shot a quick glance at a door at the end of the corridor, as though he was afraid that whoever might be behind it had overheard their exchange. Was that the warden's office, then? You've got to be one of the green recruits they called in for the top floor, aren't you?" I guess it's that obvious." Faley smiled awkwardly, immediately making a mental note of that information. "I guess we shouldn't be sent to the top floor, seeing as we're new." "Yeah, try that argument with your senior officers and see how that goes," said the guard, smirking in disbelief as he removed his own helmet. "Nobody even wants to be on duty while that guy takes to howling like a maniac up there, as he does sometimes. Feels like the Dem Tower's haunted and it's all his doing. As long as the other Dem prisoners don't start doing it too. Then, if I can't trade shifts with anyone else and I don't even have my keys, I should just go back." Faley groaned. "But they'll kick me out of the force if I do, won't they? Damn it, I should have picked another job." "Well, you look built enough for this one," said the guard, sighing. "You just need more nerve, I guess. Experience will give you that. But, if you're going to the top floor, I have an idea." Faley blinked blankly as the guard made for a shelf at the other side of the room. He opened a compartment, sifting through the contents inside it until Faley heard the unequivocal sound of metal clanging together. The guard returned with a whole set of keys in his hand, after closing the compartment. Fei Li gasped. These are Chuanli's keys, okay? You've got to come here as fast as you can once your shift ends and put those keys in that very same compartment, the guard instructed him. Fei Li nodded, breathing anxiously. Better this than asking Warden Poon anyway. Now, get going, you're wasting time and you'll get in trouble if you keep this up. Oh, thank you so much, said Fei Li, nodding and bowing gratefully in his direction before dashing off to the exit again. He sprinted upstairs, only slowing down once he reached the second floor. His new acquaintance probably wouldn't hear him anymore at this point. Fei Li breathed deeply and pocketed the keys as quietly as possible, approaching Angela's hiding place while still casting many wary glances around himself. The second floor's assigned sentries were already in the outer corridors, predictably watching the outside of the tower rather than expecting any threats to come from within the building. He knocked on the door lightly, hoping it would be enough warning that it was only him, before pushing the door open. Angela hid in the shadows of the dining room, and Fei Li had trouble locating her at first until she stepped towards him, once the door was closed. "Did you do it? Do you have the?" she asked, and Fei Li smiled weakly before showing her the keys, and entrusting them to her, placing them carefully on her hand. "I'll leave it to you to figure out if we can break him out with just normal keys," he said, breathing deeply. "I'll try to make a distraction so you can get to him safely." From what one guard said, he must be in the top floor. "I figured as much, but, do you know for sure?" Angela asked, warily. Fei Li shook his head. "Not really, and I don't even know how much privacy you'll have, depends on how thick the security is up there. Apparently they've gotten new recruits to watch the top floor. Which, well, seems like a stupid decision, but apparently he scares the guards, some would. I don't really know why, but he scares them." Angela repeated, swallowing hard. "The guy said he's been howling." Fei Li said, gritting his teeth. "I don't know if he's just shouting or he's being." Angela asked, gritting her teeth. The keys rattled in her hand as she failed to speak the word that came to mind. Fei Li froze in place. We can still help him. I know it's all very difficult right now, but we can. Let's go, Fei Li." "Now," she said, her voice trembling despite she spoke with stern determination. He nodded, returning to the dining hall's door. After a quick glance, he made sure the corridor was still empty and ushered Angela out. Again, she kept to the shadows as they returned to the stairs. Fei Li walked beside her, hoping to conceal her shape with his larger body if anyone glanced in their direction, but fortunately, they reached the flight to the third floor without obstacles. Angela wasn't in great shape, hadn't been for over a month by now. Even so, she slinked across the shadows while ignoring her exhaustion, constantly scrutinizing her surroundings, listening keenly to every sound beyond hers and Fei Li's. At the fifth floor, she forced Fei Li to a halt on the stairs landing when a guard dodged out of the external corridors, yawning as he made his way towards the cell block. Was this the first floor with any actual prisoners? So far, the whole tower had appeared deserted. Angela snarled under her helmet, wondering which among her father's enemies would be kept in these cells. She knew of a few she had ensnared for him herself, and now she regretted any and all good things she'd ever done for her father. If just out of spite, she hoped Fei Li and the others would be able to break out the rest of her father's most despised criminals. Come to think of it, that would be a good way to start a distraction. She'd have to suggest it later, though. Not only was it ill-advised to speak at all right now, but Fei Li was guiding her upstairs again, as the guard in question was gone. The sixth floor was much like the others, with only a handful of guards in the outer corridors, but by the time Angela was approaching the seventh floor, she heard the noise of pacing footsteps closer to them than before. The eighth was the top floor of the building. If that was where Sokka was being kept, this might be where they needed to stage a distraction most direly. Angela swallowed dryly, her heart racing painfully. He was so close already, merely another flight of stairs away, but she had to keep her head cool, or as cool as possible in these circumstances. She gestured at Fei Li, who breathed deeply and nodded, urging her to stay hidden within this flight of stairs. If everyone was so daunted by whatever noises drifted from Sokka's cell, the likelihood was that no one else would head upstairs to seek him out anyway. Fei Li stepped out into the open, breathing deeply as he took in this floor. It wasn't too different from the others, but the flight of stairs that led up was different, seeing as it was the last. There was no landing in them, instead they circled upwards into what he assumed would be close to the center of the cell block. That was their goal, and it was currently guarded by a recruit who had to be at least 6 years younger than Faley. Faley swallowed hard and smiled awkwardly as he approached the guard. He stood closer to the stairs too, wondering if he should go upstairs already to check it was empty, but he resolved to stand here, instead. This had to be one of the green recruits the other guard had mentioned, same as the one who struggled to hold up his spear properly as he paced the outer corridor. "Sorry I'm late," Faley said, with an awkward smile. The guard by the stairs winced at the sound of his voice. "I wasn't expecting anyone else to help, so, don't have to be sorry," he said, raising his visor and rubbing his eyes with his fists. "Has he, done anything weird yet?" Faley asked, pointing at the stairs. The guard raised an eyebrow. "No? Is he supposed to?" the guard asked. Faley huffed, eyes wide. "Beats me. I was told he's been howling and whatnot," he said, "but maybe if there's no one up there with him he has no reason to howl." "As far as I know, he's alone," said the guard. "Looks like they want him isolated or something." "Yeah, I noticed the other guards didn't want to come here. Must be because it was so boring," said the guard, yawning too. Faley blinked blankly at the guard's words. Boring? Guarding the top-profile prisoner of the Fire Nation at the moment was boring? Either they were in the wrong place, or these people had no idea who was upstairs. "Might be that howling you said would perk me up again, but I'm so not trained for this sort of thing." "Oh, I've had a few practice night patrols in the past, not quite the same as this, but still," Faley said, smiling encouragingly at the man. "There's this technique I resort to, you know? To wake myself up. It's just breathing really quick, really fast, many times." "Oh," said the guard, puzzled. "It gets your blood pumping so quickly, you'll see." Faley smiled. "Try it." The guard blinked blankly but obeyed Faley's suggestion. He started slow, but then his intakes of breath were faster and remarkably uneven. Faley gritted his teeth, wondering if this tactic would work or not. If it didn't, he guessed the guard would consider him trustworthy, to a fault, for helping him wake up, but then he'd need to stage another distraction. Maybe convince him to check on the other guy, introduce themselves to each other, which could give Angela the chance to dash upstairs while no one was the wiser. The guard beside him lost his balance, tumbling down to the floor. Faley reached for the guard just in time, gasping as he ensured his head wouldn't hit the solid stone steps of the staircase. He cradled the man closely, to his chest, in what he hoped he would think was a protective gesture rather than a means to immobilize him, and then he glanced back at the stairs that led downwards, still hidden in the shadows. Angela had kept track of their whole conversation and braced herself with a hand against the wall. Now? Should she truly walk before that guard? Was he completely out of it? Faley gestured at her with his head, urging her to move. Angela swallowed hard and did so, walking in plain sight now. The guard in the outer corridor had seemingly not noticed anything yet. He wasn't close to the door at the time, surely pacing at the other end, but once he came back, he'd likely want to check on his fallen comrade. It was now or never. Angela rounded Faley and the fainted guard as quietly as she could. Faley cradled the man's head against his chest as closely as he dared, but his blank eyes probably wouldn't have caught sight of the slithering shadow that crossed the long staircase right then and there. Faley waited until she was hidden in the shroud of darkness again. He hoped, deeply, that there truly would be no one else up there, for if there was, he wasn't sure how he'd help Angela anymore. Just this much was plenty of trouble already. If anything went wrong, every suspicion would certainly fall on him, no matter how convincing he had been in his role of novice guard so far. He heard the footsteps of the other guard, approaching the doorway. He breathed deeply and pulled the other one away from his chest at last, tapping his cheek gently. Hey. What's wrong?" "Oh, dear," he said, shaking his head. What happened?" asked the guard, re-entering the tower to look at the situation. Faley grimaced. "He fainted. I don't know why, though, it was so sudden. I managed to catch him before he fell to the floor. He said he was all sleepy, is what he'd told me." "Crap, but, do you think it's something serious?" asked the other guard, grimacing. "We should take him downstairs, shouldn't we?" Fei asked. Maybe there's first aid there. Oh, that's a good idea, said the guard, tapping his chin with a finger. Though, I wouldn't know what to do to help him over fainting. Fei said, a hand on his helmet. I was no good at first aid at the academy. You weren't? Really? Asked the other guard. Strange you'd graduate if that's how it is, but, I'll take him, then. No idea where the first aid stuff is, though, do you know? I'm as new here as you are, Fei sighed. The guard groaned, shaking his head as he collected his fainted comrade in his arms. Make sure nothing weird happens while we're gone, will you? He said, the last thing I need is to get kicked out of the domestic forces over messing up a patrol I never even wanted to take up, for crying out loud. The guard grumbled on his way downstairs, carrying his comrade in his arms. Fei breathed deeply as he watched them go, and he lingered, on his knees, before the stairs. He didn't know how long it would take for those two to return, but he'd definitely have trouble distracting them again if they came back before the princess was ready to leave. He knew she wouldn't likely be brief about this, but he had no idea what he'd do to prevent the other two from recognizing something was amiss once they came back. This was dangerous, very dangerous. Their survival and the safety of their mission now hinged on the princess alone. Sounds reached him in his dark cell. Voices, it seemed. The guards on the next floor were chattier than the last ones, apparently. He shot a bitter glare at the stairs, wondering if he should yell at them to shut up, wondering if he should do anything at all. His throat was sore, had been for most the day, for he had barely been brought any water so far. He'd had 2 meals, one in the morning and one at night. The first one was a barely edible gruel, the second a chunk of stale bread. In many ways, it was as though he was right back at the beginning, at the amateur arena, no less. He closed his eyes, waiting for the noise to go away, but it didn't. The chatty guards downstairs apparently were breathing very quickly, or one of them was, at least. Was something wrong, then? Was the guy nervous for some reason? Had he been given some sort of dangerous command, perhaps, or? The noisy breathing stopped suddenly. Sokka's eyes narrowed, the rustling of clothes, the clinking sounds of armor clashing together, and then, footsteps. Footsteps, up the stairs. Coming his way. They started very light, barely perceptible, but the rhythm was clear enough. The sounds came closer and closer, and they sped up as the distance between them and the top floor was shortened. At the very same stairs that Xiaofeng and his goons had vanished through, that the only kind guard he'd seen so far had left through, he glimpsed a fully armored soldier, wearing the Fire Nation's General Army's helmet design, those red spikes at either side, those skull-like masks covering the face completely. The sight was unwelcome, but more than anything, it was confusing. Wasn't that a uniform worn by occupation forces? By the invasion forces? Why would anyone show up at his cell wearing that uniform? And why would they stop cold at the top of the stairs, visibly trembling upon facing him as he sat in his cell, scowling distrustfully? The soldier's chest heaved visibly, the rise of their shoulders made them flinch, seemingly bringing them back to their senses. Sokka frowned, perplexed over the soldier's unsteady gait, uncharacteristic from any member of the Fire Lord's armed forces. Who? He started. His heart knew that was the right question to ask, but his mind forced him not to utter it. He had to watch out for himself. The situation was far too suspicious to take it for granted. What do you want? The soldier approached the cell's door. The breathing was even more unsteady than their walking rhythm, but it was familiar. Something in the hitch of their intake of breaths resembled that of someone whose every hitch he'd long memorized already. Wait. He said, as the possibility dawned on him, no matter how unlikely it could be. No, he was filling his head with utter delusions because it couldn't be her, it couldn't be. The clinking of the keys the alleged soldier procured startled Sokka all the same. He watched impatiently, his heart racing, as the new arrival struggled not only to find the right key, but to keep a steady control over their motions when their entire body was vibrating painfully. Such was the strength with which they shook that the keys slipped out of the palm of their hand and fell on the filthy floor. Shit. And now there was no mistaking it. No, what are you? Sokka exclaimed, tears surging in his eyes only for her to interrupt him when she brought her trembling right hand's index and middle fingers to the level of her mouth. Sokka gritted his teeth, and now she was certainly not the only one trembling as his voice, suddenly broken and impossible to find, uttered the 3 syllables he considered his very salvation, Azula. The wheeze of his voice was so faint she barely had it in her to collect the keys that she'd dropped. Azula flinched, raising the keys back to the lock, struggling not only to undo it as she tested every key, one by one, but to rise to her feet when her legs trembled so violently. In the end, she gave up on standing up. She only continued to fumble with the dem keys, trying her best not to drop them again, as Sokka crawled with difficulty across the filthy floor, gazing at her with the most heartbreaking despair she had ever seen in his eyes. He needed to hold her, just as badly as he needed to send her away for her own safety. She understood those feelings perfectly, without needing him to put them into words. She was experiencing the same contradictory impulses, the same urges, the same relief over seeing him again, as well as the horror of knowing he had been hurt, so terribly, by her father's men. His face was bruised, as were his exposed arms. She didn't even want to imagine how bad the wounds would be over the rest of his body, but as he flinched so many times while crawling towards her that she could tell they were dreadful as well. A shackle held his ankle, linking him to the far wall, and he was too weakened to break it or slip out of it. Even so, even in this awkward position, he seemed to disregard the way his leg twisted back as he attempted to reach the cell's door. Nothing mattered to him as much as reaching her, just as nothing mattered to her as much as breaking him free. Finally, the lock clicked. Azula gasped, struggling to keep the lock from crumbling noisily on the floor, but she set it aside immediately before pulling the door open. Sokka's arms wrapped around her as soon as she crossed the threshold, pulling her close into the most fragile, painful embrace they had ever shared. If Azula had thought she had let her emotions run rampant at any point in her life before, it was nothing compared with the overwhelming feelings that tore her soul to pieces now. Tears had never rushed down her eyes with such abandon as sobs shook her shoulders. Her hands had reached for him as well, touching his strong body, only to confirm it was utterly weakened, covered in wounds. She gasped as she pulled away, trying to avoid touching his wounds, but Sokka only took that chance to lift the helmet carefully from her head. He revealed her face, streaked as it was with a myriad of tears, with a mix of conflicting, chaotic emotions that made it so she didn't know where to start, what to do, what to even say, for all she wanted was to whisk him away to safety immediately. But he didn't let her speak, not even if she had known how to find the words she lacked. He caught her face in his hands, reeling her closer so his lips could find hers. He could taste her tears, and soon enough she tasted his own too. They were only making each other's reactions worse, but there was no stopping the overflowing, painful rush that overtook them. I thought I'd never see you again. Sokka gasped against her lips before pressing his face to her right shoulder, armored as it was. Azula, you. Oh, Azula. I didn't. I know I shouldn't be here, She cried just as well, clinging to him until he flinched as she brushed one of his wounds accidentally. No. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Sokka, Touch me again. I don't care where, I don't care if it hurts, I only care that it's you, he said, raising his face to show her the most fragile smile she had ever seen on his face. Azula, love. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She sobbed, shaking her head violently. I know I shouldn't be here, I know that, but why did you come? And how? Sokka asked, easing her constant shaking of her head by holding her face in his hands. I was so scared, I didn't know what the hell they'd done to you. I was so afraid for you, Azula. You got the worst of it, Sokka, please. Azula said, her very lips trembling as her hands raked his chest. The prisoner's uniform that clung loosely around his body allowed her to see the patches of roughened skin beneath the fabric. They beat you, have they been torturing you? Fairly heard. Fairly. Sokka repeated. Are the guards all right? Your guards? They definitely weren't the ones who came for me. I mean, I could tell, but I couldn't even know if it wasn't them. No, Azula shook her head. They never would have. They were helping me break you out and get you to safety somehow. Wait, what? Sokka gasped. Why did you come here to break me out? I can't today, but soon, Azula, that's treason? Dangerous, madness. she asked, and for the first time that night, Sokka saw the glow of determination that usually sparkled in the eyes of the woman he loved. I think we're well past that point now. Sokka, it's all over. There's no point in even trying to protect anything anymore. He's going to come after all of us even if we play to his damn tune, and I don't intend to give him the satisfaction if I can avoid it, to begin with. Fuck him. Shit, I really want to kill him now. Fuck, I should have done it ages ago. Sokka growled, releasing Azula as he lowered his head, his shoulders squared. What did they do to you? Azula. Don't, why you shouldn't even know, Sokka, it won't help at all, Azula said, shaking her head. They really did it, the purity examination, didn't they? Sokka said, gritting his teeth. Azula flinched, lowering her gaze. Sokka's breath escaped him at her silent admission. And then she was startled when he wrapped his arms around her body again, so much more delicately now, as his tears spilled onto her hair, sobs shaking his body. I couldn't fight back. Azula admitted, with a thread of a voice. A powerful sob shook her too, one she couldn't keep silent. I tried, but there were so many guards, and I wasn't ready, I wasn't strong enough to. I want to kill them all. I want to kill every bastard who dared touch you. Sokka sobbed, trembling against her. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Azula, it is my fault. I should have known better than to act on impulse when I did, then push us both into fucking in the damn waiting room. If we hadn't, then maybe. Wait, what? It's all Iroh, Sokka, it was him who, he saw us. I don't even know how, he realized what we were doing, I don't know, but the piece of shit told my father and Iroh? It was. Sokka said, his face torn now with a snarl of rage. It wasn't bad enough that Oze would have them both killed, hurt, and tortured in as wide a myriad of ways as he pleased, but it was all Iroh is doing? That son of a bitch seriously did this because... SHHH, Sokka, please don't, there's guards everywhere downstairs. Azula shook her head, pressing her hand to his mouth. The furious tears that poured down his cheeks couldn't be stopped, even if his voice could be. The two of them should fucking die. Sokka growled, lowering his head. How dared they? How could they do this to you? I don't know. Azula said, pulling him close until his head rested on her shoulder. I don't know, and it doesn't even matter why or how anymore, because it's too late to change what happened. What matters now is getting you out of here when we can, Sokka. Azula, it's too dangerous. Sokka said, raising his head to eye her pleadingly. You're already in so much danger, they've already hurt you as they have, you can't just... I'll do anything for you, damn it, she said, trembling again before catching his face between her hands to kiss him brusquely. Her forehead rested against his afterwards, leaving Sokka to gasp breathlessly, lacking the words, the means, to speak his mind anymore. I don't care what the cost may be for me. I'll pay the price. But you will live. You have to live, Sokka, you just have to. I don't know if we can make that work, Azula. Well, we have to, Azula said, gritting her teeth as she clasped the keys again. Sokka eyed her with uncertainty as she moved towards his shackled leg. We came all this way, snuck up here, albeit to be sure we can get you out when the time's right, okay? We can't today, we're not ready, but maybe by tomorrow night. Azula. Sokka said, grimacing. The shackle rattled as she struggled to slide the keys inside the lock, but most the keys didn't fit this time, and the ones that did wouldn't budge. You're getting out of here, damn it, why you're getting out of here? Azula sobbed, switching keys one by one, only for the same results to repeat themselves over and over again. Azula, please. Sokka called her, reaching to wrap a hand around the nape of her neck just as Azula failed to unlock the shackle with the last key. With a muffled shriek, Azula tossed the keys, frustrated, on the filthy floor beside her. No, none worked on the damn shackle. Or maybe she should try again, maybe she had missed one, but somehow, she could tell that wasn't the case. The guard who helped me, he couldn't unlock it either. The guard. Angela asked, raising her head towards him. What guard? I don't know. Sokka swallowed hard, breathing out slowly as he took her hand in hers. I couldn't recognize him, maybe because I'd just been brought here. But, he told me, back at the house, when they found me, that I should stop struggling, both for your sake and mine. Then he brought me water and some ointment for my wounds, once I was already here. The only thing he told me was, that they'd done that damn examination to you, though I still wanted to hope that, that it hadn't happened, that you'd be okay, but I never wanted anyone else to. Angela said, through gritted teeth. Sokka sobbed quietly too, pulling her close to a gentle embrace. I know, he said, pressing soft kisses to her cheek. She clung to him, unable to retain yet another burst of tears as she held on to him. It should have never happened, none of this, Angela, but, please, don't ever blame yourself. It wasn't you, it wasn't your fault. If I hadn't been so fucking stupid, Sokka. Angela, don't. She gasped, looking at him in despair. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have been such a fool. Iroh had no right, Angela, it wasn't his place to. Iroh wouldn't have had the chance to do this if I'd ever held back with you, Angela said, shaking her head. Sokka's eyes widened. If I'd listened to you, when you said I wasn't supposed to be a choice for you, if I'd let you stop that day when we... What? And no, Angela. You wouldn't be here now. Angela sobbed, shaking her head. Why, you would still be out of danger. My father wouldn't want to kill you and what about everything else, Angela? Sokka said, eyeing her in disbelief. Everything we built, everything we worked for. She gasped, covering her face with her hands as Sokka shook his head and pulled her closer. No, Angela, no, he said, pressing his face to the top of her head as he pulled away from the cell's open door again, until his back was against the wall once more. He brought her with him, holding her as closely as he possibly could, no matter how his ribs might hurt, how many of his bruises she was in contact with, none of it mattered. The pain made them real. It made this moment solid, rather than a mere illusion or a wishful dream what we had. I don't care what your damn father, what your wretched uncle, might think of it. What we had was the strongest, the truest of loves, and it wasn't doomed to end like this. It wouldn't have, if not for those two. It's their fault, Angela, not yours. You have every right to love, to live your life however you choose to, with whoever you chose to. And say, if I somehow was wrong, if this was the only possible outcome for what we have, if I would always be doomed to die for our love. No, Sokka, please. Well, I'd die a million times over, if that's how it is, Sokka said, swallowing hard. I don't care how painful. I don't care how many times they might break my body until it no longer holds up. I don't care what they might do to me, whatever they think I deserve, every hardship, every price, was worth loving you. I'll never regret our love. I can't, Angela. You mean everything to me, damn it. And you mean everything to me, you fool, that's why I can't, why I can't accept that this is the price we have to pay. She gasped, looking at him in chagrin. Why your life, why you shouldn't have to lose it because of our love, Sokka, you should never have to lose everything just because of me. You're right, Sokka said, nodding weakly. I shouldn't have to. But if that's the way this fucked up world wants to make things, I'd rather die tomorrow than deny our love. The only life I want to live, is a life with you. Everything else is worthless, believe me, my life was going nowhere until you found me. You gave everything meaning. You made my every damn dream come true, Angela, just by being you. Haven't we always said it? We're proud of what we have, of who we've become with each other. Sokka. Angela gasped, her voice shattering at his words. I'm proud, even if that pride will be the death of me. I'm proud, he said, cupping her face again, to call you my wife, to hold you like this. To kiss you, to make love to you. No one can ever make me regret any of that, Angela, because I love you. I always will love you. I may be broken and beaten, and maybe I'll die soon, but even if I did, my heart, my soul, my very spirit, will be with you for good, forever. I'm yours, Angela. I've been yours for so much longer than I ever knew. Sokka. Angela gasped, between countless tears again. I can't let you die, damn it. If you die I might as well just die with you, because I can't live in this disgusting world without you. She hugged him again, sobbing desperately as he held her, far more firmly than he expected to. Just being around her again filled him with strength, no matter if he hadn't slept, if he hadn't eaten, for she was the source of his very will to live. How he would have loved to hold her well until they were old and grey, to continue living his life by her side, to sit with her watching sunsets for eternity, in this life and the next. It had been too much to hope for, too much to ask. Yes, they had made mistakes, they had been reckless and foolish, and in many ways, their carelessness had come at a price. Yet with every moment he held her, it seemed as though all the years of bliss by her side had come and gone too soon. If he had known it would happen, if he had been warned their last days loomed closer, he would have cherished every moment even further. He would have been prepared to fight back, to protect them however possible, whether against Iroh or Ozai or just anyone who dared get in their way. It was a disgusting world, to be sure, a world where two people could love each other so fiercely, so purely, only to be forced apart by the wrath of a brutal, merciless Fire Lord. They had already been well on their way to rebuild the world indeed, into a world where balance would return, where slavery would disappear, where nations would work together in true harmony, rather than staying distant from each other, refusing to cooperate at all, a world where the love of a Fire Nation princess and a Water Tribe warrior would never be punished, destroyed by ignorance, by cruelty, by the forceful hand of a man whose thirst for control, power, and strength would never be quenched. All dreams of such a world were now nothing but a future they could never attain. A future they had lost, whether by their own actions or by those of others, it made no matter, it was out of reach completely. Perhaps they had dreamt of the impossible, accustomed to achieving anything they set out to do, but their wings had been clipped. After spending years rising as high as they had, in a matter of a single day they plummeted to the ground anew, crashing, burning, all their aspirations and hopes utterly dashed and cast into nothingness. It meant that all they had left was the present, this moment, and nothing else. If the guards' plans failed, if they backfired somehow, if Ozai made his move sooner than expected, this would be the last chance they'd ever have. The final night, the last contact between their trembling, fragile bodies. Angela. He called her name, and he said nothing more. Perhaps it was only the pleasure of speaking it, of knowing it belonged to her, of holding her in his arms, his thoughts, his voice. Don't ask me to try. She whispered, shaking her head as she pressed it to his chest. Don't ask me to live on, not without you. I wasn't going to, but I've cast my lot with you, Angela said, gripping him tightly. I won't accept anything else. If someone should pay the price for everything, it should be me, not you. No, Angela. My father. Angela said, pulling away just to look at him, though whimpered softly before doing so. He called me in, to question me. About this. About you. Sokka's brow drew together at those words. His own grip around Angela tightened too, as though holding her now would mean he could keep her away from the man who, as far as he could tell, was nothing short of the worst menace against his own daughter. He snarled, his body trembling more violently now than it had for a few moments. What did he do to you? Did he hurt you, Angela? I thought he wouldn't have seen you. He didn't hurt me, Angela whispered, not more than his damn orders already had. But he wanted me to lie to him, to tell him you'd forced yourself on me, that I was innocent somehow, a fucking victim when I've loved you with every damn fiber of my being. Piece of shit. Sokka hissed, gritting his teeth. Though. I guess if you said what he wanted to, he'd have killed you already. Angela said, looking at him in chagrin. Sokka swallowed hard. And he wouldn't have hurt me any less by it, damn it all. He just wanted to pin the blame on you, to play this as some wretched story where you were the monster, when the only monster around here is him. She sobbed, shaking her head again. Sokka sighed, pulling her in once more, rubbing her back gently, kissing the side of her head and her cheek. He knew the answer already, but he ventured his guess all the same. You didn't lie to him, he whispered. Angela shook her head. So now he can hate me all he wants, he can resent me for as long as he pleases, I don't care, Angela said, sniffing as her hands caressed Sokka's body gently. I've told him, that I'd give myself to you for as long as we both live, that I'd done it 1,000,000 times over and I'd do it as many as I could, all over again. You're so reckless, love, so beautiful and so reckless. Sokka said, shaking his head as tears rolled down his eyes as well, saying something like that to him. You shouldn't have, damn it, he could've. I didn't care. I still don't, just as you don't care if you have to die because of what we have. I don't care to spare my father's feelings, if that's even what they're called, Angela hissed, shaking her head one more time before gazing at him. I don't care, whatever he does to me, from this day onwards, I'll fight back every time, I'll rebel, and never submit. I will be like you. I won't bow to him, never again. Sokka breathed out slowly, brushing her face with his fingers, breaking the pattern of her tears by doing so. She trembled still, and the sadness that held her soul had to be overpowering, but even if the night was barely lit, even if his weary eyes weren't that much use in the darkness, her beauty still stole away his heart upon gazing at her. His long silence provided her with a chance to take him in as well. His long hair, tousled and unkempt, still retained some of its grace. Where there were bruises over his skin, across his whole body, his blue eyes still were lit with that spark of intelligence, of strength she had ever admired in him. Long ago, it had been Angela who had beaten him, leaving him helpless in the snow, looking down on him as she inflicted upon him a fate she would regret in the future, and upon finding him anew, that intelligence, that strength, had still resided in him. Whether they succeeded at rescuing him or he died tomorrow, she believed his words fully, he would never break. He surrendered to no one. In him resided a dignity, a nobility, that she had recognized in no one else she had known but him. This isn't the way anything was supposed to go, Angela managed to say, raising a hand to caress his cheek, brushing his growing stubble as she did. But I swear, whatever it takes, we will save you, Sokka. Whatever it takes. I'm sorry your guards got involved too. Sokka whispered, I bet you mustn't have wanted that, ever. No, I didn't, but I didn't know what else to do, Angela admitted. It's been a nightmare, Sokka. Not having you beside me, I'm here now, he whispered. She gritted her teeth. But I'll have to go eventually, I can't stay in here with you forever, no matter if I wish I could. Angela said, pressing her brow to his. We have this moment, Sokka muttered, taking her hand in his, pressing a delicate kiss to her palm, then another to her wrist, then to each of her fingers. Angela's throat tightened as she watched him, tears threatening to overcome her anew. I really thought I'd never see you again, Angela. This isn't the last time, Sokka, she said, her voice so weak her words were barely a whisper. I won't let it be the last time, I can't, no matter what it takes, it won't be the last. Sokka agreed, and her constrained chest eased mildly. For it you and the others, you'll do it. We'll all get away from your dad, and then we'll find a way to defeat him, to tear him down, to fix everything wrong with the world, together. And then, everyone will know about us, right? So we'll be able to live freely, just as we always wanted to, Angela. Just as we dreamed, no more hiding, no more secrecy. His words saw her crying again, and he followed soon afterwards. The future he was trying to build for her with his words was ephemeral, a wishful dream neither one truly believed could be attained anymore. It was but a faint hope that things would get better one day, for the depths of their current despair suggested the future couldn't be this bleak, constantly, for good, could it? It's not the last time, Angela, he said, shaking his head, because I will always be with you. The sense of finality in those words was devastating. Angela whimpered, her shoulders shaking, before pressing her lips to his. She showered him in her sorrows, giving herself to a different kind of passion than she usually did. She wanted to commit him to memory, every single inch of him, every drip of his sweat, every strand of his hair, every breath he ever released into the night air, all of it, she wanted to make it hers. To protect him with her own body if need be, to shield him from every blow that came his way. It was a familiar enough sensation, one she had experienced with similarly overpowering despair once before, once, in a dream in which she had lost everything. She had wanted nothing but to ensure that damned nightmare would never come to pass, that she would never find herself struggling to protect Sokka in that manner. But just as he had protected her, for as long as their partnership had existed, she protected him. Even now, when they were as good as standing at the very gates of death, neither one wanted to do anything but protect the other, at all costs. Kissing his dry lips so fiercely, letting her tongue travel through his waiting mouth, wouldn't help protect him, she knew as much. Giving him the chance to do the same, to explore her for the millionth time, had to be detrimental to their cause as well. She and Fei had to go, they had to, it was true, and yet they knew this could be the last time, regardless of Sokka's fragile promises. Azula tried her best not to cry anymore, not now, not when she should have been focusing on nothing but his touch and his earnest kisses, but the tears wouldn't stop coming. Where the erotic intent from merely a day ago had been all they could cave into, now they were driven by a desperate nostalgia for something they hadn't yet lost. If this would be the last, it should certainly not be like this, but the world was not quite so kind as to allow them a choice in that respect, not anymore. Neither abided by the physical pain etched upon their bodies, it was nothing compared with the hemorrhage that poured from their hearts and souls, constantly increasing as they exchanged it relentlessly through the bridge between them both. Each kiss was more desperate than the last, even as they focused as well on trailing their hands upon each other's body. Azula caressed his abdomen, as lightly as she dared, before reaching down to loosen his prison trousers. Sokka gasped as she pulled away from his lips, and he seemed to dive in to seek for more, only for the princess to cover his chest in kisses as she moved lower down his body. Sokka gritted his teeth as she slid a hand inside his lower garments, releasing his manhood, where it would be standing upright by now. The devastating situation certainly had done no favors to his drive. She couldn't blame him, truthfully. Her own body hardly seemed to remember what pleasure was, so consumed by grief that she could barely process her own actions. Sokka reached down to touch her body, flinching as she engulfed his cock with her mouth. She didn't hold back, didn't tease him, and at this point, neither would he. His hand wound up caressing her face as she dove into the fullest, as though trying to intoxicate herself in him completely. Sokka shivered, sensing the natural response of his body to this stimulation, wishing it hadn't responded quite so quickly. How greedy of him to want this to last longer, when they had no time to waste, when Azula had to leave so soon. He only let her continue for a few more moments, gritting his teeth as he took her face in his hands and guided her head away from his groin. Even now, tears blinked in the corners of her eyes, and he brushed them away with his thumbs before reeling her closer to him. Azula gasped, opposing no resistance as Sokka undid the belt of her uniform, tugging down her clothes a little more brusquely than he had intended. She helped him, shaking off her boots, tossing everything aside until her lower body was fully bare. Sokka pulled her closer, prompting her to kneel as he slid between her legs. He wouldn't have her lie down in the filth of this damn cell, not even for a moment, not when he didn't need her to do so in order to devour her core. Azula whimpered, slapping her hand across her mouth to force herself to remain silent. This time, to be sure, she couldn't make any noise. Every kiss he planted upon her warm skin, every trail of his tongue across her slit, was but a reminder that this very impulsive behavior was the whole reason this had happened in the first place, and yet she couldn't bring herself to stop him. She could only chastise herself internally, punching the rock wall with her free hand, punishing herself through the bursts of pain while the pleasure he expertly weaved between her legs surged far more easily than she had expected it to. She pushed herself off him once she thought she was ready. Sokka flinched, the pain across his body still occasionally rearing its head, but he wouldn't hold back, not even if it killed him. He was condemned already, as it was. He guided her to sit upon his lap, and it was Azula herself who clasped his manhood, guiding it to her entrance, and she gazed directly into his heartfelt eyes as she let herself sink on him. His head breached her slowly, and Azula gritted her teeth to retain her moans. Sokka released a trembling breath, cupping her face between his hands before kissing her. Azula seemed not to know how to breathe either, breaking each kiss with a gasp, her behavior that of a drowning person who couldn't seem to come afloat, no matter how hard they might try. But he brought her up with him, sharing his own air with her, letting her break their kisses as many times as she needed to, whether to cry or to regain her composure, though the latter, clearly, was impossible for either of them. Every glimpse of each other's faces would botch up their every attempt to level themselves with reality. It wasn't the time to fear what would come tomorrow, but the time to give themselves to the present as best they could, and yet losing this, losing each other, had submerged their hearts in the deepest darkness. There was no shaking off this despair, no fighting it. All they could do was act on it, to offer themselves to each other for one dark night, as dark as the one where they had lost everything they'd fought to protect for this long. "I love you," Sokka gasped, as Azula continued to sink in him. His shaft was engulfed slowly, and her walls seemed to pulsate with pleasure that she couldn't feel in her broken heart. "I love you more than anything, Azula." "Sokka," she gasped, hands sliding into his hair. "I don't care. I don't care what comes for me. I'll never regret that, all right," he said, gritting his teeth as his hands slid down to her neck. He kissed her passionately again as he undid the buckles of this armor. He didn't remove it from her shoulders, but his hands slid through her tunic afterwards, caressing her skin directly. How he longed to see her, all of her, but he couldn't continue tempting fate again, not after it had already crossed them so cruelly the previous night. He touched her everywhere he could reach regardless of that, trailing over her flanks, sliding even underneath her breast bindings and cupping her mounds, letting her nipples harden against his massaging palms. Azula breathed out between kisses, fisting his hair with likely further strength than she should have exerted. No one else would ever touch her like this. She would allow no one else to break through her defenses the way Sokka had. She would never give herself to anyone else, for she belonged with him, and him alone. Whatever came next, however long either of them had left to live, she intended to honor the vows she had made him in Firelight Town and Shujing. She had belonged with him. The world might never understand or accept them, but he was right not to regret it. He was right, for neither did she. After living a life without love, an empty life, in which she had been far more lost than she had ever known, she had found purpose, companionship, an extraordinary partnership with him. From living alone, counting on no one but herself, she had grown to count on him, to trust his judgment, to believe in his promises, to think of him as part of herself. So intricately connected to each other there was no longer any telling where one began and the other ended. Being torn from him at all would be as though stealing the sky away from the earth, as taking the stars from the moon, where she hadn't known she had needed him before they found one another again. Now she knew she couldn't live without him. And that was exactly why they had to do whatever it took to save him, so. She thrusted, wrapping her arms around his neck, and thrusted again. This position, ever one she relished in, allowed them the most intimacy as they embraced and kissed while filling themselves with the other. It was comforting and yet it hindered them. Their thrusts caused their bodies to press together, bringing forth pain upon Sokka's damaged skin, upon Azula's aching muscles. And yet they didn't stop at all. Sokka thrusted upwards, and Azula met his movements with her own. Their eyes met just as well, as she pressed her brow to his. Their breaths mingled in the air, and then in each other's mouths, as Azula kissed him passionately, recklessly. His hands settled on her rear, and he thrusted while bringing her closer, pulling her towards him in a rhythm that eased her walls into the smoothness he was used to, and yet, no matter how hard and wet they might be, they weren't chasing a simple climax that night. They sought a permanence that they knew they wouldn't find, a reassurance that their connection could truly overcome every obstacle, despite such convictions having already been proven wrong by the horrors they had faced. But they were still here. They were still alive, still strong enough to give themselves to each other. Still stubborn and resilient enough to stand against the most powerful man in the world and refuse his demands, no matter what they might be. Azula would fight back, again and again. She wouldn't let tonight be the final night of all. She wouldn't let anyone take Sokka away from her, let alone permanently. With every kiss they exchanged, with every thrust that brought them closer to the last, her certainty that she would fight back, with all her might, only built and strengthened. He was hers to protect, her lover, her husband, her partner, her friend, her gladiator. I won't regret any of this either," she managed to say. Upon breaking their kisses, Sokka's tearful eyes seemed to brighten up, upon finally hearing her say those words. "I can't. I'll never regret loving you, Sokka." "Azula." He called her name, and she followed the sound of his voice as she caved into another kiss. A broken love could still be mended, even if the hearts that had built it were torn to pieces. No matter how frail they were, No matter how lost they felt, every last shred of hope was worth clinging to. Maybe their most ambitious dreams were lost, for good, but maybe they could find new ones, in the future. Maybe they could build a new path for themselves, and whatever it looked like, Sokka would cherish it for the rest of his life, for he would walk it with her. Theirs was an unbreakable bond, a partnership that could never be foregone. Two people so deeply interwoven in each other could never truly lose one another, no matter how dark their future might be, if they had one at all. But she wouldn't regret this. She wouldn't wish they'd held back, all the way to the very early days of their relationship, and neither would he. For if he could do it all over again, he would choose her from the very first moment. If he could go back in time, he would run to her, without hesitation. In every iteration, in every lifetime, in every universe, he would always choose her. The world grew blurry when he knew he was close, his body was weakened, and no doubt he shouldn't be doing this now, when he had scarcely eaten and he sported 1,000 unsightly wounds across his body. He felt weaker than ever, and yet now that he was with her, that he could hold her, kiss her, give himself to her as genuinely as he did, the crumbling bits of his soul seemed to have been patched together slowly. He had already chosen to live, to fight for her, come what may. Their intimacy only furthered his resolve, strengthening his undying certainty that he lived for Azula. She whimpered into his mouth, tightening her grip on his hair. Her walls shifted, for she wasn't far from her own release. Sokka's hand traveled to her core, and he prodded her clit while his free hand continued to pull her closer to himself, as close as they could be until their souls could be mistaken for a single one. Perhaps they already could be. He allowed himself a low, urgent grunt, and she released a desperate moan. Her walls shuddered violently, squeezing him as he climaxed, unleashing his seed inside her. He didn't stop thrusting until he was completely spent, until the throes of pleasure, that sudden height of bliss, of relief, of comfort, had dwindled and ebbed. Azula didn't slow down either, despite she wasn't chasing another peak of pleasure. She only wanted to feel him, as best she could, before it was inevitably time to say goodbye. Their heavy breaths echoed in the empty space in the prison tower's top floor. As much as they had been far more silent today than during their encounter in the dome, the likelihood was that at least Fei would have heard something. Surely, if the other guards had returned yet, so had they. Azula gritted her teeth, trying her best not to think of that, to only focus on the lips that still sought hers, on the arms that offered her the warmth and safety she had lacked, on the manhood that remained lodged inside her, that she'd keep in place for as long as she dared. This wasn't the last time. She whispered, her voice unsteady again. We won't say goodbye for good tonight. I know we won't. That's right, Sokka said, kissing her cheek softly. He spoke with far more conviction than what nestled in his heart. We'll make it out of this, Azula. I don't even know how, but we'll find out. Soon. Just be patient, just wait for us, Azula said, cupping his face so she could look into his eyes. I know it's torture, I know they must be treating you so poorly, but don't worry about that. Sokka smiled weakly. Doesn't matter what they do or say to me. I'm not going to lose sight of what matters. And that's you, Azula, always. Stay strong, for me, she said, swallowing hard. And then I'll stay strong for you, too. If we trust, if we fight for each other, we'll be able to overcome everything we can't defeat when we're alone, right? Right. Sokka said, his smile now was so genuine, so heartwarming, that for a surreal moment, Azula had no doubts they'd make it out of this. If he was so sure of himself, of her, how would they ever lose against anyone at all? He clasped her right hand, pressing soft kisses across her fingers, and soon upon her palm. Azula gritted her teeth as his lips brushed her scar. They were, indeed, connected by stronger forces than her father would ever understand or accept. They had chosen to make it so, too. She followed his example, taking his hand too, kissing his scar, before letting him reel her close for a new, heartwarming, passionate kiss. The sound of footsteps, even if they were as subtle as possible, startled Azula. Sokka grimaced, wrapping an arm around her protectively as Azula tugged down her uniform's tunic. When she glanced at the staircase, the helmeted soldier to show up at the steps proved to be the only one she dared trust in the whole building. Hey, princess. Fei said, smiling awkwardly, and not to, well, get in the way, or anything, but... Are they back yet? Angela asked, eyeing him worriedly. Fei Li shook his head, casting a quick glance down the stairs, towards the next floor. No, but... I think it won't be long, he said, grimacing. I don't think it takes that long for a guy to regain his bearings after what I did to him, but anyway, I'll leave you be, just, well. Thank you. I'll be there shortly, Angela said, lowering her gaze. Fei Li swallowed hard and nodded, and then he raised a weak hand in Sokka's direction. That they were embracing intimately still, and that Angela nestled between his spread legs, didn't seem to bother him at all. Sokka gulped, waving back at him, returning his attention to Angela once the guard was out of sight. Angela breathed slowly before nodding, trying to steel herself for facing reality once again. This, of course, had gotten away from them. It was no surprise, it happened all the time even in less dire circumstances, after all, but she would rather spend her night, her life, stuck in this dry, filthy cell with Sokka than go back to the palace ever again, even if she knew that staying with him wasn't an option. I'll be okay, Angela, he said, caressing her face delicately. You have to go. The next time we see each other, it shouldn't be in this damn place. I might try to come with them, when they finally break you out, Angela said, clasping his hand gently. If I can't, then, wherever we go next, yes. It's not over, Angela, Sokka said, his brow against hers. It's not over until either of us gives up, and I know I never will. Neither will I, Angela said, determined. Sokka smiled warmly and kissed her lips. That's my wife, he said, ignoring the throbbing pain in his chest upon saying those words. Angela breathed deeply again several times before forcing herself to pull away, before uncoupling their bodies, leaving them both bereft, at a loss for that intimacy, for the perfect match they made, as puzzle pieces designed to fit flawlessly. Angela swallowed hard, gazing at her lover remorsefully. It had been too quick, too brief, it had ended too soon, but they were in no position to bargain or plead. What few glimmers of happiness, what few moments they could yet steal, would have to sustain them until they could meet again. Sokka reached for her clothes, stretching over the cell to collect everything. Angela allowed him to dress her lower body again, reminding her of the very fateful day when their very actions had, potentially, resulted in this catastrophe. Wounded, broken as he was, Sokka still looked after her as faithfully as ever, delicately sliding each of her garments into place, fixing her appearance as best he could while ignoring his own. It was Angela who pulled his prisoner's robe's trousers back into place, and he smiled warmly at her for it. However dark it was, and however clumsy they both were, Angela was ready quickly, and Sokka breathed out in disappointment as he collected the helmet. Next. I'll miss you the second you leave, Sokka smiled weakly. Angela sighed, nodding. So will I, she whispered. Sokka chuckled, stroking her face delicately. Sokka. I love you. I love you more than anything, he said, holding her closely enough that his wounded body was once again in full contact with hers. I love you just as much, Sokka. She said, the urge to cry surging inside her again. Whatever happens from this day forward. I know that's never going to change. Yeah, my heart won't change either. It's yours, has been for ages now, Sokka smiled, caressing her hair delicately. I'll do my best, for your sake. So, you should do the same, too. I'll eat whatever these fuckers bring me. I'll get whatever rest I can. I haven't even gotten any sleep since. Me neither, Angela confessed. Sokka laughed weakly. Now that I saw you again, I think I can try, he said, caressing her cheek one more time before leaning down carefully, painfully, to collect the keys she had dropped earlier. He rose back to his feet, entrusting them to her, wrapping his hands around her own. I hope so. Can you? Take a lot of care, okay? I'll try to take care too. You'd better. Angela sniffed, gazing at him intensely. You'll be out of here. I'll see to it. I swear it. I believe you, Sokka smiled. He leaned close once again, and his lips pressed to her with less urgency, with the warmth she had grown to expect from him, for it was ever present in his lips. Angela returned the kiss far more desperately, but she found stability in him where she had lacked her own. He held her firmly, once more disregarding the pain of his many wounds, for every kiss they shared was certainly worth it. But it wasn't the last. It couldn't be the last. Whatever happened next, whatever cruel choices Jose made, they would fight off every obstacle together. The long, passionate, devoted kiss ended once they were breathless, and once again, Fei Li's footsteps approached the stairs. Angela swallowed hard. It was clear their stolen moment had to end now, no matter how unwilling they were to let go. With one last, soft, quick kiss, she finally pulled away. Sokka stopped her, reaching for her forearm, but only so he could set the helmet of her uniform in place once more. Should be a crime, hiding such beauty behind such an ugly helmet. Sokka said, with a weak smile, but I guess for today. I'll put up with it, Angela swallowed hard, smiling weakly even though Sokka wouldn't be able to see it. She slipped past the cell door while walking backwards, while constantly watching the man who stood awkwardly in his cell, shifting his weight between each leg. Both his extremities had suffered injuries over the course of last night's attack, and neither standing nor sitting would do much to ease the pain. For now, though, he could stand upright, and that allowed him to reach with a hand through the cell's bars, as Angela ensured to lock the prison cell again, most unwillingly. We got to. Fei Li said, looking at Angela urgently. She glanced at him over her shoulder before turning to Sokka one more time. Her fingers brushed his upon the cell's bar, and Sokka smiled warmly before she finally pulled away, tears burning in her eyes again. I love you. I love you, she said, her voice faltering as she spoke the words, despite the conviction behind them remained unchanged. Sokka nodded, tears escaping his own eyes as she stepped back towards the stairs, where Fei Li waited still. I love you too. Go now, Angela, go, he whispered. She gazed at him once more, from the top of the stairs, and then, with just a few steps, she was gone from sight. His smile faded with her, and he braced his weight on the cell bars now, gritting his teeth, trembling violently. He longed for nothing as much as to go with them, to follow her to hell, if she asked it of him. Where he found strength for moments, he lost it just as easily right afterwards, demolished by the reality of how difficult, how unlikely, their next reunion would be. Jose would be, no doubt, raging over what his daughter had said to him, but he wouldn't continue to lose himself in his fury for the rest of his days. Soon he would strike, and Sokka hoped he'd find some way to resist anything Jose threw at him, for Angela's sake above all else, once he did. Fei Li urged Angela to make her way downstairs as quietly and quickly as possible. There were voices resounding through the stone building, and they were only growing stronger by the minute. The princess staggered as she walked towards the outer corridor's open door. The fresh air seeped through her armor and clothes. She felt exposed, even if she was as concealed as she could be within her borrowed uniform. She needed to go, yes, she did, and Xin Long was already hovering close to the corridor, careful again not to block any of the windows and give away his presence by doing so. Fei Li had been about to follow, but the voices of the two other guards made him freeze on the spot. He glanced at Angela, urging her to climb on, before turning back inside. The princess gritted her teeth, wanting to call for him, but knowing she couldn't afford to. Curses, it was her fault, they had taken too long, despite it had felt like too brief an encounter to her battered heart. She climbed Xin Long's saddle carefully, the world spinning as she breathed with difficulty. Would Fei Li find a way to shake them off now? Would he need to stay behind, while she got away? The wrongness of that notion almost made her feel sicker than she already did. Oh. You're back. Fei Li's voice reached her. The two guards had returned indeed. How are you feeling now? Just, really weird, said the guard who had collapsed earlier. I don't know what happened. I was just doing that exercise you told me, wasn't I? You were. I'd never seen it backfire like that, Fei Li said, shaking his head. You sure you can come back to work already, though? Yeah, he made it all the way up the stairs. He's fine, said the other guard. Fei Li nodded. How's this situation? Anything happen with the prisoner? Nope, everything's completely calm, said Fei Li. Say, thanks for helping us out earlier. You should probably stay in this post for now. I can take the outer corridor in your stead. But I don't mind the... Just so you can keep an eye on him a bit longer, in case anything weird happens again. But can't you? Thanks, friend. Angela grimaced, Urging Xian Long to fly a little lower, Fei Li returned to the corridor, a completely careless smile on his face, and then he made his way to the edge of the stone wall that wrapped around the outer corridor, leaping over it and slipping into place right behind Angela. "Go," he said, tightening his grip around the safety tubes that lined the saddle. Xian Long wasted no time abiding by his word, shooting back into the darkness of the night. Inside the tower, the two guards were still puzzled as they stood at their position, at the very steps that led to the prisoner's lone cell. They exchanged a quick glance, and the second guard sighed. "That guy's very weird. Did you even hear we'd get an extra guard assigned to our shift?" asked the one who had been patrolling the outer corridor earlier. His partner shrugged. "Not really. Though I figure that's how scary this prisoner is," said the one who had collapsed. "The rest of the floors only have 2 guards each, right?" "Right," said his partner, sighing anyway. "I guess he wanted to go out there because he's nervous? Maybe he feels guilty that his big idea caused you to faint, huh?" "Maybe," said the guard, shrugging. "I'll check on him, then. It's not like it was anything that serious anyway." The healthy guard stepped towards the outer corridor indeed, opening his mouth already to call for the third member of their shift, only to find an empty corridor. His open mouth remained as such as he glanced about himself. Warily, he raced across the corridor, all the way to the opposite end, expecting to find him there, but he didn't. What? He exclaimed, entering the building again through the doorway at the other end of the corridor. "Hey. Did that guy come inside again?" "What? No. I haven't seen him," said his partner, all the way down the inner corridor of the prison floor. Both guards felt their stomachs sink. They rushed to the outer corridor together, glancing outside the tower, and finding no sign of the man they had been talking to earlier. "Why, you don't think he jumped?" asked one of the guards. "Or maybe he fell? We would have heard something," said the other guard, grimacing. "He just vanished." "No one can just vanish from a 7th floor without any explanation." The two guards stared at each other warily for a moment. They were sure that man had been real. He had spoken with the two of them. He had been perfectly tangible, but perhaps the claims this prison was haunted had a lot more merit than they'd been willing to concede, at first. Fei Li had glanced back at the tower anxiously as they flew away, even when he couldn't see the panic he'd thrown his temporary fellow guards into. He sighed in relief, though. They were out, they were free, they hadn't been caught. He still had to see Angela safely back to her room, but so far, their escapade had been a success, well, to a fault. "You, did you, find out if the keys worked, or?" he said, before gasping, "Oh, hell. The keys, we should have returned them." It's too late for that now," Angela said, breathing out slowly and handing the keys to him. Fei Li swallowed hard as he took them in his hands. "The key to the shackle around his ankle isn't among them. You'll have to find another key set, or like I said, get Sokka's sword and—" All right, said Fei Li, breathing deeply and nodding. "Ugh, damn, I'm not sure what the plan should be. If that's how it is, we'd definitely need to get away on your dragon, though. I'd say we should sneak in again at the shift change, but this time at the right floor, take down the door and the ankle shackle and then just make a run for it. Doesn't sound so bad, does it?" "No. I guess not," Angela whispered, closing her eyes, "though, as soon as they realize he's gone. The Fire Lord will find out, yeah. We'll have to be very quick." Fei Li sighed. "But I think it can be done, princess. Now that we know the layout of the tower, and where he's at, we can do this, right?" "We must," Angela said, closing her eyes, "whatever it takes." She couldn't stop visualizing him, his face, his warm, gentle, heartbreaking smiles. It had been the most painful goodbye she had ever experienced, even if she was doing her best to convince herself it wouldn't be forever. Even if she was trying to focus on the fact that she'd seen him again, that he'd held her, that she had given herself to him, and made him hers one more time, ever taking risks they shouldn't have, even when the situation was as grim and foreboding as it was. Some things didn't change, and yet she couldn't regret it, just as he had hoped she wouldn't. Every risk, every sacrifice for his sake, would be worth it. "Thank you, Fei Li," Angela whispered. Once the capital was within sight again, Xian Long flew higher, intending to dive towards the lake at a rapid speed, as he ever did. The guard tensed up behind the princess for letting me do this. It was a big risk we took tonight, all of us. Had you come here with anyone else instead of me, it would have likely been much easier. I'm sure it's how Ruishi said it, seeing you again must have given him the strength and motivation he needs to keep fighting, Fei Li said, smiling weakly. You two will get through this. We'll see to it, princess. Angela nodded, even if half-heartedly. She wouldn't stop hoping, but she wouldn't underestimate her father's capacity for cruelty either. Fighting back to ensure her guards would have enough time to smuggle Sakai out of prison wouldn't become any easier after today. Xian Long landed softly after his sudden dive. Fei Li was shaken up by the sudden changes of speed, stumbling once he returned to solid ground, and Angela leapt off the saddle too, embracing her dragon warmly once more in a grateful gesture. Thank you, Xian, she said, burying her face in his hair. I owe all this to you. Go now, hide somewhere, and stay safe. Xian Long nodded, pressing his forehead to hers. She had brought him to the last dragons, she had given him a whole world to explore and a partnership he would cherish forever. Helping her save the man she loved was, if anything, a way to pay his countless debts to her, and not the other way around. Once the princess stepped away from the dragon, Fei Li led her to the nearest trapdoor, opening it with his own fire and following her inside it after she was safely within the dark tunnels. From there, they made haste to the palace, knowing there was a chance someone could have sought out the princess. It had to be close to 3 in the morning still, but after last night, it seemed as though nobody would rest again in the Fire Nation Palace. After about half an hour, they finally reached the trapdoor that led directly into Angela's room. Fei Li pushed it open delicately. The rug was still in place atop the trapdoor, and he struggled to push it back so Angela could climb out of the tunnel. The princess glanced around her chambers warily, recognizing nothing out of place. She breathed deeply before walking quietly to the bathroom, tapping the door gently with her knuckles, and a wary man close to her age opened it reluctantly, until he recognized her face in the darkness. Han was still wearing her night robe, though by the anxiety on his face, it was clear he had gotten no rest whatsoever while he waited for her return. I can change in the tunnel, Han said, nodding towards her as he rushed to where Fei Li waited. We'll wait for you to get out of that uniform, princess. Thank you, Angela said, rushing towards her closet to snatch another nightgown before filing into the bathroom. She removed the armor with difficulty, cringing at the bursts of pain on her shoulder. She still managed to tear it off her body, and then she rid herself of each clothing garment, almost violently. Frustration and wrath raged slowly inside her body. The sadness, the grief she had been overcome by, were transformed into a wholly different feeling. And the more her body seemed to resent and punish her, the more her fury at her circumstances, at her father, at everyone who had any role in their downfall, increased. The nightgown was soft once she clad herself in it, but she found no relief in the smooth fabric, just as she had found none in the weight of armor. She released a breath as she collected the full uniform, grimacing apologetically once she reached Fei Li and the lightly clad Han, who had only put on a simple robe of his own with which he'd returned to the barracks. I'd fold all this perfectly for you, but... Angela said. Fei Li shook his head, reaching up for the clothes and the armor before smiling at the princess. No worries. You're home, safe and sound, he said. We'll take care of the rest. If anything else comes up, we'll come here this way and let you know, okay? Angela nodded. Han waved goodbye shyly as Fei Li pulled the trap door closed, and Angela found herself alone again, breathing out slowly as she stared at the rug she would soon roll back into place. She waited a few moments before doing so, and then she was back to waiting, to relying on her guards to fix everything, and as much as she trusted them completely, she regretted profoundly that it had come to this. Not only did she hate being powerless, she hated having dragged anyone else into this mess to save them at all. Nothing would be better if the guards weren't supporting them, she knew so, but they deserved better than having to sacrifice their lives over defending Angela's right to live freely and love whoever she pleased. She felt the urge to set something on fire, an urge she knew her father had acted upon, surely right after she had left his throne room. She hated any and all similarities she might share with the man. She hated that he would believe he had any right to be angry, too. There would never be any reasoning with Jose when it came to this, thus, she would spend the rest of her life, however long it might be, fighting back against him and his understanding of their world. She had rebelled against his will many times, as it was, and it had never mattered as much as it did right now. For she wouldn't let him make her relieve that dreadful, hideous visual. She would never witness another of his executions, as she'd been forced to that day, with the gladiators he had sacrificed to his own hubris and ego. Especially not when the gladiator whose death he demanded for was none but her own. Her body was weary, tired, demanding nourishment and respite, but she couldn't even stomach the notion of eating. Even approaching her bed was sickening, even though, after giving herself to Sokka one more time, she felt somewhat cleansed from the accursed examination she had never agreed to submit to. As much as Pharaoh hadn't been violent, unlike the guards who had held her down, she had never allowed him to do what he had, and she never would have. That they would ignore her demands, that they stopped, that they had simply hidden behind her father's orders, as though that somehow excused them from the responsibility of their actions. In a violent impulse, Azula reached for the bedding, for the sheets and blanket, her heating hands burning through the fabric as she yanked it all out of place. She hadn't bent with such rage for a long time, snarling, groaning, even roaring with fire that she infused the dim fabrics with. White sheets, and the red blanket, soon were consumed into blackness within the bright glow of orange flames, still orange. Of course her body wasn't fully healed yet, of course she couldn't produce blue fire, especially with her mind in such wild, passionate disarray. But she could still burn. She could still destroy, consume, erase what had done her harm. She could find catharsis, relief, as she strengthened the flames, watching every burned figment withering into ashes. The smoke seemed to scorch her lungs. She breathed it in anyway, intoxicating herself with her growing fury, with her loss of control, with her impulsive instinct to reclaim her agency, her freedom, her choices, by purging her wrath and the sins committed against her through that burning pile of fabric. She dropped the bedding's cluster on the floor, watching it curl and wither. The flames consumed the sheets and blanket, spurred on to burn at will by the cold, merciless steel in the fallen princess's golden eyes. The wild sounds pouring from the Agni Kai arena only relented long past midnight. A servant alerted Zhao of the change, as he dozed off in a nearby room. The general of the guards had warned Zhao to stay away, a warning Zhao hadn't intended to heed until it had become clear that Oze would be unreachable until he chose to make it otherwise. Thus, Zhao requested a servant to inform him of the Fire Lord's movements, and at last, it seemed Oze's spree of fury had dwindled slightly. Zhao scrambled to his feet once the news arrived, and he made his way to the arena, only to find Oze had already vacated it, and the general was nowhere to be found. The Fire Lord, as it happened, was in the spa. The staff had long vacated it, but he had still cleaned up there, dropping on the floor, his back against a wall, after washing his body thoroughly. The robe he wore hung loosely, exposing his chest carelessly. His hair, even if recently washed, was in chaotic disarray even now. Zhao breathed deeply as he reached him, stopping at Oze's feet, finding the man was glaring at nothingness, completely lost in his thoughts. You do realize it can't be healthy to waste your energies over more than half a day, bending your wrath away? He asked, pointedly. You do realize it takes more than half a day to do away with this wrath? Oze hissed back, finally his eyes focused again, falling upon Zhao's features, recognizing his friend even though he had scarcely lit any of the lanterns within the spa upon entering the room. Why are you here? I didn't summon you. The Superior League's chairman requested that I spoke with you, Zhao said. Oze scoffed, pushing himself to his feet. Your abrupt decision to shut down the league was more than deserved. It was warranted, necessary, and I won't take it back, not for you, not for anyone. Oze hissed. He seemed unsteady as he walked away from Zhao, who gritted his teeth and followed Oze through the door, and to the palace's hallways. Oze, this affects more than just Azula, Zhao said, through gritted teeth. I understand you're upset, but you might trigger a much bigger problem in the Fire Nation if I steal away the commoners' entertainment, is it? Oze asked, his voice dripping with derision. You truly expect me to care for their plight? The Gladiator League is the livelihood of many gladiators and sponsors. It's a successful economic venture. It's silence. Oze growled, slowing down his pace only to shoot a scathing glare at his friend. That sounds like what she'd be telling me now, if only this wasn't caused by her own actions. Perhaps it isn't a matter of what it sounds like, but about the truth, Zhao said, pointedly. Oze, truly. I understand you're outraged, but these punishments are. You do know what she did, don't you? Jose said, turning towards Zhao menacingly. Not only did she spread her legs to that pathetic, disrespectful, treacherous savage, no. She said, to my face, that she would have continued to do so. That she intended to spend her whole life doing so. Do you expect me to reward her for such insolence, for such disregard of our family, our heritage, our nation? She would have destroyed everything the Fire Nation's royal family has stood for, and she apologized for none of it. She almost seemed proud of what she's done, Zhao. Curse her, curse that fiend for rotting her mind. Curse me for not noticing it sooner. I should have known, I should have refused her damn demand for a gladiator as soon as she made it. And why didn't you? Zhao asked, raising his eyebrows. Why did you trust your daughter for so long, if not because she earned your respect and proved herself worthy of it? Jose, she is as good as your second in command. You trusted her with the throne a month ago. Do you think she's any different now than she was when she fought off that threat against the Fire Nation? Do you truly believe this affair of theirs began merely yesterday? Jose. I know it. I know it didn't, but this doesn't help, damn you, Zhao. He roared, a hand on his forehead. I left her in charge, when she was betraying me all along. I even offered her a position as High Governor of the colonies. I let her write my laws, I let her create a whole branch of the army. And none of it has been against the Fire Nation's best interests, has it? None of it? None of it beyond the part where she would willingly slobber over that buffoon. Jose shouted. No, Zhao, none of what she did in the past can do away with this offense. I spent years, so many years, telling her to find a husband and start a family, and she refused, every time, even pushing me into agreeing to an utterly unreasonable deal where that scum would defeat all the gladiators of her enemies. They mocked me, for all those years, for however long they were together, those two lecherous, mindless fools. Jose shook his head. No matter how many hours he'd spent unleashing an inferno in the Agni Kai arena, he was not sated. He wouldn't be sated until he stood before the empty charred carcass of that gladiator. He knew as much, but he wasn't sure that would work, either. For no doubt, the bastard had to die, but his daughter, Angela. She will pay, she must pay, Jose hissed. This treason, she won't get away with it. Jose, whatever she has done, she is still your daughter, Zhao said, reaching out to clasp the Fire Lord's shoulder. Surely you realize. Don't touch me. Jose roared, slapping Zhao's hand away. Zhao huffed, rolling his eyes. I'm trying to help you here. Zhao shouted back, finally losing his temper. I'm trying to keep you from making a mistake you can't return from, Jose. The worse you get, the more likely you are to lose your daughter forever. Do you understand me? Lose her. Jose said, with a slow, dangerous smile. Not a chance. She won't get away with this, she won't escape the consequences of her actions. That much is clear. You've already made her pay for it direly enough, Zhao said, scowling. But the more you punish her, the more she will pull away from you. The less likely you will be to regain her trust, or to learn to trust her back. I have no intentions of trusting her ever again. Jose's words were muted, suddenly devoid of the passion he'd been unleashing before. Zhao's eyes widened upon hearing them, and it almost felt like the man standing before him wasn't the same teenager he had joined in a journey across the seas many decades ago. As though this was but a stranger in his place, one Zhao couldn't read, couldn't understand, couldn't reach with his words. What do you intend to do, then? Zhao asked, horrified. Will you lock her up forever? Will you seek out Zuko, and have him replace her as your heir? Jose, be reasonable. Are you truly going to let this mistake define her entire life? She is the one who chose to make it so, Jose said, as he slowly smiled coldly, tilting his head sideways. Yes, this mistake has been her doom. She wanted it this way, otherwise, she wouldn't have done it at all. Serves her right, for trying to make a fool out of me. Jose. And you? You're so very concerned for her, for me, Jose said, his smirk widening. You want to do what's best for us, is it? To settle our differences, to mediate between us, perhaps. I'm only doing whatever I can to prevent you from destroying your relationship with your daughter beyond repair. Zhao shouted, I'm hardly instigating treason here, Jose, I only want you to realize there's more to her than whoever she slept with. Oh, I know there is, Jose said, and his smile faded once again. She is, after all, my only heir. Yes, she is, Zhao said, breathing deeply. It wasn't what he was trying to get to, but if that was what Jose would cling to, it'd be a good start. And you? You are my friend, Jose said, smiling again, my only friend. The one who sees the world the way I do. The only one left, in this whole world, whom I can trust, isn't that right, Admiral Zhao? You can trust me, yes, Zhao said, though a foreboding feeling surged in his gut at Jose's ominous tone. I want what's best for you, for this nation. And for my daughter? Jose asked. Zhao nodded. And for your daughter, too. Good, Jose said, and once more the edge of his grin gained such a dangerous, cold edge. Zhao took a step back, for she will no longer be my heir, and if you think there's more to her than whatever she's done with her private life, then that means, of course, it means you're perfectly willing to save her from damnation, aren't you? What are you trying to say, Jose? Zhao said, confusion and distress rising simultaneously inside him. She's no longer going to be your heir? Will you truly look for fuck Zuko? He's dead to me, as far as I'm concerned. Jose hissed, swinging an arm carelessly, crafting an impulsive arch of fire by doing so. No, you moron, you utter, unbelievable idiot, you. Then what is your plan, damn it? Zhao growled, taking poorly to the insults just as he did to Jose's mysterious intent. Are you going to forsake having an heir, then? Or do you mean to take another wife? I'd never do such a thing, and you know it. Jose snapped. But yes, Zhao, you're close enough to the truth. There will be a wedding indeed. A new marriage, and by it, I'll gain a new heir, through Angela indeed. What? Zhao said, as the words Jose had yet to speak aloud dawned on him. You'll force her to marry someone? Jose. Not just someone, Jose said, that furious, euphoric grin spread over his face once more. Someone who won't betray the Fire Nation. Someone whose judgment I can trust. Zhao gasped, frozen cold as Jose stepped closer to him. Jose, and no. No, Jose, you can't. The Fire Lord grabbed Zhao's armor, pulling him close, glaring at his friend intensely, wordlessly daring him to tell him, one more time, what he could or couldn't do. You, Admiral Zhao, will be my new heir. You will marry Angela. Chapter 240, The Ultimate Gladiator 11. Morning broke, finding the princess scarcely more rested than she had been over the course of the past 2 days. Despite intending to abide by her vow to Sokka, the frenzy that resulted in the burning of her bedding had infused her with too much fury to sleep. She had, instead, prepared a bath for herself. She hadn't taken one since just before this nightmare began, and she knew that counted as another method to look after herself, just as her secret husband wanted her to. Once she was finished cleaning up, she couldn't return to her bare bed. Instead, she pulled up a chair and perched upon it, nodding off for merely a few minutes before dawn. The servants arrived shortly afterwards, and as exhausted as her body, heart, and mind might be, she was fully alert as soon as the guards opened the door to her bedroom. What is? Asked one of the men, as the maids that intended to file into the room froze cold at the sight of the pile of ashes upon the uncarpeted section of the floor. Clean that up, Angela ordered. Her voice was clearer, far blunter, and more authoritarian than it had been the previous day. Even the guards froze upon hearing it, the ringing strength of her royal bearing blazing across her once she rose to her feet. And once that's done, bring new sheets and a blanket for the bed, if you would. All right. Yes, Princess Hylan answered promptly. It was apparent to Angela that the woman was on edge, that all of them were. None of them knew what they'd find whenever they entered her bedroom. More than that, none of them could know what they'd find at the other end of the dark, unsettling tunnel that the latest developments had shaped into, and neither did Angela. The guards seemed to be utterly out of place. Angela ignored them, filing towards the adjacent dining room in her quarters, where 2 of the maids were setting down a tray with food. She hadn't touched a single meal for the past 2 days, and it relieved the women profoundly once Angela took her seat and picked up her chopsticks. Usually, Angela would dress up first. She would eat once everyone else was gone. Generally, she had certain loving marks on her body that she needed to cover up before her servants arrived. As she was now, she covered up for nothing. She wore no makeup, her hair was carelessly loose, and she disregarded all her usual priorities completely. No one in this room would be unaware of what her so-called crime had been. Hiding anything was futile by now. If any of them had the guts to judge her, to speak against her for being so bold by now, there would be hell to pay, and she suspected all of them knew as much. She ate gradually, her body apparently at war over what to make of the food. Her stomach started to ache after the second mouthful of rice, demanding further nourishment, and yet it also threatened to return everything she ate. Her appetite was utterly absent, and every bite tasted like ash might, no matter how well seasoned each dish might be. She forced herself to eat regardless, to drink the full jar of juice she had been brought, knowing her body required this. She would be no use at helping Sokka if her mind wasn't in the finest condition possible, and it wouldn't be unless her body was in a better one, too. She heard footsteps as the maids returned with the new bedding, but once they were halfway through setting it up, there was another sudden arrival. Angela's eyes narrowed, immediately focusing her attention on this latest visitor, dreading already that he'd bear unwanted, unwelcome news. The Fire Lord demands to see her. And there it was. Angela huffed, her narrow eyes sharpening with further fury. His tantrum in the Agni Kai arena was over, then, whatever her father intended by summoning her again, she would no longer hide her genuine feelings and thoughts from him. She had lied to him for years, honesty was certainly in order after everything he'd done over the past 2 days. If her answers to any further questions or orders were prone to send him into another such tantrum, well, she wasn't sure there would be any downsides to that, at this point. She didn't rise to her feet immediately, she shoveled 2 more servings of ash-tasting food inside her mouth, and after forcing herself to down the second one, she realized her surging tension and conflicting emotions wouldn't allow her body to process more food. After one deep breath, released in a long huff, she pushed herself away from the table, crossing her room with powerful strides towards the dresser, where her clothes already awaited her. There were 3 guards in the room now. The messenger had been, of course, another Imperial guard, and once again, an unknown one. She ignored all of them, collecting her garments before making her way to the bathroom, the only location within her rooms where she still had any privacy. No one spoke to her as she moved through the room. Her intimidating presence had been slightly restored if they were so apprehensive to speak at all after the insolence with which they'd addressed her the previous day. 10 minutes later, after wrestling with her garments alone, for she would ask for no help from the maids, not even when her shoulder pained her as badly as it did, Angela stepped out of the bathroom, striding towards the dresser anew. This time, she didn't reject the maids who stepped up to help her assemble her hair, but when one of them reached for her hairpiece, Angela held up a hand to stop her. "I won't wear that," she determined, and her words allowed no protest. The maids stepped out of her way, allowing Angela to march towards her door. The 3 guards studied her quietly at first, watching as she stepped through them, again making no show of acknowledging their presences beyond her willingness to face her father for the second time since the debacle began. They fell into step behind her, though, escorting her all through the palace corridors. Servants and palace workers stepped out of her way whenever she passed them by. She didn't slow down to take note of their expressions, to unravel whatever they might have known, whatever they might think of her, no, for it didn't matter anymore. If they knew the full truth already, they'd likely believe her a fool for having a secret relationship and attempting to hide it from the Fire Lord. If they didn't know it, then they surely would learn of it soon, and then they'd think that just as well, wouldn't they? Ultimately, their reactions were irrelevant. Whatever anyone would think or say of her, of what she had done, it was of no worse consequence than whatever Jose had in mind. With any luck, he might have simply decided to give her another chance to lie to his face and spare herself the consequences of her actions, something she would never do. She highly doubted, however, that he would have reached any conclusions, or made any sort of decision, regarding how he'd punish her yet. Not if he was as unhinged as Zhao had implied he was, at any rate. Another guard stood outside the throne room. He slid through the curtains, likely to announce her arrival to the Fire Lord, or to ensure Jose was ready to receive her. Angela disregarded all protocol entirely, ignoring the guards who accompanied her as they told her to wait, and she stormed into the throne room by brushing the curtains open violently, her footsteps heavy and steadier than they had been for the past 2 days. The guard who had entered the throne room to announce her arrival gasped upon hearing the flutter of the curtains, watching powerlessly as the princess passed him by. The throne room's flames were unusually tame once Angela entered it, even though the Fire Lord, perched in his seat, scowling furiously at her disrespectful entrance, seemed moments away from setting the whole room ablaze. The princess is. I can see that plainly, fool, Jose hissed, his eyes following his daughter's shape despite speaking to the guard. Leave us now. The guard obeyed immediately, but Angela was quick to notice it wouldn't be her and Jose alone in the throne room, as it had been on the previous day. She didn't intend to let her eyes drift towards him, but she still identified that, by Jose's left, stood Zhao. Had he appeared reassuring, or proud of himself, she might have had different expectations from the upcoming meeting with her father, but she would be a fool if she hoped for anything good to come from this. She stood in silence before her father again, but this time she didn't drop on her knees nor did she perform any manner of reverence. All she did was glare at him, defying him much as another man she had defended Jose from had glared at his Fire Lord many years ago. She had felt guilt over what had happened to that petitioner, but she had never thought she'd find herself in his same spot in the future. The awareness of being anything like him wasn't something to be ashamed of, though, if anything, she would proudly join him in the ranks of the few people who had dared challenge her father, whether they had gotten away with it or not. You were summoned, Jose said, his voice scathing, cold, eerily similar to the voice with which he'd speak about Zuko, or Iroh. Angela's entrails twisted at that thought, namely the one to do with her uncle, yet without being authorized to enter the room, you strode in with the subtlety of a Komodo rhino. How far do you intend to take this embarrassment, Princess Angela? This tantrum does not befit you. I'm sure burning the Agni Kai arena to the ground must have been a much more agreeable tantrum. Yes, Angela retorted, she visibly glimpsed Zhao flinching next to Jose, though her father's own reaction, a furious snarl and trembling, tightened fists, was far more worrisome. Tread lightly, girl, Jose hissed, his voice a low, threatening, almost animalistic growl. Even then, Angela scoffed. Why? She asked, as her feigned tranquility crumbled to pieces slowly before her father's very gaze. Whatever intentions you had in mind when you summoned me, you'll follow up on them no matter if I'm at my best or worst behavior. Those intentions may yet be much worse if your insolence continues. Jose shouted, rising to his feet impulsively. Angela was no more daunted by his full height than she had been by his previous, poorly contained fury. Are you truly this unhinged, Angela? Have you completely lost your mind? You've already condemned yourself, and you wish to make matters even worse by acting out against me. Do you think I take pleasure in punishing you, child? Why, I should hope you do, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Otherwise, you're basically tormenting us both by making utterly unhinged decisions of your own, disrespecting me and everything I've ever stood for, as your daughter and heir. If you truly find no pleasure in this, pray tell, why the blazes have you done any of what you did? Because a Fire Lord, a father's decisions, aren't a matter of pleasure, curse you. Jose bellowed. But I suppose, after all these years, that's the one thing that guided you, wasn't it? All the discipline, all your ambitions, all of it was a front, I take it. For if you were so ready to risk everything for a chance to spread your legs to the first fool who'd take you. If that had truly been my intent, Angela growled, it'd still be none of your damn business. None of my. Jose said, freezing where he stood upon those words. You've stood by me and supported my every endeavor for as long as I can remember, Angela said, her glare no less fierce now. You've entrusted missions, important responsibilities to me, but now you've betrayed me, your father, your Fire Lord. Jose hissed. I'm afraid I don't see how, for the one who's been betrayed here is me. Angela growled. Jose scoffed, rolling his eyes as he tore his eyes off his daughter. You've always encouraged me to reach for everything I dare take. You told me, didn't you? That I was a monster. And that I should take pride in that no one should ever hold me back, that I should embrace being whatever I was and take by my own power whatever I pleased. And this is how you've put that lesson to use. By whoring yourself out to a slave. Jose retorted. How could you possibly prove to be such a fool, Angela? What kind of idiocy, a leave of your senses, could have ever justified you acting in such a detrimental manner. You gained nothing by doing this. All you would do was condemn yourself in the eyes of your nation through your dishonorable actions. And it's somehow less dishonorable to demand that Pharaoh inspected me to confirm whether I was or wasn't a virgin anymore. Ajala asked, if you had the slightest bit of concern for my well-being, you would have asked me directly what the truth was, you wouldn't have subjected me to. Oh, I would agree, if only you had been found untainted, Ose rebuffed, scowling dangerously at his daughter. What difference does it make whether I ordered it or not, considering you'd allow that and worse from that scum Gladiator? What difference does it make, you? You seriously can't tell? Ajala asked, eyes wide. Her stomach seemed to be on fire now. She was certain she had never experienced such wrath, such utter rage, towards her father before. So you think it's fine, then, because I was no longer a virgin anyway? You think anyone has any right to touch me, just because I gave myself to someone else? Why, then, do tell, how have you remained such a pure, untainted man across all these years, completely faithful to your memory of my mother? Don't you dare compare my loyalty to my wife with what you've done. Ose shouted, but Ajala wouldn't relent. If apparently no longer being a virgin means you should gladly welcome any damn breaches of your privacy, according to you. Ajala exclaimed, and no, I shouldn't compare your damn loyalty to my mother with what I've done, because I chose Sokka. I decided it was him I wanted. I wasn't waiting for someone to impose him upon me, to force me to take a husband I wouldn't have wanted at all. Whoever I love, it should be me who decides, not you, not anyone else. And whether I'm married to him or not, it's of no one's damn concern but ours. Ose had stopped talking, his hands no longer tightened into fists, but the dangerous glint in his eyes now didn't suggest his wrath had relented in the least. It was Ajala's turn to tighten her fists, to brace herself for whatever he'd throw at her next. Whoever you love. He repeated, is that truly what you just said, Ajala? Ajala didn't know why his words sank inside her so heavily, for she found no need to hide those feelings anymore, for she was proud of how far they had come together, for her heart burned for the man for whom she'd defy her father without hesitation. Even then, something inside her, the thrice accursed part of her that had taken pride, too, in being the ideal daughter for her father, was somehow rearing its damn head right now, filling her with a strange, unwanted guilt she immediately, rationally rejected, regardless of her father's judgmental scowl. That's truly what guided you, Ajala? Ose asked, and his lips were actually drawn in a cynical smirk. You love that slave? That self-important, pathetic, insolent barbarian? Somehow, you came to feel love for someone like that? Ajala gritted her teeth, glaring at him fiercely as he laughed, covering his face with a hand. Zhao, silent beside him, only lowered his gaze. The contempt in the soul voice that rang through the throne room proved far more demolishing and devastating than Ajala anticipated it would be. You truly have decided to throw to waste every lesson I've taught you, haven't you? Ose said, letting yourself be swayed by love. By utterly unnecessary emotions, emotions that will only make you weak. Oh, but if I thought it was unbefitting of you before knowing this, I certainly had no suspicions of how low you intended to sink, Ajala. He stared at her in skeptical disbelief now, and Ajala's eyes lowered to the floor. Finally, the Fire Lord thought he'd glimpse a suitable reaction in his daughter. Are you finally starting to understand how utterly ashamed you should be of yourself, Ajala? He asked. Are you? Shame? She interrupted him, and his certainties of having gained the upper hand in their heated fight suddenly froze cold. You think I'm ashamed of loving him? You think someone who's ashamed of the best damn decision she ever made would stand right here, defying you as I have for the past 2 days? Are you truly that incapable of reading into anything at all, father? Ah, so you have actually lost every shred of dignity you had left. No doubt, you've started taking after this man you so claim to love, Ose hissed, rolling his eyes. Then you're unashamed? You're so proud of loving him, are you? Well, that's fine and good, for that pride, you cursed, idiot child, will be both his and your undoing. Had you understood your place? I understand my place well enough. Ajala retorted, furious again. No one who dares shout back at me as you have knows their place. Ose shouted, waving a hand before himself, evoking flames that sputtered in the air threateningly. You have done nothing but disrespect me once you'd lain with him, you fool, and you don't even have the modesty to admit you should have never done such a thing. You claimed you would have spent the rest of your days giving yourself to him, wasn't it? And yet you believe you know your place at all. You are crown princess of the Fire Nation. This debauchery, this utterly undignified behavior would never be justified, never be accepted, for the likes of you. Yet, that scumbag, my uncle. Angela said, with a slow sarcastic smile of her own. Was it all just rumors, perhaps, that he'd indulge in whatever debauchery he cared to until he took a wife of his own? You'd know, wouldn't you? You were there. You must have seen it, the Crown Prince of the Fire Nation doing as he pleased with whoever he pleased. That's different. Iroh is. It's different, indeed. Angela shouted, glaring at Jose furiously, because what he did was, indeed, debauchery. And if what I'd been doing was anywhere close to that, well, I can't see how it's a crime if I'm the one to do it when other crown princes can get away with that behavior and nobody even bats an eyelash. My own brother was seen dancing with a slave in this very palace, in front of all your damn nobles and military leaders, and nobody thought him any lesser a prince for that. Your brother was fated to never take this throne. Jose roared. He could do whatever he pleased. It makes no matter to me if his corpse is rotting in the depths of the ocean right now. You, however. Oh, you had expectations of me, is that it? Angela asked. Expectations much like Fire Lord Agelan must have had of his firstborn son, and yet there was no concern there regarding whatever Iroh would do with his personal life. You are my daughter. Jose bellowed. You are not Agelan's, you are not Iroh, you are my daughter. And it is me who determines what is acceptable behavior from you. Oh, no. No, it's not, Angela hissed, shaking her head. I'm not a child anymore. And I'm not your tool anymore either. If this is what it takes to break us, so be it. Kill me if you must to expunge your so-called honor from the stain I've inflicted upon it, it makes no matter to me. For I'd sooner be dead where I stand than endure living in a world where my own damn father believes I cannot make my own choices, where he'd only acknowledge my capacity as a leader and heir as long as I remain utterly pure and untainted, when my ability to rule this damn nation has nothing to do with that and never has. Don't you have the slightest bit of sense left? How can you say it has nothing to do with your ability to rule, that you'd betray my expectations, that you'd let some scum savage disgrace you as you have? Such lack of judgment is utterly unacceptable from the Crown Princess of the Fire Nation. Lack of judgment, you say? Angela scoffed. Her shoulder throbbed, begging for respite of some sort, for her tension was certainly doing it no favors, but she ignored it as best she could do. Tell, who was the one who was offering me the position of High Governor merely a few weeks ago? Who thought I'd handled the crisis that struck during my days as Fire Lord as deftly as possible for anyone in my position? Are you truly going to pretend I'm any different today than I was back then? Oh, I have no idea just how different you are from the young girl who once requested permission to sponsor an accursed gladiator. That's certainly true. Jose roared. How long have you been stabbing me in the back, giving out secrets of our nation to the enemy, albeit over the utterly foolish delusion of being loved? As though scum of his kind could ever hold anything but contempt for those like us. Here I thought I had raised you to be strong, and yet you were swayed by such foolish, base feelings, by your lowest urges, over some pathetic man. Now you find him pathetic, do you? Angela asked, her throat burning with fury as she spoke. What a hero he was, though, when he saved this damn city, when he led forces against rebels, when he was ready to sacrifice his very life to stay loyal to me. You as good as paraded him in front of your most loyal subjects as the greatest slave that ever lived. If I'd known what you'd do. You didn't. And yet you saw value in him when you never had with countless others. Angela growled. You were more willing to acknowledge him than you were with many of your highest-ranked nobles and subjects. He defied you, and you only find that worrisome now because it's his own doing that you're like this now, isn't it? Jose huffed. Where you once were obedient, where you were a princess I couldn't be prouder of. I'm afraid I can't be bought and sold with that argument, not when it's vanity what you're talking about, rather than pride. Angela interrupted him, to Jose's utmost outrage. Vanity? He repeated. You just wanted me to be exactly like you. Angela retorted, and for a long damn time, that was all I ever wanted to be, too. You were everything that mattered, the only one who ever saw value in who I was, the only one who encouraged me to break every limit and reach my full potential. Where others held me back, you told me to go the distance. You encouraged me when I wanted to learn whatever Zuko was learning, you even requested that I be taught along with him. And if it weren't for Mother, I might have actually gotten away with it. Whenever they were gone on their damn trips to Shujing, you would teach me firebending yourself, behind her back. Do you think I've forgotten all of that? The words were heartfelt in the most painful way for the princess who uttered them, more than anything because she realized, only too late, that her father would only interpret her current actions as even more of a betrayal, considering all he'd done for her. If you'd known that I'd do something you'd never forgive one day, would you have ever encouraged me as you did? Angela asked, her voice trembling. She didn't want to plead, not in the least, and yet she knew that was what her words, her voice tone, would convey to her father right now. Would you really think I wasn't worth every effort you made for my sake, every opportunity you created for me, just because of one choice I make that you simply cannot accept? Is everything I've ever done for you, for the Fire Nation, utterly worthless now in your eyes? Ozai held his silence again, and for a fleeting moment, Angela allowed herself to hope her words would reach him. That he would regret the pain he had inflicted upon her, upon the man she loved, that he would come to his senses and realize how irrational it was to throw away a promising future for the Fire Nation over this conflict. And just as well, the disdain and unfathomable rage in her father's glare returned in full force once more. You cannot truly expect, after sullying yourself as you have, that I might think you warrant further mercy than what you've already been granted, Ozai hissed. All of Angela's pleading intent took its previous form once more, utter anger, spurred on by disappointment. Were you anyone else, your transgression would already be known, far and wide. I would have disowned you, dismissed you. And we both know exactly why you won't do that, don't we? Angela said, her brow heavily furrowed. You have no other heir. The whole reason you wanted me to find a husband and give you further heirs to secure our family's continuity was so that, if I ever failed you, you would still have someone else to fall back on. Isn't that so? It was your duty, as my daughter, Ozai hissed, as part of the royal family. And you disregarded it, all for this flight of fancy of yours, this ridiculousness of love you were so consumed by that you lost all sense because of it. Ah, a flight of fancy for which I'm accepting all responsibility, for which I've outright said I'd be willing to die for, Angela hissed. You're not listening to anything I say, are you? All you want is to shout and make your demands, to pretend it's me who's in the wrong. There's no pretense to be had. This is how it has been done, for years, for centuries. Ozai bellowed. You asked if I would regret the opportunities one afforded you? Why, I believed, firmly, that you would never be of the sorts of people who would be swayed by such mundane, lowly longings and wishful thinking. This is not how I raised you. This is not how you thank me for every effort I've made in your behalf, for all the faith I foolishly invested in you. You asked if I'd regret it? Why, Princess Angela, I already do. She had lowered her gaze as he continued to rant, but the final words were a much harsher blow to her soul than they had any right to be. It wasn't as though she hadn't known, all along, that this was how her father would feel, but it didn't hurt any less because of it. She breathed deeply, raising her golden eyes towards her father's shape. Then, consider yourself most understood, for I empathize deeply with you right now, Angela said. Ozai's eyes narrowed. Never did I expect to be this disappointed in you, but I should have known better. You are in no position to tell me you're disappointed. Ozai hissed. And if this is how you feel, it makes no matter to me either way. You've always known your privileges carried countless duties, responsibilities, expectations to uphold. And I always believed you were a much smarter man than to allow any of those things to be weighed down by factors that are irrelevant to my performance as your heir, Angela said, firmly. You can't even pinpoint when I first betrayed you, as that's what you want to call it. You don't even know for how long I've been doing something you find most unacceptable. If you couldn't tell the difference between both things, why the blazes would it even matter? You picked me yourself. You saw my potential as a leader, you overlooked my brother for me, and you can't even throw me away, and you know it, because you have no one else to take my place. Oh, no, Angela. You see, that is exactly where you're mistaken, Jose said, and his eyes gleamed with a danger Angela hadn't glimpsed in them so far. The gleam of an idea. A bad one. What do you? She said, frowning. Had he come to a conclusion already? Had her intent to stall him with a long, miserable conversation gone to waste, if so? For she had assumed, all along, that he would only argue back and forth with her because he couldn't yet act on his new knowledge, because he was still too shocked to make any new moves after Angela had confessed the truth the previous day, but perhaps she had misread him. And if she had? You are not my only option for an heir, Jose hissed, and no, I have no intentions of finding your rotten brother and returning the birthright I took from him and gifted to you. Then. Angela started, and yet she froze. Short of finding himself a new bride, something utterly unlikely, considering he had refused to do so for almost 2 decades already. Jose had one more method to attain another heir. The world seemed to take a tumble, and her balance was far more shaken than it would be if an earthbender had just attacked her. She nearly tripped as she stepped back, as her outrage surged and powered through her body, and yet it was easily overcome by a blend of panic and rejection she hadn't known until that day. No. She said, shaking her head, I won't. I refuse, You are in no position, again, to bargain or make any demands, Jose said, and now he seemed perfectly calm, just as his daughter teetered on the edge of a nervous breakdown. If anything, you should be grateful that any man might still agree to marry you after the sorry spectacle you've made of yourself. Grateful? Angela shouted, eyeing him in disbelief. I won't ever take another man as my husband. I don't care what you'll do to me, have your damn guards beat me to a pulp, burn me to the bone if that's what you want. But I'd sooner die than marry whoever you force upon me. Oh, I have no intentions of damaging your body any further, otherwise how could I possibly expect our bloodline to be continued? Jose said, his voice so level, so cold, Angela shivered upon hearing it. You're really selling me off to the highest bidder? Like I'm some sort of cattle, like I'm nothing but a resource for your damn legacy to be furthered. Angela said, her voice trembling. Jose's eyes narrowed upon her. Why, I'm afraid you give yourself far too much credit. There is no such thing as the highest bidder, Jose hissed. That I found anyone for you at all is enough of a miracle as it is. Oh, because I'm tainted, isn't that right? Angela asked, her fists tightening, her skepticism dripping with furious pain. Because I should be relieved to know that someone still thinks I'm acceptable despite I'm spoiled, rotten goods at this point. As though this wasn't some golden chance for all your opportunists to jump and beg for my hand in marriage, seeing as you believe I'm worthless now. Perhaps it should be, Jose said, through gritted teeth, but no, I don't intend to auction you off, princess. I have already found a man who will take you, despite the obvious drawbacks in your condition. A man worthy of being my heir in your stead, for he won't ever betray my trust in the manner you have. Angela's panicked eyes followed Jose's as they shifted towards his left, and her heart sank once Jose's demand became clear over Zhao's hung head. No. No, no, no. Angela exclaimed, glaring at Jose with utmost outrage. Zhao flinched where he stood. You're utterly, absolutely mad if you expect me to ever comply with this. This isn't happening. I am never going to marry Zhao. Admiral Zhao, you disrespectful fool, and... Disrespect. Angela repeated, her eyes burning with tears of fury as she glared at her father with even more wrath than before. You dare talk to me about disrespect, claim that it's me who's committing any offenses against your so-called honor. You don't even know what the damn word stands for, curse you. It's not bad enough that you've forced me to endure an invasive examination, that you've listened to nothing I've said, that you keep me under guard for every hour of the day. Now you intend to sell me off in marriage to Zhao, and you still dare believe it's me who's disrespecting you. Why, raising your voice in this manner, spewing all these accusations, is certainly speaking quite ill of your respect just as well, Princess Angela. Jose hissed. Angela shook her head violently. Fuck you, she said, bluntly. Jose actually winced. Fuck you, both of you can go rot in hell for all I care. I'll never give in to this bullshit scheme of yours, I'd never play along. I suppose you picked up all that eloquence from your toy, didn't you? Jose asked, and as furious as he still was, there was a hint of amusement in his voice that only furthered Angela's own rage. He thought he was winning. He thought he'd cornered her, and chances were he had, though Angela still didn't know, For sure, how he expected he'd ever get away with this wretched plan of his. Very well, then, very well. Perhaps it is time that I offer you a small gesture of mercy, one catered to your tastes, to your passions, you could say. To hell with that. Angela shouted. You and I both know there's no such thing as mercy when it comes to you. I won't have it, any of it. Is that so? Jose smirked. Then you do reject this golden chance I'll offer you? A chance to escape this marriage proposal by abiding by your own rules, Princess Angela. It took a moment for Jose's intent to sink in. Even then, Angela's persistent, aggressive negatives didn't return to her right away. She stood in silence, feeling as though the blood was being drained from her body, as though she could barely stand on her feet, once she understood what rules he referred to. And no, you can't. Angela said, and Jose chuckled, shaking his own head as he returned his seat. Consider this the last display of generosity you'll ever find from me, Jose declared, perching himself on his throne. Isn't this the way of it, Angela? Isn't this how you always wanted it? A suitor's gladiator, against your own. It was Zhao himself, you see, who thought this would be the best way to make you comply. And no, Jose, that's not what I. Zhao finally spoke, glancing at Jose pleadingly, but his attempt to defuse the situation would go to waste. For Angela's outraged, disbelieving eyes had found him instead, and that was, without a doubt, not the kind of expression anyone would wish to see on the face of their future spouse. Is this what you were up to? Angela asked, breathing heavily. That's all you were after, then? Becoming my father's heir, by whatever means necessary? No. Zhao exclaimed, and it was his turn to meet her eyes pleadingly. Princess, I. And what if it was? Jose hissed, bringing Angela's attention back to himself. If the esteemed admiral here were anywhere near as treacherous and greedy as you seem to believe he is, it's no one's fault but yours that he'll get his wish. And yet you have the gall to be outraged, as though you hadn't brought this upon yourself. I didn't. Angela shouted back. Nothing I've ever done, nothing I could ever do, would justify any of this. If you were in my place, you. But I'm not. Because I've never betrayed what my nation, what this family, expected from me. Jose hissed. That, I fear, is the true difference between you and I, and it's a difference you'll never be able to understand, clearly. All you can see is that I've finally put a stop to your whims, that I'll hold you accountable for your misdeeds. Oh, so that's the difference, then? Angela asked, glaring furiously at Jose. Your problem isn't that you are set on holding women to different standards from men. You'd treat me just the same if I had been your second-born son and sullied myself as I have. What a preposterous claim. Jose rolled his eyes, as Angela scoffed. If it's truly so preposterous, then there's one way for us to settle this instead, Angela said, her eyes glowing with fierce determination. She had never thought it would come to this. She had never expected to speak these words to her father, or to anyone else, truly, but it was time to do so. If he intended to claim his reaction was exclusively a matter of accountability, then she had one way left, by Fire Nation law, to fight back. Literally, too. There's nothing to settle. I am the Fire Lord and I've already determined the course of action. Jose hissed, but Angela shook her head. You're honor-bound to accept my challenge, she said, fists tight. Jose's narrow eyes suddenly widened, as did Zhao's and Agni Kai. I will fight you, for my honor. To defend my beliefs, my position, to prove myself before you one more time, if that's what it takes. I refuse. She almost staggered at his sudden, blunt, direct response. For a moment that seemed to stretch far longer than it did, silence settled in the throne room as the princess's mind seemed to shut down. He had refused. He wouldn't allow her to fight for her own honor. Her chest hurt as though she was being clawed at viciously by an unrelenting monster. It was hard to breathe, hard to exist, in a world where her father had finalized his punitive wrath with that heartless blow. Struggling to stay on her feet, Angela could only shake her head, outraged, disappointed, betrayed. So that's how it is, then? She asked, her voice trembling along with her lips. You'd fight my brother when he was a child, you gave him that chance. The Agni Kai against your brother was but a mercy. Jose hissed. A chance for him to prove his worth by staying true to his words and actions, a chance he wasted because he was weak. Your actions don't merit that opportunity, they never would, no matter whom you dare ask. There was no honor in your transgressions, thus, there is no honor left in you. Why would you ever be allowed to fight an Agni Kai in these circumstances? Jose didn't shrink away, not even upon glimpsing the furious, almost savage snarl across his daughter's face. He could see her tremble, he could see her stagger, he could see her gold eyes find his own, glowing with unforgiving fury. She turned upon him, and him alone. After you gave out the orders you did, she hissed, after sending someone to examine me without my consent, after your cursed guards hurt me, after you sent your men to beat Sokka and imprisoned him, after you spent a whole damn day locked away in the Agni Kai arena, stewing in your outrage. You have no right to judge any of what I did. After all that, now you tell me that somehow, it's me who has no honor. Angela said, her voice quieter than before. Jose scowled. I am here, owning up to what I did, telling you the damn truth as you demanded of me, but somehow I'm the one devoid of any honor? You just want to throw that word around to justify any of your damn decisions, when the truth is you're a coward. You're scared. You don't want to fight me. You know that, if you did. If I fought you, as you are now, I'd defeat you in a heartbeat. That you so much as doubt it is frankly speaking ill of your mental faculties, you fool, Jose snapped, shaking his head. And I'd fight you regardless of that. Angela roared. Jose's eyes widened. I'd fight until my last damn breath if that's what it takes for you to acknowledge me again. For you to understand that my value has nothing to do with who I've been with, and whatever I've done with them. You have no say upon what determines your value, girl. Shouted Jose. You intend to be perpetrator, judge, and executioner of your own misdeeds, and you call it honor. What I intend is to fight for what I know is right, Angela hissed, and just as you don't even understand the meaning of the word honor, you certainly don't understand right or wrong either. All you have are old traditions, thoughtless, outdated beliefs that no longer hold up in our world, a world you even allowed me to change freely until 2 days ago. Traditions you used to scowl upon, that you encouraged me to defy and destroy, up until it was no longer convenient for you. I was just a tool for you, a means to an end, a vanity project to further your damn legacy. Curses, I've had enough of your utterly thoughtless rambling. I'd sooner die than have anything else to do with any legacy of yours. Angela declared, powerfully. I will never marry Zhao. I will never give this cursed family any heirs. And I won't be your tool ever again. Jose breathed heavily, as did his daughter, who glared at him defiantly, her decision seemingly final. Jose shook his head, though, his nostrils flaring as he drew in a longer breath. Your life, you give to your country, he said. Angela shook her head too, far more furiously, fast enough that her shoulders' pain intensified. For it, your hands are now too weak to fight for me and your forefathers, as is your mind, clearly. You have but one duty left to you, and say what you will of death. It isn't you who will die tomorrow, or any day afterwards, for, unlike your gladiator, you will continue to draw breath. I will see to it, until you fulfill that duty as I see fit. I won't ever. I will take away everything you have left. Jose shouted. You truly are so foolish as to believe I'm anywhere near done, Princess Angela. Why, you are most definitely mistaken if so. The death of your accursed gladiator is but the starting point, and you'll see it with your own eyes. You will do my bidding, and you will witness his execution by my personal hand, once our esteemed admiral's own gladiator has broken him enough until he's but hanging on to life through a measly, fraying thread. And after that? You will continue to serve your Fire Lord, as is expected and demanded of you. And you shall do so from here on out, whether you do it willingly or not, for your life is mine to do with as I see fit. All that's left for you, at this point, is to choose how far you intend to push me, how much lower you intend to sink, and how much worse you want your personal retribution to be. His thunderous voice boomed across the hall, echoing its way into silence. Even then, his words resounded on and on within Angela's head, burning through her mind, tearing down all the foundations of her long-gone admiration for the man upon that throne. He had been her biggest supporter in her childhood, the one who had encouraged her when her mother had tried to thwart all her ambitions, the one who taught her to strive for greatness and perfection. But perhaps she should have seen the signs of his true thoughts and feelings much sooner. Perhaps she shouldn't have been swayed by the occasional glimpses of fatherly affection that now appeared to be nothing but pretenses, means to an end. He had wanted nothing from her but absolute, unquestionable obedience. He had wanted her strong, but not so she could reach for her own dreams, not so she would think for herself and reach her own conclusions. He had done all of it simply to gain the perfect human weapon. Herself. She wasn't merely a weapon for fighting, though. She was a tool through which he would perpetuate his bloodline, just as well. Her duty, as he called it, that was the whole reason any of this had begun. She had refused to take an incompetent husband, seeking a way out, and her father had seen nothing wrong with forcing her to take an incompetent husband. Indeed, back then, he hadn't thought, not even once, that she should have been free to choose. When he had believed she was involved with Ruishi, he had only been willing to approve of their alleged union on the basis that he was of high enough birth, with a high enough ranking in the armed forces, to be an acceptable son-in-law for him, not because he had believed Angela had cared for him, not because he had thought Ruishi would be an agreeable partner for her. That didn't matter. The only thing he cared about was ensuring she would bring him more heirs, and help him secure the Fire Nation royal family's perpetuation. Her every request, her every project, had only been allowed because Jose had believed they wouldn't obstruct his own ambitions. Because he had expected them to be of some benefit to him somehow, and generally, they had been. Their interests had aligned often enough, but he had only been willing to allow her to implement a certain amount of change. He had no true interest in transforming their nation into a better one. Blind as she had once been to the struggles of anyone different from herself, she had come to terms with the fact that there were countless problems across the Fire Nation, surely even more than she was aware of, even now, but to her father, this was the nation he wanted to rule. He had no interest in changing anything for the better, and all he had ever wanted from her was a perfect heir. And now that she had failed to uphold his expectations, he would be ready to discard her as soon as her usefulness ran out. "From all your utterly nonsensical rambling," Jose said, his voice grating against Angela's very soul, "I gathered you would prefer it if you were allowed to make your own choices, yes? Why, I suppose I shall humor you." "How utterly wrong of me to humor you indeed, considering your behavior, your actions, all of them merit no rewards of any sort, and yet I'm willing to be lenient to this extent. You should be grateful for that." Angela trembled violently, raising her golden, furious eyes towards her father, aware that whatever he'd say next would be as unwelcome as everything he'd said so far. "Either you accept the Admiral's pointless attempt to honor your old condition for suitors, if just to appease his conscience, or I shall execute your savage myself, without any preambles whatsoever. He will die by my hand, regardless of your choice, and you will witness his last moments, just as well. It is merely up to you to determine in which manner I'll end his miserable existence, as he won't live for a single day past tomorrow, regardless of your decision." She had trembled with rage throughout their conversation, though his latest words threatened to make her crumble altogether, as much as she refused to falter in front of her father. Tears burned in her eyes now, tears of powerlessness, of contempt, of dismay. "Well, then, Angela. What shall it be?" There was no measure of how far he dared go, no extreme he wouldn't reach, no humiliation he wouldn't subject her to. All his words rang together as a single message, one that weighed heavily upon Angela, as a bomb threatening to fall upon her very head. She had lost his favor, permanently. If only she wanted it back at all, that knowledge would bother her far more than it did. Jose's brow drew as Angela raised her head, tears ran down her cheeks, and yet she didn't sob, she didn't grimace. She would almost seem elegant, although the situation was anything but graceful, as she finally gave him her answer. Go to hell. That he'd even seem taken aback by her answer was but the last straw for Angela. Did he truly expect her to grovel, to cry at his feet and beg for mercy she knew he wouldn't grant her, let alone succor? Had he genuinely believed she'd make a choice between the two ghastly options he had offered her? Whatever he'd believed, whatever he'd expected, it made no matter anymore. Angela turned around, keeping her glare upon her father for only one more moment before storming off towards the curtain again. That he didn't shout after her, that he didn't demand for her to return, should have been strange, but Angela was utterly unconcerned with her father's reactions now. She pushed the curtains out of the way just as violently as when she had arrived, startling the guards who had been waiting outside for her, and who, she assumed, had overheard the entire argument as eagerly as possible. They flanked her back to her room, uncertain of what they were doing, leaving behind the guard Jose had summoned to stand outside his throne room. Within the room itself, however, Zhao breathed deeply after the curtain had fluttered closed behind Angela. Being alone with Jose was ill-advised right now, and it wasn't as though he wanted to be around him, to begin with. Well, then, Jose said, his voice a low, guttural, savage growl. Perhaps I should indeed forsake your pointless request, shouldn't I, Zhao? That way. I have already told you, I won't play along with your plans otherwise, Zhao huffed, lowering his gaze. You will do this the right way, as will I. The right way, you say? Jose repeated, with a scoff. There is no right way, you fool, let alone at this point. You saw just how insolent, how barbaric her behavior is now, no doubt, the savage's influence. That you'd expect him to fight your gladiator is but a leave of your senses when all he deserves is to be crushed, to be blown into 1,000 pieces. Perhaps that's so, but this may be the best way for your daughter to comply with your designs, Zhao said, scowling. Play by her rules, and as upset as she may be, she will have no choice but to accept the outcome. Did that look like a compliant girl to you? Jose hissed. She says she'll refuse to be your wife regardless of the circumstances, but you expect her to accept whatever your petty fight's outcome might be. What choice would she even have? Zhao said, swallowing hard. My gladiator cannot be defeated. Indeed. And that's the only reason why I've allowed you to push forward with this utter nonsense of yours. Jose hissed. He will leave him alive, you hear me? I need him alive, so that I may kill him myself. You needn't sully your hands with. I will kill him myself, I said. Jose roared. I will be the one to destroy the man who stole my daughter's dignity. Zhao glared at his friend from the corner of his eyes, shaking his head as he climbed down the dais. Jose scowled, watching his every step pointedly. What are you doing, Admiral? He asked. Zhao released a breath, glancing at Jose from over his shoulder. I intend to speak with your daughter, personally, Zhao said, earnestly, and straighten out what you've told her about my involvement in this mess. Perhaps I can persuade her to accept the terms of this battle, if I do so. There are no terms for her to accept, Jose hissed. She is unworthy of such courtesies, curse you. It would make matters easier tomorrow if she goes willingly, wouldn't it? Zhao sighed, eyeing Jose warily. And I'll have to contact my gladiator anyway, otherwise, this battle can't even take place. Jose scowled, eyeing his friend with uncertainty. Even trusting him, at this point, seemed an exercise in futility. No one could be trusted. If the child he had raised into the most powerful woman in the world had turned her back on him, how could he possibly expect those who weren't even of his flesh and blood to behave any differently? Zhao! He shouted, just as the Admiral reached the curtains. Zhao flinched but turned, glancing at Jose warily. Send in the Imperial Guard standing outside the throne room, if you'd be so kind. His words feigned a courtesy that did very little to hide away his festering rage. Even so, his order to Zhao had been simple enough, and the Admiral fulfilled it quickly before marching towards Angela's room. The guard crossed the threshold into the throne room, finding his Fire Lord standing up, glaring mercilessly at him from behind a curtain of dangerous flames. Yes, my lord. Send word to Xiaofeng for me, Jose snarled. I want him to take as many of his men as he can afford and keep watch over Princess Angela. Inside her very room. I want absolute surveillance over her. And send word, too, to the prison tower. Let them know there must be at least 10 soldiers keeping watch over their latest criminal, at all hours. Fire Lord's orders. As you wish, my lord. Jose breathed deeply, scowling heavily as the guard vanished past the threshold as everyone else already had. No, that conversation had not gone well, though he had known, from the get-go, that it never would. Angela herself had asked for it, though, for all of this. Proud as she was of herself and her accursed loss of sense upon giving herself to that pathetic slave, she'd do best to live up to her words and face the consequences of her most dire mistakes. It was still surreal, all of it. Less than a week ago, life had seemed to be returning to normal all across the Fire Nation, and now Jose found himself facing the downfall of his heir, the end of his plans and ambitions for the future, as well as the trust and hopes he'd ever held for his daughter. Her brother had been a failure all along, as far as he could tell. It wasn't even a matter of choice in Zuko's case, he couldn't be any better than he ever had been. But Angela, with a future as promising as hers, she had chosen, knowingly and deliberately, to throw her life away in this utterly foolish manner. He snarled, shaking his head. The Angela he had believed he knew wasn't the woman he had just spoken to. That was no daughter of his. He hadn't raised the rebellious fool with whom he'd just held a volatile shouting match. She was another person entirely, as far as he could tell, and he'd do best to accept that. For he couldn't know for how long she had been betraying him, for how long she had dishonored and shamed him, while pretending to be faithful to him instead. The Angela he thought existed was, perhaps, nothing but fiction, a pretense, a mask she wore in front of him, a mask she had torn to shreds the previous day, and now he faced her true self. She was nothing but a fool, unworthy of every boon, every privilege, every opportunity he had ever granted her. As that was the case, it should be easier to punish her, for she was a disappointment, a failure just like her brother before her. Choosing her every deserved retribution shouldn't make his grip shake, or send his heart into a wild, unhealthy race, or fill his chest with such unfathomable, uncontrollable fury it seemed to threaten to burst out of him, but against his better judgment, against every last shred of common sense left in his ever-darkening soul, it did. He didn't intend to stop, however, not until she finally relented. Until she realized what a grave mistake she had made by crossing him, by betraying him, as she had for as long as her association with that man had lasted. If he had no choice but to shatter his own soul into shambles just to teach her the lesson she had refused to learn so far, so be it. The maids were gone by the time Angela reached her room anew. She stormed inside with heavy footsteps, fists trembling, closed so tight the nails might be drawing blood by now. In 2 days, 2 miserable days, her entire world had fallen apart, and every time she attempted to rise adrift, to reach out for a solution, any way out, she would be thwarted again. Her father intended to execute Sokka on the very next day. She had stood there, shouting at him, throwing everything she could at Oze with every ounce of strength she could muster, all of it for nothing. For, if Ruishi and the rest of the guards weren't prepared to execute their plan by that very night. She had managed to contain any sobs until then. One escaped her lips, miserable, hanging suspended in the air, threatening to do away with whatever control she had left. This couldn't be happening, none of it could be, because, if it was, she was certain this wasn't a world she wanted to live in at all. Especially if Sokka's warmth and strength vanished from it, starting on the next day. No, no, no. There had to be a way to undo this, a way to stop it, to fight back against her father, to save Sokka, even if she found herself at as big a loss as she had been during the slave riot, but she was willing to take action herself this time, and that was a big difference already. She didn't care if she failed and wound up joining Sokka in the execution row for it, she would welcome dying beside him, just as the protagonists of every tragic Fire Nation folktale she had ever disregarded as nonsense until now. She would much sooner welcome that than live in a world without him. Footsteps approached. Down the corridor, Angela snarled, dabbing at the tears of her eyes before turning to glare at whoever was stupid enough to intrude upon her right now. Glimpsing Zhao's shape through her misty vision was as unwelcome as seeing her father would be. "Princess! Get the hell out of here now, damn you," she said, breathing heavily as she glared at him. Zhao flinched. He had raised a hand, as though to reach for her, and he set it down upon her aggressive answer. "I want nothing to do with you from this day onwards, you hear me? It wasn't my doing." Zhao exclaimed, desperate. "I didn't ask for any of this, I intended to put a stop to your father's fury. And somehow you landed yourself the job of a lifetime with your attempts. How utterly astonishing that you'd be the only one for whom this accursed situation is convenient now." Angela roared, waving a hand violently towards him. "You've never wanted to help anyone but yourself, that's the truth, and you just keep hiding it behind your elaborate schemes." "No, it's not the truth, let alone is it the truth now," Zhao exclaimed. "Princess, you do understand your situation is utterly precarious, don't you? There was next to nothing to be done, not when your father is completely consumed by his wrath. And yet somehow, when there was next to nothing to be done, you wound up becoming my father's grand choice for a new heir, at my expenses." Angela hissed. "It was his damn idea, not mine." Zhao exclaimed. "I actually suspect he sees this as a punishment for us both, Angela, for I was attempting to intercede on your behalf and he twisted my words into whatever he pleased. I couldn't persuade him to change his mind, not until I found a single loophole through your test for your suitors. Ah, and what a brilliant loophole that was! Angela growled, shaking her head in sheer disbelief. It's a chance for him to fight back. Zhao exclaimed, however slim an opportunity as it may be, it's the only way your gladiator can still be acknowledged as a warrior rather than a criminal. Oh, certainly, for however long your damn gladiator toys with him, that is. Angela shouted, are you truly that devoid of sense, Zhao? Your gladiator has never lost a single fight, mine has been half beaten to death by my father's wretched goons and is facing impending execution, whether your combustion man goes too far or my father delivers the killing blow, it makes no matter. Are you seriously pretending there's any chance Sokka will win? What, you're going to ask your gladiator not to fight back at all, to let Sokka win? Then you'll just land yourself in the boiling rock, if you're not executed alongside Sokka directly, damn you. Zhao swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. Angela's chest heaved as she glared at him, knowing more tears had spilled down her face as she spoke, and caring nothing to wipe them until that moment, still snarling at her father's best friend as she did. Your father is honor-bound to follow fit with the terms of this arrangement, Zhao said, though his words lacked conviction. I understand your misgivings, princess, and I would lie if I said I didn't share them, but I have no intentions of marrying someone who clearly would never want me. Let alone someone I literally have known since she was but a child. Sokka, he won't accept this any more than you or I intend to. As wounded as he may be, he'll never defeat your damn gladiator, curses, he wasn't even ready before this mess happened, he's even less ready now. Angela replied, yes, he's the strongest non-bender there ever was, to this moment I stand by that belief, but even if he were allowed to wield all his weapons against Combustion Man, there's no winning scenario, damn it. Until your father's fury is sated, there will be no winning scenario. Not for you, not for me, not for him, not for anyone, Zhao said, breathing deeply. I did whatever I could, to arrange him as dignified a send-off as I can, as well as to open one possibility for this absurd match between us to be dissolved and dismissed. You know, as well as I do, that there was no possibility he would get out of this with his life, princess. Loath as you would to accept it, there was never any alternative for him. Angela shook her head violently, unable to retort, overcome by another resurgence of tears that spilled down her face, her shoulders shaking painfully with each silent sob she did her best to stifle. The last damn thing she would have ever wanted was to show herself, her tears, in front of Zhao of all people, and yet she couldn't contain the outpouring emotions that threatened to render her utterly helpless. This is all I could do. It's all I can do, for your sake and his, Zhao said, eyeing her pleadingly. If I could offer you anything else, I gladly would, but I don't want anything else from you. Zhao froze, frowning as Angela wiped her tears clumsily, unwilling to meet his eyes. Her voice, brittle as it sounded now, betrayed nothing but conviction, however. This is what you've always been like, isn't it? You always have a runner in every race. You're in the good graces of every side of a conflict, always weaseling your way into everyone's damn pockets, and picking the most convenient, most beneficial way out once push comes to shove. Angela continued, shaking her head. I was stupid enough to think maybe you could be trusted now, that maybe, somehow, you did respect me when you didn't in the past. I do. Princess, I may have made mistakes in my relationship with you before, but you're doing the same damn thing now as you did that day. Angela shouted. Zhao froze in place, as her furious eyes bore into him again. You can swear to me that you're doing whatever you can for my sake, I know it's a damn lie. Just as I knew on that day, after hearing you undermine me, condescendingly, with everyone who thought there was no place for me in my father's council. Zhao froze, as Angela's chest heaved. She had only decided to give the man another chance because Sokka himself had convinced her of it, because he had been, on the most part, harmless to her after his return from the north. And yet she should have seen the signs, of course she should have, for they were everywhere. She had been a fool to ever hope he would change, for a man like Zhao could never change his nature, his instincts, even if he truly wished to, and to this moment she had no reason to believe he did. All of it goes right back to you in the end, Angela said, shaking her head. Zhao flinched, eyeing her with uncertainty. The main reason why I wanted a gladiator was because I wanted to force you to acknowledge me, at all costs. To humiliate you in front of the whole damnation if I could. I didn't care how petty, how ignoble it might be. I just wanted to dare you to undermine me one more damn time as I proved myself above you. A rather base ambition, of course it was, one that I eventually stopped clinging to as tightly as I did when I started out. You didn't need to do anything like this to earn my respect, Zhao said, hopelessly. You're the princess, you're Ose's daughter. And that didn't stop you that day from saying what you did, Angela whispered. Zhao gritted his teeth. It didn't stop the whole damnation from clinging onto hopes that my brother would return home a hero to take his rightful place as my father's heir. If I'd done nothing about any of it, then nothing would have changed. But now it's clear nothing did. Now it's clear I misunderstood my father, just as I misunderstood you. No, you didn't. Say what you will now, lie to my face as many times as you care to, for it doesn't matter to me that you ever gave my father any chance to get away with setting us up for marriage. Speaks for itself about your priorities, about your damn respect for me, Angela said, glaring at him scathingly. You have just as much of it as my father does. Angela, Zhao said, dropping his hands at either side of his body. The princess shook her head again. I've wronged you before, I know I have, but I swear none of this was my design. I never wanted this, not for myself, not for you, not for your gladiator, not for your father. I apologized to you, didn't I? Over my mistake. I've helped you, or tried to, for as long as I've been back. I've done everything within my power to do right by you, Angela, even now that's all that guides me. Then your damn concepts of what's right by me are completely off mark, Angela said, bluntly. You've done nothing but help yourself, and you're only begging me to believe otherwise to appease a conscience I frankly doubt you even have. I suppose you're just doing damage control, for when my father does force us to marry. Because you must be truly naive if you expect my father to abide by any promises he's made to you. He won't force me to marry you if your gladiator defeats mine. That's the agreement we reached, the agreement you reached with him years ago. And as you said, his wrath won't be sated for hell knows how long, Angela retorted. Are you seriously going to pretend my father will honor any vows, at this point in time? That even if Sokka miraculously defeats your gladiator, he'll pardon his life and allow you to stay free from marriages, altogether? He'll still intend to kill Sokka, and he'll be even more determined to punish me by making me marry you, for by breaking his word he's only going to torment me further. He outright has decided I have no honor, hasn't he? That I'm not worth fighting in an Agni Kai. Why would he uphold any vows, any promises he made to me years ago when he's made it clear that all he damn wants is to torment me until I break? Zhao gritted his teeth, wanting to answer again, to reassure her somehow, but the sudden sounds of many footsteps, moving at a steady, strong rhythm, compelled him to fall silent. With his back towards the door, he could still guess who these new arrivals might be, especially by the utter contempt in Angela's visage, as her eyes traveled past Zhao himself and towards these sudden, unwanted visitors. Admiral Zhao, spoke the familiar, cold voice of General Xiao Feng. Zhao tightened a fist. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave the premises at once. The Fire Lord has commanded the princess must be guarded closely, constantly, for the next 24 hours. Angela's eyes blazed again with fury, her fists trembling as she tightened them. Even a few orange sparks danced in the air briefly after she released her breath. Zhao gritted his teeth, lowering his gaze, knowing that this time there would be no intimidating the general, as had been possible with his men, into leaving him to speak with Angela privately. Admiral Zhao, the general repeated. Zhao huffed. You believe I'm conspiring with the princess, by any chance? He asked. If you give me reason to believe it, I shall. Xiao Feng hissed. Get out. Now. Zhao huffed, shaking his head as he turned on his heels. A whole squad of guards, from the looks of it, had been mobilized for this order. Zhao scowled at the sight of the 10 soldiers behind Xiao Feng, turning his eyes at the general in disbelief over it. This is uncalled for, he said. Xiao Feng shook his head. No measures are uncalled for. She has been deemed a flight risk by the Fire Lord himself. It's our duty to ensure she abides by the Fire Lord's orders, more so when she has proven to be as treacherous as she has. Angela shook her head as well, tearing her eyes off the retinue of Imperial guards poised to invade her room. She didn't even want to let herself wonder if the bastards who had held her down 2 nights ago were among them, and yet the thought was inevitable once again. Curses! Zhao said, shaking his head before glancing at Angela apologetically. I never wanted any of this, princess. I know you won't believe me, but... You claimed there was no winning scenario for any of us, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. Perhaps I'm just too blinded by my frustrations to see your plight for what it is, but from where I'm standing, stuck inside this cage with watchdogs keeping track of my every move, you certainly don't look like you're on the losing end of this battle, Admiral. Zhao gritted his teeth as Angela turned on her heels, sending a clear message that the conversation was over, not only by Xiaofeng's choice but her own. The Admiral wasted no more time in the room, storming off, knowing where he had to go next. If Jose had decided Angela was, indeed, likely to flee, then he might have decided so was her Gladiator, and while it was abundantly clear that he couldn't get through to the princess anymore, there was a chance the other person involved in this chaotic conflict would still listen to him, with any luck. Angela didn't watch him leave. Her attention was completely taken up by the whole squad of Imperial guards currently taking positions across her room. 10 men, led by the 11th, the general himself. That her father would believe such extremes would be necessary meant he wasn't underestimating her, not in terms of what she could be capable of, if given free rein, but he had still determined her unworthy of being his heir, despite expecting her to attempt to break free from her current house arrest. Truthfully, as she was, she didn't know if she even wanted to be his heir anymore, but that he'd acknowledge her as a threat while refusing to acknowledge her honor, her broken heart could only resent him further with each passing moment. She didn't want to acknowledge any of their presences. She felt all those eyes upon her, and where guards were meant to keep royals safe, she could only feel threatened by them instead. She climbed up to her bed's dais, finding it fully made, no longer bearing the sheets that had been blemished, that she had personally destroyed. Even then, she was at no further peace because of it. She had no choice but to live with it, just as she had no choice but to endure these wretched sentries, who would certainly prevent any other escapades such as the one she had indulged in on the previous night. The small window of time during which her father would be too uncontrolled to respond to this situation appeared to be ending. The end was nearing, looming closer and closer with each breath she took, with each passing second in which she stood where she did, glaring at all those immobile guards, wordlessly begging for them to turn their backs on her father and aid her. Though upon slowing her gaze near the corner of the room, she frowned, that guard's bearing, that stance, even the tense set of his shoulders. Xiaofeng had made Ru Yishi join the surveillance group. Angela gritted her teeth before dropping, face down, on her mattress. He was as powerless as she was. In this situation, if he was stuck guarding her, he wouldn't be able to continue organizing and coordinating their escape plan as he had so far. Every possible hope, every single chance for a better outcome, seemed to be dying out slowly, vanishing in thin air, whether Angela had dared grasp and cling to them or not. She couldn't let everything end this way, absolutely not, and yet every chance, every attempt to catch her breath and regain her strength, had been cut off one after the other. For, if Ru Yishi failed to prepare the barge and couldn't get it out of the mainland's waters on time, if his strategies were completely thwarted, how on earth would they ever save Sokka? She buried her face in her pillow, struggling to breathe, to endure each heartbeat that seemed to threaten to shatter her whole soul in 1,000 pieces. She would feel no respite, no peace, until she found a way out for the man she loved, and she feared she'd find no such peace at all, as she started to ponder if any of their strategies would ever pay off. The despair that tore through her body was overpowering, for if no solution came to mind, the next time she saw Sokka would be the last. The prison's 8th floor was a dry, dusty location. It surely had seen little maintenance in anything but the prison cells themselves, which were as sturdy as could be. Sokka's cell was the only occupied one, but other, empty ones were spaced out across the large, single room of that top floor, scarcely blocked from view by unfinished brick walls. The spiral staircase's entrance led into the far end of the room, at its darkest corner. Not a lot of people had come and gone through that staircase after he had been cast into his cell. Those who had were mostly unwelcome, and unwanted, except for the late-night visitor he'd received a few hours ago. He could only hope for her return, whether to break him free after successfully defeating Jose somehow, or simply, impulsively, that she'd come to see him again, for even if his heart was lighter after their last encounter, he yearned for nothing as badly as he yearned to see her again. But the next arrivals had been unwelcome, yet again. Sokka's eyes narrowed when he heard the numerous sets of footsteps climbing the stairs, until the whole group of domestic forces guards strode inside the cell block. Sokka glared at them, hiding none of his resentment, none of his bitterness. Some were daunted, others ignored him, the rest glared right back at him. They offered no explanation, they simply took positions within the room, strategic ones to subdue him if necessary, as far as Sokka could tell. As though they'd need to subdue him at all, he couldn't possibly break out of this cell if he tried, in his current shape, though their presence was profoundly distressing. If they intended to keep him under the heavy guard of 12 soldiers, no less, how would Azula and her guards ever find a way to break into the prison a second time, let alone to break him out of it? He hadn't clung too tightly to hopes of an escape, but the possibility that his friends, that his lover, might have been caught in the middle of their schemes terrified him to his core. This increased surveillance might just be one of many consequences if their clandestine actions had been revealed. He had wanted them to be careful, to stay safe, but he couldn't know for sure that Azula would make no mistakes when she had been as fragile as she had been last night. Just her visit had been dangerous enough, he had known so from the beginning, but he had hoped she wouldn't be caught regardless. He'd give up any chance of escape in a heartbeat, as long as they could be safe, as long as she, most of all, could be safe. About an hour after this sudden, strange guard arrangement began, however, another set of footsteps echoed through the stairs that led to Sokka's floor. He barely raised his gaze, unwilling to acknowledge whoever it was, until he noticed the guards were startled, confused by this sudden arrival. "I would speak to the prisoner alone. Head to the next floor, all of you." Zhao's voice struck Sokka as lightning might. He raised his head quickly, but he grew wary faster yet. Why was he here? Had he come to scold him for his recklessness? For pursuing something he had warned Sokka not to look for? Sokka swallowed hard, lowering his gaze anew as the many guards, puzzled, questioned the Admiral's orders. "We were told to stand guard here, by the Fire Lord's orders. And you're being told, now, to leave for 10 minutes as I speak to the prisoner. Are you truly going to disregard the word of a superior officer?" Zhao asked, bluntly. The guards weren't highly ranked, apparent by how easy it was for Zhao to daunt them with his authority. The bulkiest of the men stepped towards him, though, with as menacing a stance as he could pull off. "If the Fire Lord finds out you asked us to disobey his orders," he started. "It's all on me?" Yes, it will be," Zhao said, with a dry grin, "though he'll be likely to take out his wrath on all of you anyways. Therefore, let's make sure he doesn't find out at all, shall we?" The guards seemed unwilling to move at first, but the Admiral ignored them, approaching Sokka's cell without waiting for anyone's approval. No one tried to stop him, instead watching helplessly as he came to a stop before the cell's door, and then, just as they had arrived, the guards filed out down the stairs, one by one. Zhao watched them go from the corner of his eyes as Sokka swallowed hard, staring at them far more intently. This visit was unexpected, though he had yet to decide whether it was unwelcome or not. Once the last footsteps stopped resounding across the stairs, Zhao finally breathed deeply and focused his attention on the beaten man before him. As bruised and bloodied as they'd left him, there was no doubt that the fight was far from gone from the gladiator's blue eyes. "You're still holding your own, looks like," Zhao said, swallowing hard. "That's good. You'll be better served if you do." "Why are you here?" Sokka asked, and as much as he scowled threateningly, his tone betrayed his genuine curiosity, as well as his fear over the answer to that question. Is she all right?" "No, she's not, but that's no surprise, is it?" Zhao breathed deeply. "I'm afraid she won't be all right, not for a very long time, if she ever is again, that is." "Did he do anything to her?" Sokka asked. Zhao huffed, lowering his gaze. "He intends to do several things as it is," Zhao said. "That's why I'm here. Because the first of them is your execution." Those words were no surprise, though they still shook Sokka badly enough that he closed his eyes tightly and closed his hands into fists. Yes, it was a reality, one he'd hoped he'd be ready to face, but it was nearly impossible to do so when he knew the woman he loved would be no better off after his death. Just the thought of Angela facing her father's wrath alone was enough to infuse him with excruciating, rightful anger, as well as the eagerness to shield her from anything that might do her harm. Has he made up his mind about it yet? Sokka asked. Is that what you're here for? To tell me how he's chosen to do away with me. To warn you, if anything, Zhao said, breathing deeply. I'm afraid your execution will be a complicated matter. Complicated? Why? Sokka asked, frowning. Is it because of her, somehow? Did she do anything she shouldn't have? Because, just a few hours ago, all these guards came pouring in and I had no idea if something was wrong with her, if she said anything she shouldn't have. She said many things she shouldn't have. Zhao admitted. Her father has decided both her and you are, well, dangerous. That you might attempt to escape, if given the opportunity. He doesn't intend to give you any chances to get away, though, and I suspect, once you hear what your execution will entail, you won't want to run at all. Why? Sokka asked. Zhao breathed deeply, shaking his head. What's his plan for my execution? Isn't it just propping me up in a public place and setting me on fire? No, not this time, Zhao sighed. The princess's humiliation is no menial matter. It isn't something Oze wants revealed and paraded across the Fire Nation. Therefore, he wants to keep everything quiet, Sokka said, frowning. But he's not doing a great job of that, for sure, Zhao hissed, placing a hand on the metal bars. I only found out about this because the chairman of the Gladiator League called me to the city in a hurry, and told me the league had been abolished, out of the blue. Oze refuses to hear any sense when it comes to that, and nobody outside the palace appears to understand why this has happened at all. But rumors will certainly start to spread before long, especially once the princess seems to vanish from public life completely right after her grand comeback in the last weeks. I've told him already that he should change his mind about the league, but he listens to no reason at this point. And that's part of why the new plan for your execution came up. Over the league? Sokka asked, puzzled over it being abolished. What does he plan on doing, setting me on fire in the middle of the dome, or? That is closer to the truth than you'd expect, Zhao said, gritting his teeth. Sokka frowned. Though, it won't be him who'll do it. Not at first, though he does intend to deliver the killing blow himself, a pointless attempt to find catharsis, I guess. Who'd do it, then? Sokka asked. The obvious, quick answer that came to mind was Angela, but that made no sense. However Oze might want to punish his daughter, he'd never attempt to send them to a fight to the death against each other. He had to know she'd never hurt him and he'd never hurt her, either. It would be Combustion Man, Zhao said, closing his eyes. Sokka gasped. Wait, you're Gladiator? Sokka asked. But why? Well, it's by my request, Zhao admitted, eyeing Sokka mournfully. The Gladiator froze in place. My demand, if anything. For Oze, he will punish the princess by any means necessary. He intends to make her regret ever crossing him, ever rebelling against him, and you must know, as well as I do, as well as anyone does, that she rebelled more than anything when it came to arranging her marriage. Sokka's eyes widened as Zhao gritted his teeth, breathing deeply. He knew, deep down, what Zhao was about to say, but he recoiled from the revelation, his fury frozen into utter heartbreak. Oze, well, he's wrongfully assumed that Angela's rejection of every suitor was caused by you, Zhao said, and I say wrongfully because you may have first met in the South Pole, but I highly doubt she intended to marry you already back when Chan's son was meant to marry her. Whatever her motivations were afterwards, at least back then it wasn't. So, he's going to make her marry someone, Sokka finished, cutting off Zhao's aimless rambling. The Admiral didn't dare meet his eyes, and Sokka's stomach sank so deeply he thought it'd drop out of his body altogether. He's going to make her marry you. I told him no, Zhao said, almost looking at Sokka pleadingly. I begged him not to, and he refused to listen to reason. He was like a madman last night, I couldn't possibly get him to. Then, Sokka said, again interrupting Zhao's unusually nervous flow of words, why you saying Combustion Man will execute me because he's your gladiator? Well, yes, Zhao said, gritting his teeth, I have no idea if you can defeat my gladiator, and truthfully, Angela seemed to think I was merely trying to get you killed rather than giving you a chance to fight. Don't blame her, it's not that she doesn't believe in you, but she's worried about me, Sokka finished, closing his eyes. Doesn't want me to get hurt any more than I already am. I know. She's not alright, like I said. Zhao sighed. The argument she just had with Oze, he forced me to be there, likely hoping I'd help him pressure her into backing down, but I just stood there, like a fool, doing nothing. How does someone put a stop to two storms angled to crash together? It was useless. So I couldn't do anything to stop either of them, and all I can offer you now is a chance to die a fighter, rather than just a criminal. To still stand for, and defend, your sponsor, because if you are victorious, I'll spare her from having to marry anyone she doesn't want. Sokka finished, though his eyes were vacant as he spoke the words. Is that really what you thought? It's what I hoped, Zhao admitted, reluctantly. There's no way he's going to accept that, Sokka said, closing his eyes. Did he tell you he would? Yes, he did, Zhao whispered. I refused countless times. I told him I couldn't possibly marry someone I'd known since she was a child. It's a revolting thought. But he insisted that the marriage itself was the least of it, that this was all a lesson for Angela, basically, inflicting me as a punishment on her. I had no intentions of taking a wife to begin with, let alone am I interested in taking one whose heart will always belong to someone else. Sokka gritted his teeth and sighed, eyeing Zhao with uncertainty. The admiral lowered his gaze. This was the only condition through which I could get Oze to accept an outcome where I might not marry her, he confessed. If you win, she will be safe. From you, maybe, Sokka whispered, startling Zhao. But if it's not you, he'll find someone worse, once I'm dead. Won't he? Zhao gasped, and Sokka sighed. I don't know, perhaps he'd intend to, but he'd be honor-bound to abide by Angela's test for suitors. Sokka asked. He'd only agree to it with you because he's taking for granted that I can't possibly beat Combustion Man. He might even be right about that, too. You've overcome impossible odds in the past, Zhao said, clasping the bars of the cell desperately. When I first saw you, I thought you'd amount to nothing. I outright advised the princess to seek a better gladiator than you because you appeared to have reached your full potential, and I thought you'd never be strong enough to overcome someone like the blind bandit. But you did overcome her, if I heard correctly. And not just her, but the Millennium Dragon, countless other opponents most non-benders would be utterly helpless against. You've achieved the unthinkable, forced me to even rethink my preconceived notions about your people. I guess I really must have, because I was pretty sure you'd be pissed at me, if you knew I was actually with Angela, Sokka said, eyeing Zhao with uncertainty. I mean, you thought I was unrequited. That's why you said you were fine with it, right? But it wasn't quite so simple, Zhao said, and Sokka hung his head. Well, for both my sake and yours, I'll pretend that you two were chaste about your connection for far longer than you probably were. Otherwise, Oze will want to have my head for having guessed at only half the truth without telling him about my suspicions. Then you really don't hold this against me? Sokka asked. You don't think I shouldn't have? I do think you shouldn't have. Neither you nor her had the slightest bit of sense when you chose to do this, Zhao said, shaking his head. If it were up to me, you wouldn't have acted on those feelings. I told you that night, didn't I? Any other woman would do, all you needed was. You're wrong, Sokka sighed. And you're too young, even now, Zhao said. You're about to die because of what you did. And all I regret is that she'll have to pay a price of her own because I dared love her, Sokka said, firmly. There's no point to living a long, bland, mediocre life with anyone else. There's no sense in ever being with anyone other than her. If death was the only outcome I'd ever get for daring love her, then so be it. But my heart is hers, and it always will be. And if you do die, and your suspicions about Oze breaking his word are true, then she will be given to another man, whether me or anyone else, Zhao said, looking at Sokka in disbelief. Sokka gritted his teeth. You knew this was the outcome that was bound to take place. You had to know, you're no fool. I was ready to see her marrying someone else, Sokka said. His words gave Zhao pause. So many years ago, I told her, if she found someone else who made her happy, I'd be fine with it, because that's what matters most. I didn't need her for myself, because love, that's not the point of it, Zhao. If she'd never loved me, if she'd done everything by the book, as her father wanted her to, I'd have still loved her with every fiber of my being, no matter what. I'd still have wanted her, and no one else, for as long as I lived. That she ever wanted me back may have looked like our undoing, but if you expect me to regret falling in love with her, you're out of luck. What we had, it's a bond worth fighting for. Worth dying for. It's a love I'm damn sure we'd never find with anyone but each other. Spit at me if you like, call me a fool, shout if you want to, but I won't regret loving her, no matter what. Zhao released a breath and hung his head, shaking it lightly. Sokka, as broken as he should have been, still appeared resolved and resolute in his beliefs and certainties, even if those beliefs were, in Zhao's opinion, his very undoing. And the consequences of your grand love? Don't you regret that part, at the very least? Zhao asked, his brow furrowed. This is much bigger than your personal feelings, Gladiator. You've said it yourself, she will have to pay for this in who knows how many more ways once you're dead. That doesn't concern you. It does, Sokka whispered. I don't want her to pay for anything else, I would rather it was just me, but I know that's not possible. Then why would you be so reckless? Zhao asked, frowning. Why would you act on those feelings when you understood this was a possibility? Because we had no damn intentions of getting caught anyway, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. We were idiots, sure, and it only took one person to give us away. If we'd been more careful. But you weren't, Zhao said, breathing deeply and shaking his head. Listen, your loyalty to the princess is most heartwarming, and I have no doubts that's part of how you won her heart, but you had to know the risk was too great. You had to know that, if Oze found out. I did know. So did she, Sokka whispered. We took this risk regardless, and I'm sure she's saying she'll face the consequences, as will I. If I have to fight for her honor, then I'll do it. If this way, I can protect her one last time, then it's definitely a worthier death than anything else I can think of. Than anything else I'll be allowed to do, as far as I can tell. Are you truly this ready to discard your life? Zhao asked. Sokka swallowed hard and nodded. Dying for her, truthfully, I wanted to live for her, for as long as I could. But I am ready to sacrifice my life for her, yes. I always have been, and I'll never hesitate to do so for her sake. She means everything to me, Zhao. Which is why I have to ask something of you, Sokka finished, raising his gaze towards the admiral. Zhao's brow furrowed. Something to ask of me? He repeated, uneasy. Sokka swallowed hard and nodded. I don't know what will happen, whether I win or lose, he said. I don't know what the outcome will be or how it will affect Azula. But Oze, he's not going to let me live, for sure. And if he goes back on his word to you, he'll force you to marry her regardless. You both seem so sure of that, but maybe he won't, and then he'll pick someone else, and it might be no better for Azula anyway, Sokka said, closing his eyes. Zhao frowned. I don't want to ask this of you. I don't want to ask it of anyone because the one she wanted beside her was me. And yet I won't be able to be there for her, I know I won't, not after all this. So. Sokka breathed deeply, swallowing hard afterwards, before turning an earnest, pleading gaze upon Zhao. If it comes to that, if he won't give either of you another choice, Zhao, please, be kind to her. Please, be patient. She will be in pain for a long time, she will lash out, hurt others, but it's only because she will be hurting and won't know what else to do. Give her time. Let her grieve, and then help her move forward. If I can't be the one beside her, then at least, if it's you, I can ask you to promise me you'll do right by her. That you'll protect her from Oze's fury as best you can, promise to give her space for as long as she needs it. 2. To find a way to bring a smile to her face once again, even if her heart is broken. To give her reasons to live on, because she may lose sight of how valuable, how important she is, how much she can change the world for the better. Listen to her, respect her. Bear with your own pain, as best you can, for her sake. I know I have no right to ask for anything. I know you can just refuse me, or lie and just abandon her if it becomes too difficult, but please, Zhao. I won't be able to be there for her anymore. If you truly ever wanted to do right by her, this is your chance to do so. This is how you can do it. I won't lie, it may be thankless work, but she deserves whatever peace, whatever happiness, she may be able to attain. And if I can't give her any of it, all I can hope is that you can find a way to do it, in my place. Zhao gritted his teeth, a hole seemed to crack open in his gut as he heard Sokka's petition. As he watched the determined, unruly man setting aside his pride, his irreverence, albeit to as good as beg him to be the best husband possible for the woman he loved. The words, Zhao knew, had to be the most bittersweet he had ever spoken. The gladiator wanted to be the man holding her for as long as they lived, the man giving her reasons to smile, to offer her peace, for that was who he had been for her, until 2 days ago. Asking anyone else to take that role in Azula's life was likely one of the last things he had ever intended to do. The devastation plain across his face made it apparent. But he had requested this anyway, because he wanted, above all else, what was best for Azula. Zhao shook his head as he released a deep breath. I found out before this, you know. Zhao said, closing his eyes on the day Oze came back. I overheard you two that night. I heard her calling you her husband. You. Sokka frowned, until realization hit him. You opened the door that day, didn't you? I was thoughtless enough to push it open without warning. Yes, Zhao admitted, sighing. I shouldn't have eavesdropped, but I did. And you didn't tell anyone? Sokka asked, puzzled. You didn't give us away to Oze after you heard that? I didn't. I had no reason to, Zhao said, eyeing him mournfully. After everything I saw between the two of you, I knew, as does Oze, although he'd deny it, that your connection with the princess isn't a mere whim. I've done more than enough things she'll never forgive me for. Now she's even convinced I've always been out to get her, to claw my way to a throne, but truthfully, I never wanted to get in your way. Yours wasn't a relationship I would have ever wanted to see broken. Even now, I don't want to have anything to do with this. That she called you her husband, though, it wasn't serious, or was it? It was just a game, of some sort? Or? It wasn't a game, Sokka said. Of all the injuries his body bore, suddenly it was his right palm that seemed to hurt the most. He tightened his fist, feeling the ridges of his scar, the physical evidence of his connection with the woman he loved. Then it wasn't legal either way, was it? Zhao asked. It couldn't be, as far as I can tell, but if it was, then that means. It wasn't, Sokka admitted, sadly, and even if it had been, there's no way Oze would acknowledge it, is there? He'd annul our marriage immediately. I doubt he wouldn't be able to do that. Well, not like he'd even bother. He'd likely kill me faster yet, just so he can clear the way for anyone else to marry Azula. Then, there's truly nothing else to be done, Zhao sighed, shaking his head. I never intended for matters to escalate this way. Truthfully, I never intended to respect you at all, to begin with. Had I never understood why Azula held you in such high regards, none of this would faze me in the least. If that were the case, I might even think you both deserve this, much as Oze does. But he himself was the first whose behavior about you gave me pause, and eventually I found myself even questioning what I knew of your people because of you. Had your circumstances been any different, you would have been, without a doubt, the best match she could ever hope to make. Right? Sokka whispered. Deep down, he could as good as hear Azula's voice claiming he was the best match, regardless of his birth, regardless of his belonging to another nation. He closed his eyes, letting her presence echo through him, clinging to every reminder of Azula he still carried within him. We're stuck with this, though, Zhao said, swallowing hard. You'll have to fight Combustion Man, but I will see to it that you may do this with your full weapons, to the best of your ability. You can do that? Sokka asked, gazing at Zhao in disbelief. I intended to from the start, Zhao said. You won't have to fight barehanded if I can help it, otherwise there's no point to it being a gladiator fight, is there? You will be escorted from here to your old house. Your weapons and armor are there, aren't they? Yeah, Sokka nodded. Then you'll collect them, quietly, peacefully, all right. Zhao said. If you do anything to so much as attempt to escape, it will be Azula who will end up paying the price. You are aware of this, Of course. I won't do anything. I wouldn't, Sokka said, nodding. I know what I have to do. I'll face this, head on, no matter if it's the last thing I do. For, if it is, I'll still have done it for her. And that makes everything worth it. It's good you see it that way. Whatever Ozai may say, the truth is it was an honor to have known you, Zhao said, closing his eyes, and if things do turn out the way you suspect they might, I will do everything in my power to fulfill what you've asked of me. Both, in your memory, and for her sake. Sokka gritted his teeth and nodded, his throat burning as tears surged in his eyes again. This is farewell, then, Zhao said, dropping his hand from the cell's bars. Thank you, Sokka whispered, his voice brittle. Zhao tightened a fist, eyeing him mournfully. He was, truly, the picture of a heartbroken husband, who wanted nothing but to protect his wife by any means necessary, despite, as he was, he lacked such means completely. Farewell, Zhao. Thank you for all this. For everything. Zhao breathed deeply, nodding before turning on his heels. He hadn't intended to make such a promise, no, for he had no intentions of taking Azula as his wife, for starters. But Sokka's sincere request, his selfless bearing, had cracked through Zhao's resolve far easier than a blunt weapon shattering glass might. Tomorrow would be a dark day, Zhao knew, probably one of the darkest their nation had ever witnessed, and he would have to be a key player in it, against his will. Otherwise, this gladiator wouldn't have a warrior's death, the only honor that Zhao might yet be able to arrange for him in his very last moments. He took off after sending the guards upstairs again, and he filed towards the capital's outskirts right away. He had someone to seek out for tomorrow. After all, he almost wished the man wouldn't be home, that he would have found some sort of assignment to occupy himself with rather than abiding by the Fire Lord's orders. But he knew the chances for that were slim, if not completely inexistent, and he knew, too, that every step he took away from the prison tower, every turn of the wheels of his carriage, every breath that filled his lungs and relieved them afterwards, would bring everyone closer to the inevitable, unfortunate end of the line for the princess and her gladiator. The soldiers returned to the 8th floor once again, still quiet, still somber. Sokka ignored them completely this time, pulling up his knees, hugging them even though the countless bruises and burns across his body turned any form of friction into further punishments. He knew he had done the right thing, no matter if it devastated him. He knew Azula would never accept this, that she would never want a husband forced upon her, that she would fight until her last breath over ever betraying him. But if by any chance, Ozai ever broke her, if that happened, he wouldn't be able to protect her anymore. He wouldn't be with her, to encourage her to carry on anymore. He mourned that, deeply, but if he couldn't be there for her, someone else had to be. And if there was no one but Zhao for the role, then at least Sokka could only hope that Zhao would keep true to his promise. She wouldn't be okay, not for a long time, but maybe one day, she would be. Maybe one day she'd find a new love, someone else she truly belonged with, and Zhao would step aside and let her be free to choose her own fate, once Ozai was well out of the way, hopefully. He raised his head, gazing through his tearful eyes at his right palm. Whatever happened next, he knew his heart belonged to her. He could only hope she'd know, too, that he would always be with her, no matter if his body decayed and was destroyed completely. His soul was linked to hers, his energy as well, even if he lacked the strength to survive tomorrow, not that there were many chances he would, for starters, he would never be apart from her. Never. He tightened his hand into the strongest fist he could muster. He'd have a chance to fight back, a chance to defend her one last time, to fight for her when she couldn't do it herself. If this was his destiny, what his long journey would result in, then he intended to face it, head on, with the courage and determination of a man who had something to fight for. He was wounded, heartbroken, as good as hopeless, but that wouldn't stop him from fighting back, either way. Nothing would ever stop him from fighting, as long as he did it for her. A new day would begin in just a few more hours. The sun was setting by now, he could tell through the orange light that filtered through the window well above his cell. His last day, as Ozai would have it, and Sokka intended to make every instant of his final battle count. He had lived a better life than he had ever expected to, truthfully, he had achieved more than he had thought he would, back when he had wildly attacked a settlement and found himself in the path of a woman who would become everything to him only a few years later. He had made valuable friends, he had strengthened himself, protected as many people he had been able to, and he had loved Angela. He had loved her desperately, deeply, with every breath he took, with every single beat of his heart. It was, as far as he could tell, a life well lived, a life he wouldn't regret to dedicate to her until his dying breath departed him. Yes, he would have wanted to see his family again at least one more time, he would have wanted to continue changing the world with Angela, as they had so far. But it wasn't the time to be bitter about what he'd lose, about what he'd never witness, it was the time to be grateful for everything he had been fortunate enough to experience, instead. He had lived, and what an adventure it had been, in the end. He released a breath, dropping his head against the wall, watching until the very last rays of sunlight faded into darkness. The atmosphere in the mostly empty barracks hung heavily over every Imperial Guard of the 3rd Squad. They were still off duty, for the most part, but it was apparent General Xiaofeng was singling out the likeliest rebels among them to force them into the unnerving, disturbing new duty they'd received earlier that day. Rui Shi had been forced to join the first shift of constant surveillance over the princess, and now Fei Li, seething as he was, had taken his place in a group mainly comprised by members of the 1st Squad. Rui Shi and the 2nd Squad, save for a few who had been left to their traditional duties, had finally returned to the barracks after the dreary, unbearable mission was finished. Many of his fellow 3rd Squad guards lingered in the dining room, even though they had either already finished their meals or lacked the appetite to take a single bite. Rui Shi, you're back, Taro said, eyeing him with uncertainty as his fellow guard removed his helmet and sank in an empty seat. Is she? Asked Han, quietly. Rui Shi shook his head. Miserable, evidently, he said, breathing deeply. I couldn't even communicate with her. There was nothing to be done, she knew it too. I think that's why she simply climbed onto her bed and laid there for our whole shift. She must have hoped Xiaofeng would get bored eventually, but that's not going to happen. Haoran sighed. He called for Fei Li next. He's probably sure that any attempts to sabotage the Fire Lord's plans will be led by either of you. Yes, he does suspect that, Rui Shi said, his eyes raking the table. Shuren, Wuhan, is everything going well? Tai Wei is almost ready, Wuhan confirmed, his deep voice as silent as he could make it. There were members of the 2nd Squad about, even if they didn't appear to be listening to anything they said, but with the circumstances being what they are. We can't set anything in motion like this, Haoran mumbled, eyeing Rui Shi with uncertainty. The execution is tomorrow. If he's guarded heavily at every point in time. But I told you, Haoran, it's a chance, Chiang whispered, leaning closer to the table. Didn't you hear, Rui Shi? He's to be executed at the Royal Dome. It's going to be empty, right? So, if we could maybe interrupt the execution right on time. And escape how? Asked Taro, wary. I respect your idea, and if you can find a way to pull it off, where all of us get out of it safely, as well as those two, I'd choose it in a heartbeat, Chiang. But like this. What's your idea? Rui Shi asked Chiang, eyeing his comrade with uncertainty. Chiang sighed. Well, I thought maybe we could sneak in, sabotage the fight somehow, then help them escape. He said, I know, it's likely it won't go over well. We can't secure the princess in those circumstances, said Haoran, shaking his head. She will surely be under heavy guard, 2 floors above ground level. If we managed to break in, and I don't even know if the underground tunnels connect directly with the arena's ground floor, we would still have to fight heaps of guards in order to reach her, whether before or after securing the Gladiator. I know that, but, curses, what else can we do? Chiang asked, desperate. It's likely we can make something work while he's fighting, don't you think? Because it will be a fight, that's what I've heard. If we sabotage the fight somehow, we need to get the princess out of the Fire Lord's reach, Rui Shi said, simply. Chiang fell silent. Ideally, with the least bloodshed and sacrifices. It's possible that, if we obstruct the fight, we might hinder Sokka, though it's also possible that it could pay off. But escaping through land is, probably not the wisest idea. Then, the dragon? Asked Taro, confused. I don't think he can help all of us, can he? He can't, and I didn't mean we'd use him. He's supposed to be at the ready, though, for any emergency situations where he may be needed to help the princess. Ruishi said, but that's not the only way to fly these days. Wait, why you mean, a hot air balloon? Or an airship? Where can we find either thing? Taro asked, puzzled. I know of one available hot air balloon. It'll just be a matter of finding it, preparing it on time, and taking off on it before the general notices we're gone. Which would have to happen after he escorts the princess out for the execution, Ruishi said, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. Our window of time is, well, not very good. But if we use it, we may be able to help Sokka. If two of us ride it, we can use it to hoist the princess and the gladiator out of danger, once the fight begins. But it all hinges on whether Sokka will be able to survive long enough for us to barge into the arena, said Taro, rubbing his brow. You said 2 people only. Haoran asked, what of the others? You don't mean for 8 of us to go to the barge tonight and set that plan in motion already, do you? No, but I do expect half of us to be on the barge tonight. Yes, Ruishi sighed. Taiwei won't be able to get the barge out on his own. We need to help him navigate past the bay's barrier and ensure he can make it through the great gates without obstruction. 5 of us will stay on land, of which 3 should linger in the palace, in case Xiaofeng comes checking, though he's enjoying tormenting the princess so much I doubt he'll bother. One of those 3 will have to be Fei Li, naturally. The other 2 will stay here. 2 more will have to strike at the barrier's tower's control room, just as we intended. Beyond locking the soldiers inside the towers, we can send out all their messenger hawks to Ba Sing Se with urgent, irrelevant messages, suggested Haoran. His idea brought the others to smile. They'll have no way to communicate at all if we do that. Good idea, Ruishi said, breathing deeply. It'll gain us some time, at least. Afterwards, the barge will get out, and the ones attacking the towers will return to the palace. From there, we'll head to the gladiator's house by the time the princess is on her way to the execution. And then, with any luck, we'll be able to help before it's too late. All 5 who stay won't be able to fly out, though, said Haoran. 2, at best, would be the better plan, maybe 3 if we can afford it, otherwise, the balloon might be too heavy once we collect the princess and the gladiator, and then everything will fail, wouldn't it? Right, Ruishi said, breathing out and rubbing his brow with his fingertips. Then, 2 more will have to stay behind. Maybe leave the capital by other means, through the rougher paths and crevices of the crater. Once the princess and the gladiator are safe aboard the barge, the balloon can come back to collect the last ones left. Hopefully, anyway. Then, who's going? And who's staying? Asked Han, softly. Ruishi breathed deeply, eyeing the rest of the group. At this moment, Fei Li, Tai Wei, and Jiang Huo were absent, as the latter 2 were both busy preparing the ship. 3 more guards would be expected to join Tai Wei on the barge. Jiang Huo will be needed at the barge, Ruishi said, so he'll have to stay there. He's the better one at first aid and medical care among us. Shuren, Wuhan, the 2 of you have always been the ones to stand out the least. Xiaofeng isn't likely to look for you, so you'll be better off helping set the barge in motion. And Taro. But I can help the princess. Taro said, eyeing Ruishi hopelessly. Ruishi breathed deeply and shook his head. I know. That's what all of us want to do, he said, but you'll still be of help if you stay in the barge and give Tai Wei a hand there. It's not that I don't think you should be with us, but my condition makes it dangerous. Taro asked, before sighing. Fine, then, fine. I'll do as you say, Captain. I'm not a captain anymore, haven't been for a long time, Ruishi said, gritting his teeth as he eyed the rest of the group. Haoran, Chiang, Han, you 3, me and Fei Li will handle everything else here. Haoran and I can handle the bay, Chiang said, reassuringly. In all likelihood, if Xiaofeng comes check on our group, he'll be looking for you, first of all. And it wouldn't do if he finds out you lot are plotting something, would it? 2 guards from the 2nd squad. 2 of the men Ruishi had been watching Angela with, mere moments ago. The 2 of them stood not far from their table, close enough to overhear parts of their conversation, and to evidently read the conspiracy being brewed by their group. Chiang was the first to rise to his feet, a fist tightened, but Ruishi stood with him, reaching out with a hand to calm him. his eyes fell upon the guard of the second squad, who gazed at him with an undecipherable stare. "If you intended to tell him we're plotting something at all, you wouldn't have given us this warning," Ruishi said, breathing deeply, feeling his stomach twist with nerves. He didn't want to take a violent approach to this intrusion, but if need be, he'd do so without hesitating. They could have convened elsewhere, but if they had been gone from sight frequently, Xiaofeng was more likely to suspect they were up to something. Nothing was safe, ever. If something was clear after all these days, it was certainly that. "What are you after? Will you give us means to buy your silence, perhaps?" Ruishi asked, keeping his composure as best he could. "No, I'm not after anything quite that corrupt," said the same guard who had spoken just now. He was a few inches taller than Ruishi, and he stepped closer to him in what could have seemed to be a menacing gesture. "I do intend to offer something, however." "What is it?" Ruishi asked. He felt every set of eyes in the dining room upon him, and he scowled dangerously. Until the second squad's guard placed a hand on his shoulder. "Our silence, free of charge," he said, simply. Ruishi, and the present members of the third squad, stared at him in disbelief. "Wait, what?" Haoran gasped. "You saved us," the guard said, squeezing Ruishi's shoulder. My friends, the captain is still convalescing, but you saved him too. You're the princess's men, we all get that, but you still fought with your very life to save us all, Ruishi. For that, we'll turn a blind eye, for tonight. Give you an alibi, maybe, if that's what you need. If the general shows up, we'll let him know you're praying at the temple, begging for mercy for the princess's soul." "I could pretend I escorted you all," said the other guard. Then we'll be even, right, Ruishi?" Ruishi breathed deeply, gazing at them with uncertainty. The two guards appeared sincere, and as things stood, he had no choice but to trust them. Attacking them in a wild, paranoid frenzy would only cause further trouble, after all. "You're sure about this?" Ruishi asked. "You swear, too, that this is your way to pay me back for helping you at the factory?" "We swear," the two guards said. "On our honor as Imperial Guards," said the first of them. "You are free to do what you must. We will overlook everything, though we'll claim ignorance if asked about any of your activities, not that we understood even half of it anyway. So, go, Ruishi. Go." Ruishi released his breath and nodded, as the guard dropped his hand from his shoulder. It was an unexpected display of loyalty he hadn't even known he had earned, but by the tone of his voice, he had the feeling this very guard was the one who had saved him, catching just before he had fallen into the massive rift in the ground due to the backlash of Ruishi's attack against the stingray. It wasn't quite surprising for him that there would be dissent within Xiaofeng's ranks, but finding more of it, at the right moment, was a true blessing to be grateful for. "Thank you," he said, before turning to his men. All of them rose to their feet, and Ruishi nodded, knowing the most dangerous, difficult part of their journey would begin now. "Let's go." Dinner came and went. Oze had scarcely downed 3 mouthfuls of food before discarding the meal altogether. Food wouldn't placate him, nor would drinks. None of that would quench the fire that burned inside his chest, urging him to destroy, to annihilate that which he most wished to reduce to cinders, so that each shred of his own humanity would wither under the power of those flames until there was nothing left underneath. A knock on his chamber's door interrupted his destructive thoughts. Oze turned, to find the visitor had already pulled the door open. And he wasn't alone. The unnaturally tall man stood further down the corridor, knowing better than to intrude on the Fire Lord's private quarters. He was still as menacing as ever in the darkness of the dimly lit palace, which cast unsettling shadows across his bearded face, playing with the light to a point where his forehead's eye appeared to be real, rather than a tattoo. His appearance was as sober as ever, with a simple outfit meant to allow him ease of movement. With the 2 heavy metallic prosthetics that took the place of his right arm and leg, it was only natural that he would prefer simplicity over cumbersome protection. But even now, hours before dawn, the man's indifferent demeanor spoke for itself. He was ready. Even if his sponsor, who stood at the threshold, appeared most distraught, Combustion Man himself appeared perfectly serene. This was but another job for him, one Oze would gladly pay him for, if he demanded for payment at all. Where everyone else was emotionally compromised, one way or another, this was but another chance for the combustion bender to wage destruction upon the latest soul to earn Ose's wrath. And because he recognized his same destructive need, albeit not with the same passionate nature, in Combustion Man's eyes, Ose's lips curved into a wild, unsettling smile. Within the space of the next 12 hours, he would be witnessing the deserved, awaited, brutal execution of the Blue Wolf. Check the description for the links to the author.